Dawn breaks cold over the Bavarian countryside on June 30th, 1934. At the Hotel Hanselbauer, 30 miles south of Munich, a peculiar silence hangs in the morning air, the kind of silence that precedes violence. Within hours, this lakeside retreat will become a slaughterhouse, the site where old comrades will turn executioner, where loyalty will prove as fragile as morning mist over the Tegernsee. The man sleeping upstairs, Ernst Röhm, has no idea that his oldest friend has already signed his death warrant. By this time tomorrow, the most powerful paramilitary commander in Germany will be dead, executed in a Munich prison, his blood marking the final act of what history will remember as the Night of the Long Knives. But to understand how this decorated war hero became the target of his own regime's murderous purge, we must travel back 4 decades to a Germany that no longer exists. Ernst Julius Günther Röhm entered the world on November 28, 1887, in the small Bavarian town of Ingolstadt, nestled in the heartland of what was then the German Empire. His father, Guido Julius Joseph Röhm, worked as a railway administrator, a government position that afforded the family a comfortable, if unremarkable, middle-class existence. The Germany into which young Ernst was born stood at the zenith of its imperial ambitions, a newly unified nation eager to assert itself among the great powers of Europe. The Röhm household was, by all accounts, a study in contrasts. Guido Röhm ruled with the stern hand of a Prussian disciplinarian, a man shaped by rigid hierarchies and absolute obedience. Ernst found little warmth in his relationship with his father, their interactions marked by tension and misunderstanding. Yet what the boy lacked in paternal affection, he found abundantly in his mother, Sophia Emily Röhm, whom he would later describe with uncharacteristic sentimentness as the finest wife and mother anyone could hope for. She doted on Ernst above all others, creating a bond that would endure throughout his life. The family included 2 other children, an older sister, Emily, and an older brother, Julius. Ernst formed a particularly close attachment to Emily, a relationship that survived even after her marriage took her to Austria. With Julius, however, the relationship remained distant, colored perhaps by the competitive dynamics common among brothers in that era. Young Ernst grew up during a period of profound transformation in Germany. The nation that had been a patchwork of independent kingdoms and duchies just 16 years before his birth had been forged into a unified empire under Prussian leadership. This unification, orchestrated by the legendary statesman Otto von Bismarck, had fundamentally altered the balance of power in Europe. The German Empire now stood as an economic and military colossus, hungry to prove itself on the world stage. This atmosphere of nationalist fervor and imperial ambition would profoundly shape Röhm's worldview. The Germany of his youth was a society that celebrated military prowess, valued hierarchical order, and embraced a mythology of Germanic superiority that would later find its most toxic expression in Nazi ideology. Ernst Röhm attended the prestigious Royal Maximilian High School, an institution designed to produce the empire's future civil servants and military officers. Yet the young man showed little aptitude for or interest in academic pursuits. The classroom bored him. The abstract world of books and theories seemed bloodless compared to the martial values he absorbed from the culture around him. While other students buried themselves in Latin declensions and mathematical proofs, Röhm dreamed of uniforms and parade grounds, of the camaraderie of the barracks and the glory of the battlefield. At 17, Röhm made the decision that would define his entire life. He would become a soldier. On July 23, 1906, he enlisted as a cadet in the Royal Bavarian 10th Infantry Regiment, known as the Prince Ludwig Regiment, stationed in the garrison town of Ingolstadt, his birthplace. Here, Röhm found his true calling. The military structure, with its clear hierarchies and unambiguous expectations, suited his temperament perfectly. Where academic study had left him cold, The disciplined world of military training ignited something fundamental in his character. His superiors quickly recognized his dedication and potential. Less than 2 years after joining as a cadet on March 12, 1908, Röhm received his commission as an officer. At just 20 years old, he had achieved what many spent decades pursuing. The young officer threw himself into his duties with characteristic intensity, earning a reputation for thoroughness and an almost fanatical attention to military detail. For the next 6 years, Röhm served during peacetime, a period that might have consigned him to obscurity had history not taken a catastrophic turn. But in the summer of 1914, the intricate system of alliances that bound Europe's great powers together began to unravel with terrifying speed. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo on June 28, 1914, set in motion a diplomatic crisis that spiraled beyond anyone's control. Within weeks, the great powers of Europe found themselves mobilizing for war. Germany, bound by treaty to Austria-Hungary, declared war on Russia and France. When German forces violated Belgian neutrality to attack France, Britain entered the conflict. By August, the continent was engulfed in a conflagration that would ultimately consume millions of lives. For Ernst Röhm, the outbreak of war transformed abstract military training into immediate, brutal reality. He was appointed adjutant to the 1st Battalion of his regiment, and his unit received orders to deploy to the border region near Metz, in what was then German Lorraine. Their mission: defend the critical rail lines and borders as Germany launched its ambitious offensive into France. Röhm experienced his baptism of fire on August 25, 1914 at Flamval. The engagement shattered any romantic notions he might have harbored about warfare's glory. The reality proved far more savage than parade ground exercises had suggested. By September 10th, barely 2 weeks into sustained combat, only 8 officers in his battalion remained fit for duty. The casualties sustained near Gerlancourt had been catastrophic, a harbinger of the industrial scale slaughter that would characterize the entire conflict. It was during fighting in the Spada region of Lorraine that Röhm received his first serious wound, one that would mark him for life. A shell fragment struck him in the face, shattering the bridge of his nose. The injury left him permanently disfigured, creating a distinctive scar that became one of his most recognizable features. It was the first of more than a dozen wounds Röhm would sustain during 4 years of warfare, each one a testament to his reckless courage and seeming indifference to personal danger. After recovering from his facial wound, Röhm returned to duty with a promotion to first lieutenant, Oberleutnant in German military parlance. The army recognized not merely his survival but his exceptional performance under fire. He was given command of the 10th Company at Ailette Wood, a position of considerable responsibility for an officer still in his 20s. The next several years saw Röhm deployed across the Western Front, that nightmarish landscape of trenches, barbed wire, and no man's land that stretched from the English Channel to the Swiss border. He saw action in some of the war's most brutal engagements, including the apocalyptic Battle of Verdun in 1916, a 10-month struggle that would claim over 700,000 casualties on both sides. In June of 1916, Röhm's company achieved a notable success when they became the first unit to storm the French trenches and capture the redoubt at Thiaumont. This achievement came at enormous cost, but it demonstrated the aggressive leadership style that would become Röhm's trademark. He led from the front, seemingly indifferent to danger, inspiring his men through personal example rather than merely barking orders from behind the lines. His reckless bravery nearly cost him his life when a bullet passed perilously close to his lung before exiting through his shoulder. The wound should have killed him. Instead, it earned him the Iron Cross First Class, Germany's highest military honor for junior officers. The citation praised his outstanding devotion to duty and bravery on all occasions since the beginning of the war. These were not empty words. Rome's fellow officers consistently remarked on his almost suicidal disregard for personal safety. Where others sought cover, Rome exposed himself to enemy fire. Where others hung back, he charged forward. This combination of courage and recklessness earned him the respect of his men and the attention of his superiors. Rome's battlefield prowess eventually led to his transfer to staff positions, where his organizational abilities could be employed more broadly. Following his recovery from the lung wound, he was accepted into the War Ministry under Colonel Koller, where he served as adjutant to the head of the Army Department. This marked a significant shift in his career trajectory from combat officer to military administrator. By April 1917, Rome had been promoted to captain, Hauptmann, a rank that carried substantial authority and responsibility. Shortly thereafter, he received orders deploying him to Romania, where he would serve as adjutant to the divisional staff overseeing the 26th, 27th and 28th Infantry Regiments, along with the 22nd Artillery Regiment. This assignment placed him at the operational level of military planning, coordinating the activities of multiple regiments, a role requiring both tactical acumen and administrative competence. Romania's involvement in the war had been brief but consequential. The country had entered the conflict on the Allied side in August 1916, hoping to seize Transylvania from Austria-Hungary. Instead, German and Austrian forces invaded Romania, occupied Bucharest, and forced the Romanian government to sue for peace. By late 1917, Russia, torn apart by revolution, and Romania negotiated an armistice with the Central Powers, effectively removing the Eastern Front as an active theatre of operations. This development meant that German divisions stationed in Romania, including Rome's, could be redeployed to the Western Front, where the war's outcome would ultimately be decided. Rome left Romania on April 17, 1918, and returned to France, where he continued serving on divisional staff until October 2nd. At that point, he transferred to the Guard Corps staff, where a crisis presented him with an unexpected opportunity. The autumn of 1918 brought not only military defeat, but also biological catastrophe. The Spanish influenza pandemic swept through the armies of both sides with devastating force, killing soldiers who had survived years of combat. As officers throughout Rome's division fell ill, he was promoted to 3rd General Staff Officer, a position of significant responsibility that placed him in charge of consolidating and evaluating all frontline reports for his division. In this role, Rome controlled reconnaissance operations, both aerial and ground-based, giving him comprehensive oversight of intelligence gathering. It was the kind of position that revealed a young officer's potential for higher command. But just as Rome was demonstrating his administrative capabilities, the influenza struck him down as well. On October 21, 1918, Rome was admitted to a field hospital, his condition serious enough to warrant immediate evacuation. He was transferred to a facility in Halle, near Brussels, where the divisional doctor grimly concluded that Rome might not survive. The physician recommended finding a replacement, convinced that the young captain would succumb to the virus that was killing millions across Europe. Yet Rome's constitution proved as tough as his battlefield courage. After a lengthy convalescence that pushed him to the brink of death, he recovered and returned to his post at Saint-Sever on November 3, 1918. He arrived to discover that during his absence, his position had indeed been filled by another officer. The disappointment must have been acute, to survive both combat wounds and a deadly pandemic, only to find oneself replaced. But these personal setbacks paled in comparison to the historic catastrophe unfolding around him. Just 8 days after Rome returned to duty, on November 11, 1918, the Great War came to an end. Germany, after 4 years of unprecedented sacrifice, had been defeated. The empire was collapsing, revolution was spreading through the cities, and the world Rome had known was disintegrating. Still weakened from his second bout of Spanish influenza, Röhm travelled back to Munich in late November 1918. He arrived to find his homeland transformed beyond recognition. Bavaria's capital had become the epicenter of revolutionary upheaval. Just weeks earlier, on November 7th, even before the armistice was signed, socialist Kurt Eisner had proclaimed the Bavarian Soviet Republic, deposing the Wittelsbach monarchy that had ruled Bavaria for over 7 centuries. The scene that greeted Röhm captured the humiliation of Germany's defeat. As he made his way through Munich's streets, still wearing his officer's uniform, his sergeant approached him discreetly and offered whispered advice. "Remove the black, white and red cockade of Imperial Germany from your cap." "That is how far things have gotten here," the sergeant muttered, his words heavy with disgust. For Röhm, a man who had spent 4 years fighting for that empire, who bore the scars of a dozen wounds on its behalf, this moment crystallized everything that had gone wrong. The revolutionaries who now controlled Bavaria had never faced enemy fire, had never stormed enemy trenches, had never seen their comrades torn apart by artillery shells. Yet they now presumed to rule over men like him. Röhm sought out Lieutenant Colonel von Sonnenberg, hoping to understand how the Bavarian army, surely still loyal to traditional authority, had allowed this revolutionary travesty to occur. The colonel's response left him stunned. "The revolt took us by surprise," von Sonnenberg explained with evident discomfort. "We must allow it to develop quietly and run its course." This passive acceptance enraged Röhm. In his view, the military leadership had betrayed everything the army supposedly stood for. They had shown their cowardice, lack of resolve, and inability to act, hastening to comply with trembling civilian bureaucracy rather than defending the Kaiser and king. The commanders had surrendered to what Röhm contemptuously called the mutinous mob without firing a shot, hiding from their responsibilities at the very moment when decisive action might have preserved the old order. Disgusted and disillusioned, Röhm made a fateful decision. He would leave Bavaria and join the Freikorps, the Free Corps, right-wing paramilitary organizations of former soldiers who refused to accept the new revolutionary government. These private armies, operating in a legal grey zone, attracted veterans who felt betrayed by both the military leadership and the new civilian authorities. In February 1919, Röhm departed Bavaria to join the Freikorps units being assembled elsewhere in Germany. The journey itself proved hazardous, illustrating the chaos that gripped the country. Near Dachau, Röhm's train was halted abruptly. Kurt Eisner, the leader of Bavaria's revolutionary government, had just been assassinated in Munich by a right-wing nationalist who called Eisner a Bolshevist and a Jew, not a real German. This assassination set off a wave of retaliatory violence. Revolutionary forces were arresting anyone suspected of counter-revolutionary sympathies, and trains were being stopped and searched. Many potential Freikorps recruits like Röhm were being detained before they could reach the paramilitary assembly points. Röhm considered himself fortunate to escape arrest and make it to Ohrdruf, where Freikorps units were gathering. Upon arriving at the Freikorps assembly point in Ohrdruf, Röhm reported to the unit's general staff, where he was assigned to serve under Colonel Franz Ritter von Epp, a decorated officer who would become one of the most significant figures in Röhm's early political development. Von Epp commanded one of several Freikorps units being mobilized to crush the various socialist and communist governments that had seized power across Germany in the chaotic months following the armistice. Röhm's new assignment initially seemed mundane. He was placed in charge of logistics, specifically managing catering and supplies for von Epp's Freikorps brigade. Yet this administrative role would prove crucial, both for the immediate military campaign and for Röhm's future career. When he first assumed the position, the Freikorps suffered from chronic supply problems, weapons shortages, inadequate provisions, and transportation bottlenecks that threatened to undermine the entire operation. Röhm attacked these logistical challenges with the same ferocious energy he had displayed on the battlefield. Within weeks, trains laden with weapons, equipment, and horses began arriving regularly at the Freikorps camps. Röhm accomplished this through methods that operated in legal grey zones. He illegally requisitioned military supplies from stockpiles that had been earmarked for destruction under the Treaty of Versailles, redirected weapons caches that were supposed to be surrendered to Allied inspectors, and employed his network of sympathetic officers still serving in the official army to divert resources to the Freikorps. The logistics company assigned to handle incoming supplies soon found itself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of material Röhm managed to procure. His organizational abilities, combined with a complete disregard for legal niceties when they interfered with his objectives, made him indispensable to the Freikorps operation. April 14, 1919. The political situation in Bavaria had deteriorated to the point where the official German government decided to act decisively. The Bavarian Soviet Republic in Munich had fractured internally, with moderate socialists breaking away to form the People's State of Bavaria, based in the city of Bamberg. This split created an opportunity for the Freikorps to strike. On April 22nd, the first Freikorps transports departed from Ohrdruf, heading south toward Bavaria. Many more would follow in the coming days. The Freikorps forces traveled via Stuttgart to Ulm on Bavaria's western border, positioning themselves for an assault on the communist stronghold of Munich. Just 2 days later, on April 24th, Röhm's unit marched into Ingolstadt, his birthplace, after brief skirmishes with Spartacist defenders. The Bavarian Freikorps did not fight alone. Units from Landsberg and Swabia joined the campaign, along with a small detachment of official German military forces. Together, these right-wing forces surrounded Munich. Although coordination among the various units broke down repeatedly, each commander jealous of his authority and unwilling to subordinate himself to others, the sheer numerical superiority of the Freikorps forces proved decisive. On May 2, 1919, Munich fell to von Epp's forces, and the Bavarian Soviet Republic collapsed. Röhm had never considered himself a particularly political creature. He was a soldier, trained to follow orders and execute missions. Yet he was perceptive enough to recognize that the events of 1918 and 1919 had fundamentally altered the relationship between military and political authority in Germany. As he would later write, the old imperial regime had actively discouraged military officers from involving themselves in politics, treating such engagement as unseemly and outside an officer's proper sphere of responsibility. This attitude struck Röhm as dangerously naive in the new Germany. He noted with bitter irony that 94% of active officers had been either killed or wounded during the war, casualties of political decisions made by civilian leaders who sent them into that inferno. How could the officer corps remain apolitical when politicians now exercised direct control over the military's existence and mission? An officer might remain politically neutral when serving as a mercenary in a foreign land, Röhm reasoned, but not in his own country, not when politicians and parliamentarians now wielded unprecedented influence over military matters. In his view, the army represented the supreme instrument of German nationalism, far superior to the squabbling politicians who had surrendered Germany's honor at Versailles. This conviction would shape everything Röhm did in the years ahead. He did not simply want to restore German military power. He envisioned a political system where military values, discipline, hierarchy, sacrifice, unity would displace what he saw as the weakness and corruption of parliamentary democracy. On February 24, 1920, a mass meeting took place at Munich's Hofbräuhaus beer hall that would prove historically consequential. The German Workers' Party, a small nationalist organization, presented its 25-point program to the public for the first time. This event marked the effective founding of what would become the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or NSDAP, the Nazi Party. The program combined nationalist fervor with pseudo-socialist economic proposals, anti-Semitic rhetoric, with promises to restore German honor. It found fertile ground in Bavaria, where resentment over the Treaty of Versailles ran particularly deep. The presentation thrust the fledgling party into the public spotlight, and membership began to grow steadily throughout 1920 and into 1921. In the spring of 1920, Röhm began attending meetings of a group called Eiserne Faust, Iron Fist, which gathered in the apartment of Captain Pfeffer von Salomon. This organization brought together nationalist military officers who harbored revolutionary ambitions, men who wanted to overturn the Weimar Republic and replace it with an authoritarian government that would repudiate Versailles and restore German military power. It was at one of these Iron Fist meetings that Röhm first encountered Adolf Hitler. At the time, Hitler held a relatively minor position as a training officer and was only beginning to develop his skills as an orator and political organizer. Yet even in these early interactions, Röhm recognized something compelling in Hitler's vision and personality, a single-minded determination and an ability to articulate the rage and humiliation that so many veterans felt. Röhm also met Captain Karl Mayer during this period, another figure who would play a significant role in the early Nazi movement. These connections drew Röhm deeper into Munich's radical right-wing political circles, creating a network of relationships that would eventually place him at the center of the Nazi Party's paramilitary apparatus. The Treaty of Versailles, signed on June 28, 1919, had imposed crushing terms on defeated Germany. Beyond the loss of territory and the imposition of massive reparations payments, the treaty severely restricted German military capabilities. The victorious Allies intended to ensure that Germany could never again threaten the peace of Europe. The treaty limited the German army to just 100,000 men, a force suitable only for internal policing, not for fighting a major war. The navy was similarly restricted, and Germany was forbidden from possessing military aircraft or tanks. The Rhineland, Germany's industrial heartland bordering France, was to remain permanently demilitarized, creating a buffer zone that left Germany's western regions defenseless against potential French invasion. The Weimar Republic, desperate to avoid further Allied sanctions, began implementing these disarmament provisions. On August 7, 1920, the government enacted the Law for the Disarmament of the Population, which imposed severe penalties up to 5 years, imprisonment on anyone who knowingly concealed information about hidden weapons, caches for men like Röhm, who had devoted his entire adult life to Germany's military strength. These measures felt like a continuation of the battlefield defeat, an ongoing humiliation that seemed designed to permanently reduce Germany to second-class status among nations. The bitterness intensified on January 21, 1921, when the German army received orders to reduce its strength further from 200,000 to the treaty-mandated 100,000. Officers who had hoped the German government might resist this final capitulation found their anger reaching a boiling point when the order came on July 29, 1921, to destroy the ordnance depots at Bamberg, Munich, and Ingolstadt. It struck at the heart of Bavaria's military infrastructure. These facilities contained not merely weapons, but also the means to train soldiers and maintain military readiness, the essential foundations of any future revival of German military power. On July 31, 1921, Adolf Hitler was elected chairman of the newly renamed National Socialist German Workers' Party. The name change itself was significant. The addition of National Socialist was intended to appeal simultaneously to nationalist sentiment and to working-class Germans who might otherwise be drawn to socialism or communism. Hitler's election as chairman marked his complete takeover of what had begun as someone else's political organization. Röhm, already an ally and friend of Hitler by this point, became intrigued by the party's paramilitary wing, the Sturmabteilung, or SA, known colloquially as the Stormtroopers or Brown Shirts, after the color of their uniforms. When Captain Heiss invited Röhm to establish a Reichsflagge, national flag unit in Munich, Röhm initially hesitated. He was already deeply involved in Freikorps activities and other nationalist organizing efforts. Eventually, however, he accepted the invitation and characteristically threw himself into recruitment with ferocious energy. Commenting on the frenzy of activity surrounding these various nationalist movements, Röhm displayed the practical, unsentimental mindset that would characterize his approach to politics throughout his life. Flaming protests and mass demonstrations are certainly valuable for whipping up sentiment, he observed, and are perhaps often indispensable. But if there is no man to make the practical preparations behind the smokescreen and then act, they will be without effect. Röhm believed that emotional rallies and passionate speeches had their place, but ultimately, political change required organization, discipline, and, when the moment arrived, the willingness to use force. This conviction separated him from many of the intellectuals and ideologues in the Nazi movement. Röhm was fundamentally a man of action, impatient with abstract theorizing, focused always on the practical question: how do we actually seize power? He became increasingly convinced that an ultimate violent confrontation was inevitable, a climactic clash between the nationalist militias and what he called the internationalist and anti-fatherland allied and parliamentary-dominated government forces. In his judgment, there would be no resolution through peaceful means or gradual political change. The Weimar Republic would not voluntarily relinquish power to nationalists. Only through force could Germany be redeemed. In 1922, a merger occurred between the Social Democratic Party of Germany, SPD, and the Independent Social Democratic Party, USPD, two left-wing parties that had been divided since 1917. This consolidation strengthened the left's political position and was widely interpreted by nationalist groups as an admission that the democratic left felt threatened by the steady growth of Völkisch ethno-nationalist movements. The merger suggested anxiety about the rising tide of right-wing nationalism that was particularly strong in Bavaria. On October 8, 1922, Bavaria's political landscape shifted dramatically when the state replaced Minister-President Graf Lärchenfeld with Eugen von Knilling, a politician with strong pro-nationalist sympathies. This change reflected Bavaria's growing divergence from the more centrist politics of the national government in Berlin. Hitler's Nazi Party was successfully gaining traction, and the success of Benito Mussolini's fascist movement in Italy, where Mussolini had been appointed prime minister on October 31, 1922, greatly emboldened German nationalists. The Vienna newspaper Neue Freie Presse captured this momentum in an article published on December 14, 1922. The paper noted that Hitler, who had once been an outsider not really taken seriously, had become the strongest power in South German nationalism. This observation proved prescient. Within a year, Hitler would attempt to translate his growing political support into actual seizure of power. In an effort to curb the nationalist fervor sweeping Bavaria, the German government in Berlin took a provocative step. They placed the Bavarian Reichswehr, the official army unit stationed in Bavaria, under the direct control of the National Army Command in Berlin, subordinating them to the Reich president and severing them almost completely from Bavarian state control. Röhm viewed this maneuver as a constitutional coup, an attempt by the social, democratic-dominated national government to strip Bavaria of its military autonomy and assert Berlin's dominance over the regional government. The move reflected the deep tensions within the Weimar Republic's federal structure, where regional states like Bavaria maintained substantial autonomy and often pursued policies at odds with the national government. The struggle between nationalists and Republicans increasingly played out through bureaucratic and legal channels, though violence always simmered beneath the surface. According to a memorandum from Colonel Ritter von Bonin, leader of the Bavarian Freikorps, a Bavarian government official named Deputy Erhard Auer had launched a series of personal attacks against Captain Röhm and his colleagues, which were to some extent fictitious. In reality, Auer's accusations were substantially accurate. He charged Rome with weapon smuggling, racketeering, political violence, involvement in murder, and harboring ambitions to impose a military dictatorship that would unite Germany and Austria under authoritarian rule. These were not wild fabrications. Rome was indeed involved in most of these activities, either directly or through his organizational networks. The increasing pressure from Auer's accusations, combined with the earlier order subordinating Bavarian military units to Berlin's control, led to a significant setback for Rome's career. He was transferred and demoted from his position as General Staff of Infantry Leader 7 to a lower position with the 7th Division General Staff. For an ambitious officer like Rome, this represented a serious blow to his standing and influence. Rome understood perfectly well that this transfer was politically motivated, a move by the social, democratic-controlled national government to weaken nationalist influence within Bavaria's military structure. Colonel von Bohnen refused to accept the replacement officer that Berlin attempted to impose, recognizing the transfer for what it was, an effort to gain control of Bavaria's weapon stockpiles by removing officers like Röhm who would actively resist disarmament policies. The Social Democrats had been planning this campaign for years, ever since the introduction of the disarmament laws. Having failed to convince officers guarding weapons depots to voluntarily hand over their stocks, the government now sought to weaken their resolve by purging nationalist officers and replacing them with more compliant personnel. Röhm would later describe 1923 as a distressing year, a period marked by his separation from Colonel von Bohnen and the Freikorps units where he had built his reputation. Worse still, he faced multiple criminal charges, though ultimately none resulted in conviction. Nevertheless, the experience of having to defend himself against what he called salvos of abuse left him bitter about the Weimar Republic's judicial system. Like most Nazi Party members, Röhm viewed law and justice as flexible concepts, secondary to questions of raw power. His willingness to defend himself in court did not represent any genuine respect for legal process. Rather, it was a tactical necessity, a temporary concession to a system he hoped eventually to destroy. Meanwhile, Germany's international situation continued to deteriorate. Unable to meet the massive reparations payments demanded by the Treaty of Versailles, Germany defaulted on its obligations. In response, on January 11, 1923, French and Belgian forces occupied the Ruhr, Germany's industrial heartland. This occupation was intended to allow France and Belgium to seize German coal and manufactured goods as payment in kind. For the reparations, Germany could not pay in currency. The occupation of the Ruhr provoked outrage throughout Germany. The Reichstag passed a resolution on January 23, 1923. Issuing a solemn protest against the occupation of the Ruhr by armed force in breach of international law and treaties. The resolution proclaimed that the Reichstag would support the government in any measure of purposeful resistance to the abuse of force by any means. Munich's reaction was far more extreme. Many in Bavaria condemned what they saw as French imperialism and incompetent leadership in Berlin that had allowed this humiliation to occur. The Nazi Party seized on this crisis to plan a two-day rally in Munich, originally scheduled for January 27th and 28th. 1923, rumors immediately circulated that Hitler planned to use this rally as a springboard for a coup attempt. The Bavarian government, alarmed by rumors of a possible putsch, imposed strict regulations on the planned Nazi rally. Hitler reacted with fury, demanding the right to hold the rally outdoors to maximize attendance and create the grandest possible spectacle. His threats to use force if the rally was prohibited led Bavaria to declare a state of emergency. Yet Hitler found unexpected support from within the Reichswehr itself. Military troops increasingly sympathized with the Nazi movement, creating profound unease within the Bavarian government. Soldiers who were supposed to defend the state against insurrection were instead gravitating toward the very movement that threatened to overthrow it. Faced with this alarming development, and with Hitler providing assurances that he sought only a peaceful demonstration, Officials eventually approved the rally. Many nationalists, including Röhm, viewed the government's response to this episode as revealing a troubling double standard. When foreign powers like France and Belgium violated German sovereignty, the government's response seemed mild and accommodative. But when domestic nationalist groups like Hitler's SA gathered for rallies, the state declared emergencies and mobilized its forces. This apparent disparity fueled nationalist resentment and reinforced the sense that the Weimar government viewed patriotic Germans as more dangerous than foreign occupiers. Of course, this narrative conveniently ignored the reality that Hitler's brown shirts were indeed routinely bullying targets in the streets, invading rival political parties' gatherings, and using systematic intimidation and violence to advance Nazi political goals. Hitler's protestations that the SA was merely a defensive organization protecting Nazi events from communist agitators fooled few observers who paid genuine attention. But Hitler's denials served a purpose. They allowed middle-class Germans who might be sympathetic to nationalist goals to rationalize their support for a movement that was, in reality, fundamentally committed to political violence. On January 23, 1923, the same day the Reichstag passed its toothless resolution protesting the Ruhr occupation, Röhm received an appointment that would prove significant for his future trajectory. He was named to the policy staff of the Reichsflagge, the nationalist unit he had helped organize. This position empowered him to make political decisions, not merely military or organizational ones. Röhm immediately began working closely with Hitler to quietly consolidate Bavaria's various right-wing nationalist militias into a unified alliance. They created what they called the Kampfbund, the Battle League, designed to support the Nazi Party's eventual seizure of power. Initially formed as only a loose confederation of like-minded groups, the Kampfbund gradually developed greater organizational coherence under Röhm's guidance. By spring of 1923, however, Röhm found himself under increasing pressure to reduce his visible involvement with the Kampfbund. His activities and the group's military-style exercises were attracting unwanted attention from both Bavarian authorities and foreign observers. German officials worried that these paramilitary activities would provide welcome material to the French, who were already occupying the Ruhr and would happily use evidence of militarism to justify even harsher measures against Germany. Under this pressure, Röhm resigned his formal leadership role with the Reichsflagge and distanced himself from the Kampfbund Policy Committee. But his withdrawal was tactical rather than genuine. Behind the scenes, he remained deeply involved in nationalist organizing efforts. By early summer of 1923, tensions between the nationalist right and the socialist left reached a breaking point. The Kampfbund Policy Committee presented the Bavarian government with a declaration attempting to prevent socialist and communist militias from holding a May Day parade. The nationalists claimed that a Soviet-style armed demonstration would be an affront to the people and a grim reminder of Bavaria's Red Revolution of 1918. The Kampfbund hoped this declaration would force the Bavarian government to declare a state of emergency that would cancel all political activities, effectively suppressing the left while allowing nationalist groups to maintain their organizational networks. Instead, the Bavarian government hesitated, unwilling to provoke either side decisively. Unverified reports spread that communists were arming themselves in preparation for the May Day demonstrations. Though these reports later proved false, they provided the justification the nationalists needed. The Kampfbund called an emergency meeting to consolidate their forces and mobilize for action. On the morning of May the 1st, the Kampfbund established their battle line at the Oberwiesenfeld, while May Day demonstrators gathered at the Theresienwiese. The city braced for violence. Röhm was asked to mediate between the two groups, but mindful of government scrutiny of his earlier involvement with the Kampfbund, he refused the role. Bavarian government officials, however, didn't believe Röhm's denials of involvement for a moment. They were convinced, correctly, that he remained a central figure in the nationalist movement despite his formal resignations. Röhm discovered during this period that his telephone had been tapped, confirming that authorities were actively monitoring his activities. Following the May Day standoff, which ended without major violence, Röhm was officially relieved of his military post and offered a new position as company commander in Bayreuth. He resigned from this commission the very same day he received it, a symbolic gesture of defiance. Administrative procedures prevented immediate acceptance of his resignation, giving Röhm time to quietly continue his work, planning for the Nazi Party's objectives. By July 1923, Germany's international situation had deteriorated further. France was demanding complete German submission, while Poland and Czechoslovakia also snapped at Germany's heels, sensing weakness. Röhm used this moment of heightened nationalist fury to return to active leadership of the Reichsflagge, leading them in a massive rally held July 25th and 26th. The rally served multiple purposes. It demonstrated nationalist strength, provided military-style training under the guise of a political gathering, and further consolidated the various Völkisch groups under unified leadership. Though Röhm privately doubted the Kampfbund's actual military strength, unity, and readiness for an armed uprising, he recognized the urgency of the political moment. If the nationalists failed to act while the German population seethed with anger over the Ruhr occupation and economic collapse, the opportunity might pass. Worse, the Reichswehr and state police, if not won over to the nationalist cause, would inevitably be used as weapons against the right-wing movements. Only organized, disciplined action could prevent this outcome. Following an impassioned speech to the Kampfbund leadership, Hitler secured unanimous agreement for his complete political authority over the nationalist movement. Röhm described it as a highly emotional moment, the point at which Bavaria's fractious right-wing groups finally united under a single leader. In this context of unified nationalist fervor, Röhm submitted his second formal resignation to the army, this time cutting his ties completely to the official military structure. He was now fully committed to the Nazi Party and its revolutionary ambitions. Throughout October 1923, tensions within Bavaria escalated to a fever pitch. The Nazi Party's attempts to suppress opposition through intimidation left Hitler in what observers described as a fighting mood. Yet, Röhm, always the more calculating tactician, counseled patience. He understood that premature action without adequate preparation would doom any insurrection to failure. Hitler issued a sweeping order, prohibiting NSDAP members from joining any military formations not affiliated with the Kampfbund, an attempt to ensure that nationalist energies flowed exclusively through organizations under his control. The Bavarian government responded by forcing the Reichsflagge to disband entirely. Defiant as ever, Röhm simply reformed the group under a new name, Reichskriegsflagge, or Reich War Flag, RKF. If the authorities wanted to play bureaucratic games, Röhm would match them maneuver for maneuver. Another escalation occurred when the Republic of Thuringia declared a Marxist government in Saxony, inflaming anti-communist sentiment throughout southern Germany. This development, combined with Germany's spiraling hyperinflation, which had reached truly apocalyptic levels by autumn 1923, created what many nationalists saw as a revolutionary moment. Money had become essentially worthless. A wheelbarrow full of currency couldn't buy a loaf of bread. Middle-class savings evaporated overnight. The social order seemed to be collapsing. In this atmosphere of crisis, Hitler and the Kampfbund leadership concluded that the time had come to strike. Their target was a meeting scheduled for November 8, 1923 at the Bürgerbräukeller, one of Munich's largest beer halls. Gustav von Kahr, Bavaria's state commissioner, was scheduled to address nearly 3,000 government officials and civic leaders. It would be an ideal opportunity to seize Bavaria's leadership in a single bold stroke. The evening of November 8th unfolded with theatrical drama. Hitler and his paramilitary forces surrounded the Bürgerbräukeller while von Kahr spoke inside. At 8:45 p.m., Hitler burst into the hall, leaped onto a chair, and fired a pistol shot into the ceiling. In the stunned silence that followed, he proclaimed the dissolution of the existing government and announced the establishment of a new nationalist regime. Within the hour, Hitler had announced the composition of both a new Bavarian government and a provisional German nationalist government. Von Kahr and other Bavarian officials were placed under protective custody, effectively held prisoner, while the putschists attempted to consolidate their seizure of power. Röhm received a critical assignment: secure the War Ministry building. When he arrived with his Reichskriegsflagge troops, the soldiers guarding the ministry refused his demand that they recognize the new government and surrender the facility. Röhm responded with characteristic decisiveness. He seized the building by force. Hitler arrived at the War Ministry around 11 p.m. to congratulate Röhm on this early success. Yet despite the apparent progress, an atmosphere of profound unease pervaded the building. The putsch depended entirely on the Reichswehr and state police either joining the revolution or remaining neutral. If government forces actively opposed the takeover, the poorly armed Kampfbund unit stood no chance in a sustained fight. Röhm soon received disturbing reports. Reichswehr troops and state police were mobilizing to retake the War Ministry and crush the putsch. He prepared his officers to defend their position, but gave them strict orders not to fire upon Reichswehr soldiers. The Reichswehr is nationalist, Röhm insisted, and sooner or later will stand shoulder to shoulder with us in the struggle for Germany's liberation. This instruction revealed both Röhm's genuine belief in the righteousness of the nationalist cause and his catastrophic miscalculation. The Reichswehr, whatever its officers' private political sympathies, would follow orders from the legitimate government. Röhm's faith in shared nationalist sentiment blinded him to the power of institutional discipline and legal authority. After lengthy negotiations throughout the night, surrender terms arrived at dawn on November 9th. The Reichskriegsflagge would be permitted to honorably lower their flag, surrender all weapons to state police, and turn Röhm over to state custody. Lacking any viable alternative, Röhm accepted these conditions. Meanwhile, Hitler had left the War Ministry to lead a march through Munich's streets, hoping that a show of popular support would rally the Reichswehr to the nationalist cause or at least intimidate the government into capitulation. Instead, state police blocked the marchers' path. Shots rang out. Historians still debate who fired first, and in the ensuing chaos, Hitler was pulled to the ground so violently that he dislocated his shoulder. 16 putschists and 4 police officers died in the brief exchange of gunfire. Hitler was spirited away before he could be captured. Röhm, already in custody at the War Ministry, was transported on November 12th to Neudeck prison for his first hearing. 2 days later, authorities transferred him to Stadelheim prison to await trial alongside Hitler and the other putsch leaders. The beer hall putsch had failed utterly. In purely military terms, it had been a fiasco from start to finish. Yet politically, its consequences would prove far more complex than anyone anticipated at the time. While imprisoned awaiting trial, Röhm composed a pamphlet titled Savior of the Fatherland, a polemical piece designed to counter Gustav von Kahr's narrative of events. Where von Kahr presented himself as having saved Bavaria from a dangerous insurrection, Röhm portrayed Hitler as the true defender of German honor, acting to protect the Reich, while von Kahr played the role of suppressor and betrayer of nationalist aspirations. The pamphlet articulated Röhm's broader worldview with stark clarity. The November Revolution of 1918 had ruined Germany, he argued. The forced acceptance of war guilt under Versailles had crippled the nation politically and economically. Germany had been robbed of Upper Silesia, the Rhineland, and the Ruhr without any meaningful attempt to retain these territories. The government's ongoing policy of international appeasement was starving the German people while enriching foreign powers. On February 26, 1924, Röhm, Hitler, and the other putsch conspirators finally stood trial. The The proceedings became a national sensation, with newspapers throughout Germany reporting on Hitler's speeches from the defendant's dock. Rather than simply defending his actions, Hitler used the trial as a platform to broadcast his political philosophy to the entire nation. All defendants were convicted, but the sentences varied dramatically. Hitler received 5 years imprisonment, of which he would serve less than 9 months, giving him time to write his political manifesto, Mein Kampf. Röhm, however, was one of the few defendants given a conditional discharge, meaning he served virtually no jail time. This lenient treatment reflected the court's assessment that while Röhm had participated in the putsch, he had not been among its primary architects. More significantly, it demonstrated the profound sympathy many in Bavaria's judicial system felt toward the nationalist cause. The judges, drawn from conservative legal circles, viewed the putschists more as misguided patriots than as dangerous criminals. During Hitler's imprisonment, the responsibility for maintaining the Nazi movement fell largely to Röhm. Hitler specifically requested that Röhm begin rebuilding the Kampfbund forces, a task made more difficult by State Commissioner von Kahr's prohibition on such paramilitary organizing. The Reichstag elections of May 4, 1924, brought stunning results for the nationalist cause. The National Socialist Freedom Party, effectively the Nazi Party, operating under a different name to evade legal restrictions, won 32 seats. Röhm himself claimed one of these seats, giving him parliamentary immunity and a national platform. As a member of the Reichstag, Röhm sponsored legislation relating to soldiers' rights, treatment of prisoners of war, and intervention on behalf of nationalist fighters imprisoned in French jails. None of these bills reached the floor for debate, as the majority coalition simply refused to consider them. This experience confirmed Röhm's contempt for parliamentary democracy. In his view, parliaments were inherently dysfunctional, incapable of addressing Germany's fundamental problems. Meanwhile, the Bavarian government proposed creating a not ban, an emergency force that would absorb all paramilitary groups under direct government control. Röhm viewed this as yet another attempt to neutralize nationalist military strength, and prohibited former Kampfbund members from joining the not ban. In September 1924, Röhm met with Captain Hermann Göring, then in exile in Innsbruck, Austria, to plan a major conference for SA leaders scheduled for May 17th and 18th, 1924. Shortly thereafter, Röhm founded the Front League, to consolidate the various nationalist fighting forces within Germany under unified leadership. Hitler's release from Landsberg prison in December 1924 should have marked a triumphant reunion between the two men who had been so central to building the Nazi movement. Instead, it precipitated a serious rupture in their relationship. Hitler officially refounded the NSDAP in February 1925, despite the party still being legally banned in parts of Germany. He offered Röhm command of the SA, the Sturmabteilung, which had been the party's primary paramilitary wing before the failed putsch. But Röhm, displaying the independence that would eventually prove fatal, declined to accept the position unless Hitler agreed to specific conditions. Few of Hitler's subordinates would have dared to impose conditions on their leader. Most viewed Hitler with near religious devotion, accepting his authority as absolute. Röhm, however, described his relationship with Hitler as an honest friendship, implying a relationship between equals rather than leader and follower. Colleagues frequently observed Röhm speaking to Hitler with remarkable informality, even challenging him directly in conversations. On April 26, 1925, Röhm presented Hitler with a memorandum outlining his conditions for accepting SA leadership. He demanded sole command of the Front, which would remain an independent organization within the broader Nazi movement. The Front would be forbidden from involving itself in party political affairs and could not take direct orders from political leaders. Most provocatively, Röhm insisted that the Frontbahn would only accept directives from state authorities and the Reichswehr if deemed necessary for defending the fatherland. These conditions revealed the fundamental orientation of Röhm's political philosophy. He believed in the supremacy of the citizen soldier who could exercise political will through force, independent of civilian political control. The military, in his vision, should be the primary instrument of German nationalism, not subordinate to politicians, but rather the core institution around which political authority should organize itself. Hitler rejected these conditions categorically. He wanted the paramilitary forces merged completely into the NSDAP structure, operating as the party's instrument rather than as an independent power center. The conflict represented two incompatible visions: Röhm's concept of an autonomous military force that would participate in politics on its own terms, versus Hitler's demand for absolute control over all elements of the movement. Unable to reach agreement, Röhm resigned his position entirely. Captain Weiss, a fellow officer, later wrote of him, "Wherever Captain Röhm appeared, there was life, and, above all, practical work was accomplished. He was the real founder of the German Kampfbund and the soul of this creation." Following his resignation, Röhm made a surprising decision. He would leave Germany altogether and accept a position as military advisor to the Bolivian army. This choice reflected not merely disappointment with Hitler's refusal to grant him autonomy, but a deeper frustration with the entire German political situation. Bolivia, locked in a territorial dispute with Paraguay over the Chaco region, was modernizing its military and welcomed European advisors. For Röhm, the position offered good pay, prestige, and escape from the stifling political atmosphere of Weimar Germany. He would spend several years in South America, far removed from the dramatic events unfolding in his homeland. During Röhm's absence, the Nazi Party underwent significant transformation. The Sturmabteilung continued to exist, but became increasingly disorganized and directionless without strong leadership. Meanwhile, Heinrich Himmler began building up the Schutzstaffel, the SS, as an elite organization within the party that would eventually rival and then overshadow the SA. Yet one aspect of Röhm's personal life that has fascinated historians and contemporaries alike cannot be ignored: his homosexuality. Ernst Röhm lived virtually his entire adult life as an openly gay man, extraordinary in an era when homosexuality was not merely socially stigmatized, but criminally prosecuted in Germany. How did Röhm reconcile his sexual orientation with his membership in a movement that espoused hypermasculine, traditionalist values? Some biographers have speculated that his militaristic bearing and aggressive leadership style represented compensation, an attempt to counterbalance society's view of gay men as inherently effeminate. His fellow officers noted the seeming contradiction. Here was a man who embodied martial virtue and courage, who had been wounded repeatedly in combat, yet who openly maintained relationships with other men. Röhm's sexuality would later be weaponized by his enemies within the Nazi Party, particularly Heinrich Himmler and Hermann Göring, both of whom despised him. They viewed his openness about his homosexuality and his tolerance of it among SA leadership as both morally repugnant and politically dangerous. Hitler himself had always known of Röhm's sexual orientation and appeared genuinely indifferent to it, viewing Röhm's organizational abilities and loyalty as far more important than his private life. In 1930, following the Stenners Revolt, an attempted splitting of the Nazi Party by disaffected members, Hitler recalled Röhm from Bolivia to take command of the SA. The terms Hitler now offered were considerably more lenient than those Röhm had rejected in 1925. Röhm accepted and returned to find the SA in shambles, a disorganized collection of street brawlers lacking discipline, structure, or strategic purpose. Röhm immediately set about transforming the organization. He established Gruppen, regional groupings encompassing multiple localities, each commanded by an SA Gruppenführer who answered directly to Hitler and Röhm. Under this new structure, the SA expanded explosively, eventually growing to rival the Reichswehr in size. At its peak, the SA would be nearly 20 times larger than Germany's official military. The SA's primary activities involved street violence, brawling with communists, intimidating political opponents, attacking Jews, and creating an atmosphere of constant crisis that the Nazis could exploit politically. The brown shirts became notorious for their brutality, their willingness to beat strikebreakers during labor disputes, and their role in disrupting opposition political meetings. Yet even as the SA grew more powerful, internal tensions developed. The Schutzstaffel, under Himmler's leadership, had taken over the crucial role of protecting top Nazi officials. The SS cultivated an image as an elite force of fanatical Hitler loyalists, distinguished from the supposedly crude and undisciplined SA street fighters. This rivalry would have fatal consequences for Röhm. When the Nazis assumed power in January 1933, Röhm occupied a position of immense influence. He was appointed minister without portfolio in the new government and named Reichsleiter, the second highest political rank in the Nazi party after Hitler himself. Röhm immediately attempted a bold political maneuver, merging the SA into the Reichswehr, creating a unified German military force under his command. This proposal profoundly threatened Hitler, who interpreted it as a potential prelude to a military coup. It also alarmed the entire existing military establishment, whose officers were deeply insecure about Röhm's popularity with the SA rank and file. Röhm's vision was to transform the Reichswehr into a training organization for the SA, effectively making the professional military subordinate to the Nazi paramilitary force. He tried to compromise, suggesting that only select SA members would be integrated into the Reichswehr, but the proposal was rejected outright by military leadership and by Hitler himself. Many SA members felt betrayed during this period. They had fought street battles for years to bring the Nazis to power, yet once the party controlled the government, little changed for them materially. The SA drew primarily from working-class backgrounds, men who had expected the socialist element of National Socialism to deliver economic benefits. Instead, they watched as middle-class party members and the SS received preferential treatment. The rivalry between SA and SS intensified dangerously. The SA had initially created some of the first concentration camps for political prisoners, but Himmler and Göring quickly established their own camps to compete. By 1933, Himmler had successfully maneuvered to gain control of even the SA's concentration camps, replacing their staff with SS Totenkopf, Death's Head, units. Hitler held both fear and contempt for the power the SA wielded under Röhm's command. He wished to reduce SA numbers significantly, but Röhm resisted fiercely. Instead of accepting cuts, Röhm continued expanding the organization, fueling speculation about a possible SA coup. Hitler initially resisted moving directly against Röhm. Their friendship ran deep, and Röhm remained one of the few Nazi officials permitted to address Hitler by his first name, rather than as Mein Führer. But several factors converged to seal Röhm's fate. First, President Paul von Hindenburg, Germany's aging head of state, was dying. Hitler needed the military's support to consolidate all power in his own hands after Hindenburg's death. The army made clear that their support was conditional on reducing Röhm's influence and refocusing on rebuilding the traditional Reichswehr and Kriegsmarine rather than empowering the SA's second. A vicious power struggle raged among the Nazi leadership. Himmler, Göring, and propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels all fought for control and influence. All three despised Röhm, partly for his open homosexuality, partly for his independent power base, and partly because they saw him as an obstacle to their own ambitions. On April 20, 1934, Goering transferred de facto control of the Gestapo to Himmler. This consolidation of security forces under Himmler's authority was explicitly designed to counteract Röhm's influence and prepare the ground for action against him. In August 1934, Hindenburg finally died. Hitler saw his opportunity to eliminate Röhm and thereby secure the military's complete loyalty. He was also threatened by Hindenburg's warning that if Hitler did not act to contain Röhm, the president would declare martial law and allow the army to take control. In preparation for the purge, documents were fabricated suggesting that Röhm had received French money to orchestrate a coup against the Nazi government. These forged papers were shown to leading SS officers on June 24, 1934, creating the pretext for action. Hitler arranged a meeting of SA leadership at the lakeside resort of Bad Wiessee on June 30, 1934, ostensibly to discuss the SA's future role. Röhm and other senior SA commanders arrived unsuspecting, believing they were attending a routine leadership conference. In the early morning hours of June 30th, Hitler personally led SS and regular police units in storming the Hotel Hanselbauer. We have returned to the scene where our story began. Röhm sleeping peacefully, unaware that his oldest friend had come to murder him. Hitler burst into rooms throughout the hotel, finding several SA leaders in compromising positions, some drunk, others with male companions. These discoveries, whether genuine or staged, served as useful propaganda justification for what followed. Hitler confronted Röhm directly, and the man who had built the SA from nothing hung his head in shame, not at his political activities, but at being caught by Hitler in such circumstances. Röhm and numerous other SA officers were arrested immediately. While many were executed on the spot, Hitler initially spared Röhm. Their personal history, their friendship, gave Hitler pause. Back in Berlin, Goebbels issued the code word colibri, hummingbird, unleashing execution squads throughout Germany against a broader list of targets. Not just SA leaders, but also old political enemies, inconvenient witnesses and rival conservatives. Hitler made a public spectacle of the purge, claiming the SA leadership had been engaged in treachery and moral degradation that violated Nazi values. Röhm and other SA commanders were accused of plotting a coup and indulging in sexual activities deemed offensive to the party's standards. Most of those arrested on June 30th were executed immediately. Yet Röhm remained alive in his cell at Stadelheim prison, guarded but unharmed. Hitler agonized over the decision. Could he really order the death of the man who had been with him since the earliest days of the movement? The man who had called him Adolf, when all others bowed and scraped? On July 1st, 1934, 2 days after the initial arrests, Hitler finally gave the order. SS officers entered Röhm's cell and placed a pistol on the table before him. They informed him he had 10 minutes to take the honorable way out. If he refused, they would do it for him. Röhm's response captured both his courage and his bitterness. If I am to be killed, let Adolf do it himself. He refused to commit suicide. When the SS officers returned minutes later and found Röhm standing at attention, they raised their pistols and fired. Multiple rounds struck him. Ernst Röhm war hero, organizational genius, and one of the most powerful figures in Nazi Germany, died on the floor of a prison cell, murdered on the orders of the man he had called friend. The Night of the Long Knives claimed between 100 and 200 victims. The exact number remains disputed. Beyond SA leadership, Hitler used the purge to settle old scores. Former Chancellor Kurt von Schleicher was murdered along with his wife. Gregor Strasser, who had led a socialist faction within the Nazi Party before being forced out, was hunted down and killed. Conservative figures who had criticized the regime also fell victim. Röhm's death handed Himmler the autonomy he had long sought for the SS. No longer subordinate to any other organization, the SS would grow into the primary instrument of Nazi terror. running at the concentration camps, conducting the Holocaust and eventually fielding its own military divisions. Goering, too, benefited enormously. His rival for influence had been eliminated. In the aftermath, he worked to erase Rome from the Nazi Party's official history. Most dramatically, the Nazis destroyed all known copies of Victory of Faith, the propaganda film from the 1933 Nuremberg rally in which Röhm had appeared prominently. The regime attempted to make Röhm an unperson, his contributions forgotten, his very existence denied. Ernst Röhm's life was shaped fundamentally by war and political chaos. The Germany of his youth had been consumed by imperial ambition and nationalist fervor. The catastrophic defeat in World War I and the humiliating terms of Versailles created conditions in which extremist movements could flourish. The Weimar Republic's inability to form stable governments or address the people's material needs created the opening that figures like Röhm and Hitler exploited. Ruthlessly, Röhm was instrumental in Hitler's rise to power. Without Röhm's organizational genius, the SA would never have become the force that intimidated opponents and created the atmosphere of crisis the Nazis needed. Without the SA's street violence and voter intimidation, the Nazis would not have achieved electoral success in the early 1930s. Röhm also played a darker role in German history. The SA's street violence normalized political brutality. The concentration camps that Röhm's organization established in 1933 created the infrastructure that the SS would later perfect into instruments of genocide. Though Röhm died before the Holocaust, his organizational work laid groundwork for Nazi terror. Yet Röhm also represented a threat to Hitler's consolidating power, a reminder that the Nazi movement contained competing factions with different visions for Germany's future. Röhm genuinely believed in a kind of soldier's socialism, where the SA's working-class fighters would be rewarded with status and material benefits. Hitler never shared this vision and was willing to sacrifice millions of SA members to secure military support and consolidate his personal dictatorship. In the end, Ernst Röhm's fate illustrates the essential cannibalistic nature of totalitarian movements. The revolution devours its children. The man who had helped build the Nazi machine was destroyed by it when he became inconvenient. His murder demonstrated that in Hitler's Germany, no one was safe, not even those who had been with the Führer from the beginning, not even those who could call him friend. The question posed at the beginning remains: was Ernst Röhm merely a brutal thug seeking power through force, or was he a calculating schemer who might have replaced Hitler given the chance? The truth likely contains elements of both and neither. Röhm was a soldier who found purpose in violence, an organizer who genuinely believed in military discipline as the foundation for political order, and a revolutionary who thought force could redeem Germany's honor. He was also a man of contradictions, a homosexual in a homophobic movement, a socialist in a party increasingly dominated by big business interests, a military man who died on the orders of a former corporal. His story remains a dark mirror held up to the chaos of interwar Germany, a reminder of how catastrophic defeat, economic collapse, and political extremism can combine to produce movements that ultimately consume even their most devoted servants. The Hotel Hanselbauer, where Röhm was arrested, no longer stands. Stadelheim prison, where he died, still operates today, though the cell where he spent his final hours has long since been repurposed. Ernst Röhm left no descendants, no monuments, no institutions bearing his name. The Nazi Party worked to erase him from memory. Yet his legacy endures in the historical record as a warning that loyalty to tyrants earns no security, that revolutionary movements betray their founders, and that political violence, once unleashed, recognizes no limit, not even the bonds of friendship forged in war. In the spring of 1945, as the Third Reich crumbled into rubble and ash, Hermann Göring found himself trapped in a traffic jam on a road leading south from Berlin. The man who had once commanded the skies over Europe, who had amassed a personal fortune in looted art worth hundreds of millions, who had been designated Adolf Hitler's successor, was now just another refugee fleeing the advancing Allied armies. When American First Lieutenant Jerome N. Shapiro discovered him stuck in that column of vehicles, Goering seemed almost relieved, as though capture by the Americans represented escape from a nightmare rather than the end of freedom. Yet just 15 years earlier, this same man had stood at the pinnacle of German society, a decorated war hero, a charismatic politician, and the architect of the Luftwaffe that had terrorized Europe. How did Hermann Goering travel the distance from fighter ace to convicted war criminal? To understand this descent, we must return to the final years of the 19th century, to a Germany that was still finding its identity as a unified nation. On January 12, 1893, Hermann Wilhelm Goering entered the world at the Marienbad Sanatorium in the Bavarian town of Rosenheim. His arrival came at a moment when Germany stood at the height of its imperial confidence. The German Empire, forged through Prussian military might and Bismarck's diplomatic genius barely 2 decades earlier, had transformed from a collection of squabbling principalities into Europe's most formidable power. Goering's father, Heinrich Ernst Goering, embodied the imperial civil service at its most accomplished. Born in 1838, Heinrich had already led a full life before Hermann's birth. He had served as a cavalry officer in the Bavarian army, distinguishing himself sufficiently to attract the attention of Otto von Bismarck himself. The Iron Chancellor dispatched Heinrich to London to study British methods of colonial administration, an assignment that spoke volumes about Heinrich's capabilities and connections. Following his studies of British imperialism, Heinrich received an even more prestigious posting, Minister Resident for German Southwest Africa, overseeing German colonial interests in what is now Namibia. This position placed Heinrich Goering at the cutting edge of Germany's imperial ambitions, administering territories seized during Europe's scramble for Africa. Though his tenure proved relatively brief, the position demonstrated Heinrich's standing within the imperial hierarchy. After his African service, Heinrich secured appointment as ambassador to Haiti, a posting that, while less glamorous than African administration, maintained his status as a significant figure in German diplomatic circles. It was during these years of diplomatic service that Heinrich's personal life took a complicated turn. Heinrich had been married before, fathering 5 children with his first wife. After her death, I remarried at age 45 in London. His new bride was Franziska Tiefenbrunn, a woman considerably younger than her husband. Franziska would give birth to 4 children with Heinrich, Karl, Olga, Paula, and finally, Hermann. Hermann's earliest years were marked by a peculiar absence. When Franziska gave birth to him in early 1893, she was still living in Germany, while Heinrich remained in Haiti fulfilling his ambassadorial duties. Rather than keeping the infant with her, Franziska made an unusual decision. She entrusted Hermann to the care of a family friend in the Bavarian countryside and returned to Haiti, leaving her newborn son behind. For the next 3 years, young Hermann lived with the Gauff family, experiencing what he would later describe as abandonment by his mother during his most formative period. This separation left deep psychological scars. When mother and son finally reunited in 1896, Hermann now 3 years old, the boy's reaction revealed the depth of his hurt. According to family accounts, when Franziska attempted to embrace her son, Hermann ran at her and tried to strike her, his small fists expressing the rage he could not articulate in words. The family subsequently relocated to Berlin, settling in the Friedenau suburb on Friedrich-Wilhelm-Straße. Here, Heinrich hoped to re-establish himself in German society after years abroad. Young Hermann, meanwhile, began absorbing the militaristic culture that permeated Imperial Germany. Even as a small child, he expressed a desire to become an officer in the German military, an ambition his father, with his own military background, actively encouraged. The family dynamics shifted dramatically during Hermann's childhood When Dr. Hermann von Eppenstein entered their lives, Eppenstein was Hermann's godfather. Indeed, the boy had been named after him and a figure of considerable wealth and influence. Born to a Jewish family but baptized as a Christian in childhood, Eppenstein had made a fortune through various business ventures and maintained extensive connections throughout German high society. Upon returning to Germany, Eppenstein purchased two impressive properties, Castle Mautendorf in Austria, not far from the Bavarian border, and a second castle called Weldenstein near Nuremberg. These acquisitions allowed Eppenstein to establish himself as a nobleman of sorts, and he generously extended his hospitality to the Göring family, a generosity that came with complications. Eppenstein's relationship with the Görings soon evolved beyond mere friendship. He became Franziska's lover, a development that humiliated Heinrich, but which the aging diplomat seemed powerless to prevent. The arrangement that developed was both brazen and deeply dysfunctional. When Eppenstein visited, he occupied the finest bedroom in whichever residence they shared, with Franziska's room conveniently nearby. Heinrich, meanwhile, was relegated to ground-floor accommodations and expressly forbidden from entering the upper portions of the castle where his wife and her lover resided. This bizarre domestic situation meant that Eppenstein, rather than Heinrich, effectively raised Hermann and his siblings. Heinrich played almost no role in his youngest son's upbringing, a ghost in his own household, clinging to memories of past diplomatic glory while his wife openly conducted an affair under his roof. For young Hermann, this arrangement created a strange understanding of power and masculinity. His biological father represented impotence and humiliation, a man whose past achievements meant nothing in the face of present weakness. Eppenstein, by contrast, embodied actual power, wealth, properties, social connections, and the ability to claim whatever he wanted, including another man's wife. Yet Hermann also harbored deep resentment toward this arrangement. Later in life, he would express bitterness about the relationship between Eppenstein and his mother, even as he continued to benefit from Eppenstein's patronage and wealth. This psychological complexity, admiring power while resenting its exercise, benefiting from corruption while despising it, would characterize much of Göring's later life. Heinrich, whatever his domestic failures, remained determined that his sons would receive proper education befitting their social class. Hermann's early schooling proved unremarkable. He left his first school in Fürth in 1900, demonstrating neither particular aptitude nor interest in academic subjects. In 1904, Heinrich sent the 11-year-old Hermann to boarding school in Ansbach. Hermann hated the Ansbach school with passionate intensity. He chafed against the restrictions and regulations, despising the authority exercised over him by teachers he did not respect. In an act of spectacular defiance, Hermann spent his last remaining money on a train ticket home and, before departing, methodically cut the strings of every musical instrument in the school. The gesture perfectly captured his character. Impulsive, destructive, and utterly convinced of his right to rebel against authority, he deemed illegitimate. His parents insisted he return to Ansbach, but Hermann stubbornly refused. He could not tolerate the school's constraints and believed his defiance represented not childish rebellion, but a form of natural heroism. Heinrich, drawing on his memories of military glory, had instilled in Hermann a sense that historical greatness ran in their blood, a notion the boy embraced enthusiastically, interpreting it as license for his own willfulness. Finally, in 1905, Heinrich and Eppenstein reached an agreement to send Hermann to the cadet school at Karlsruhe in Baden. The choice proved inspired. Unlike the civilian boarding school at Ansbach, the military academy provided the structure and purpose that Hermann craved. Here, he found an environment that channeled his aggressive impulses productively, offering clear hierarchies, martial values, and training for the military career he had always desired. Hermann thrived at Karlsruhe. The daily regime of military discipline, far from feeling oppressive, gave him a sense of belonging and direction. He particularly enjoyed his solitary nights, time he could spend dreaming of future glory. In 1909, he transferred to the military training college at Lichterfelde near Berlin, an even more prestigious institution that groomed Germany's future officer corps. Hermann left Lichterfelde with the highest distinctions the academy could bestow, a testament to his complete commitment to military values and his genuine aptitude for martial life. In March 1912, just 2 months after his 19th birthday, he received his commission and joined the Prince Wilhelm Regiment, specifically the 112th Infantry Regiment stationed at Mulhouse. By 1913, Göring had become a commissioned officer in the Imperial German Army, fulfilling the ambition he had harbored since childhood. He settled into life at Mulhouse and formed a close friendship with Lieutenant Bruno Loerser, a fellow officer who shared his adventurous spirit. Mulhouse was a border garrison town in German Alsace, less than a mile from the French frontier, a location that would prove highly significant within a year. Meanwhile, the delicate system of alliances and rivalries that structured European politics was approaching catastrophic failure. On June 28, 1914, in Sarajevo, a Serbian nationalist named Gavrilo Princip assassinated Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne. This murder in a Balkan backwater triggered a diplomatic crisis that spiraled beyond anyone's control. Austria-Hungary, backed by Germany, issued an ultimatum to Serbia. Russia, self-appointed protector of Slavic peoples, mobilized in Serbia's defense. Germany, bound by treaty to Austria-Hungary and terrified of encirclement, declared war on Russia and France. When German forces violated Belgian neutrality to attack France, Britain entered the conflict. Within weeks, Europe had plunged into a general war that would ultimately consume millions of lives. For Lieutenant Göring and his regiment at Mulhouse, the declaration of war transformed their routine garrison duty into immediate operational relevance. When war was declared, Göring's regiment received orders to retreat behind the Rhine to establish better defensive positions. The French quickly occupied Mulhouse, positioning themselves on what had been German territory. Göring's first combat mission came shortly after these initial movements. His superiors ordered him to provide a scouting report on French positions in Mulhouse. Göring approached the assignment with characteristic boldness, perhaps recklessness. In the heat of the moment, rather than merely observing and reporting, Göring engaged the French forces directly, pushing them out of the town in a brief but intense skirmish. He returned to German lines with 4 captured French dragoon horses as war prizes, tangible evidence of his aggressive initiative. This episode established a pattern that would define Göring's entire military career. He was fearless, sometimes to the point of foolhardiness, always eager to exceed his orders, always seeking glory and recognition. The following day, Göring and his platoon entered Mulhouse on bicycles, a charmingly antiquated image of warfare that would soon be rendered obsolete by mechanized combat. They engaged French troops in another skirmish, sending the enemy into panicked retreat. Emboldened, Göring concocted an audacious plan to capture General Paul Pau, a senior French commander. The scheme failed when a nervous rifleman accidentally discharged his weapon, alerting the French to the German presence. Göring's platoon had to withdraw hastily, leaving him frustrated at missing an opportunity for the kind of spectacular achievement that could have made him instantly famous throughout Germany. Despite these early adventures, Göring's infantry service proved brief. In 1914, he was struck down by rheumatic fever and sent to a hospital in Freiburg to recover. During his convalescence, he maintained correspondence with Loerser, who had transferred to air training school. The stories Loerser shared about aviation captivated Göring's imagination. Aircraft was still a radical novelty in 1914. The Wright brothers had achieved the first powered flight barely a decade earlier, in December 1903. Military applications of aviation remained experimental and controversial. Yet Goering immediately recognized that air warfare represented the future and determined to become a pilot. He applied for transfer to flight training school and was denied. The rejection meant nothing to Goering, who had learned at Ansbach that defying authority sometimes produced better results than obedience. He simply arranged his own transfer to aviation training, bypassing official channels entirely. When superiors discovered his unauthorized transfer, he faced court-martial for insubordination. The punishment never materialized. Goering was attached to the 25th Field Air Detachment of Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm's Fifth Army, and his skills as an aviator soon proved too valuable to waste on disciplinary proceeding. The unauthorized transfer that should have ended his military career instead launched him toward glory. Goering and Loerse, now reunited as pilot and observer, flew reconnaissance missions together, dangerous work that required photographing and mapping enemy positions, particularly the entrenchments and artillery placements around fortified positions. The two became legends within their unit for their daring exploits. In one particularly bold mission, they flew low over enemy positions while Goering drew detailed maps of the chain of forts surrounding Verdun, intelligence of immense strategic value. During the same flight, Loerse leaned out of the aircraft and shot at enemy soldiers with his pistol when they flew low enough for effective small arms fire. Their bravery earned both men the Iron Cross First Class, Germany's highest decoration for junior officers, an extraordinary achievement for aviators in the war's early phase, when aerial combat was still finding its form. Reconnaissance dominated Goering's activities through much of 1915. Loerse, who had learned Morse code, became able to send messages to ground forces while airborne. According to one account, the first message Loerse transmitted from the air was characteristically irreverent. "You can stop firing. You won't hit the bloody target anyhow." As French air forces began organizing offensive operations, Goering and Loerse responded with increasing aggression. When French aircraft raided Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm's headquarters during a visit by Crown Princess Cecilia, the two aviators retaliated by badly damaging a French plane using Loerse's pistol, then dropping a small bomb on a French aerodrome. These experiences convinced Goering that aircraft needed more effective armament than pistols and hand-dropped bombs. He began carrying an improvised machine gun on reconnaissance flights, effectively becoming one of the first German airmen to bring automatic weapons into aerial combat, a development that would transform air warfare. By late 1915, aviation technology had improved sufficiently that Goering decided he wanted to pilot his own aircraft rather than serving as an observer while someone else flew. The distinction mattered enormously to him. Piloting represented greater control, greater independence, and greater potential for individual glory. Goering and Loerse both attended senior military meetings, despite their relatively junior ranks. Their extensive combat experience made their tactical insights valuable, elevating them beyond their formal positions in the military hierarchy. During one of these meetings, Goering caught the attention of Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm himself, a connection that would prove useful as his career progressed. Goering returned to Freiburg to complete flight training, focusing now on becoming a pursuit fighter pilot rather than a reconnaissance flyer. He never crashed during training, a remarkable achievement given the primitive state of aviation technology and the high accident rates among student pilots. In October 1915, he earned the title of Jagdflieger, pursuit fighter, qualifying him to fly the single-seat combat aircraft that were revolutionizing warfare. In November 1915, Goering and Loerse joined Jagdstaffel 5, one of the newest fighter squadrons, being formed to contest control of the skies. Over the Western Front, it was here that Goering would begin, accumulating the victories that would eventually make him one of Germany's most celebrated aces. His first significant aerial engagement came in November, when he encountered a Handley Page bomber, a large British aircraft with a two-man crew. The Handley Page was considerably less maneuverable than Goering's fighter, allowing him to exploit his aircraft's superior agility. He managed to maneuver into position and take the gunner out of action, but victory nearly became disaster. A squadron of Sopwith fighters, British single-seat pursuit planes, attacked Goering's aircraft. Enemy fire struck his engine and fuel tank. Goering himself sustained injuries and began losing consciousness as his damaged aircraft spiraled downward. The sound of machine gun fire somehow penetrated his fading awareness, snapping him back to alertness long enough to pull his aircraft out of the dive. He crash-landed in the cemetery of a church adjacent to a field hospital. Rescue crews pulled him from the wreckage and rushed him into emergency surgery for a critical hip wound. The doctors concluded that without immediate intervention, Goering would have bled to death within minutes. When they examined his aircraft, they counted 60 bullet holes in the fuselage, a testament to how close he had come to being killed in the air rather than merely wounded. Goering's injuries put him out of action for over a year, a lengthy period during which the nature of air warfare underwent rapid and dramatic evolution. When he had first begun flying in 1914 and 1915, aerial combat remained primitive and ad hoc. By the time he returned to duty, aviation had developed into a sophisticated military discipline with established tactics, specialized aircraft designs, and an emerging culture that would shape military aviation for generations. The art of aerial combat was becoming heavily romanticized, even as it was being developed. Fighter pilots were portrayed as modern knights engaged in individual combat, a stark contrast to the anonymous mass slaughter occurring in the trenches below. This mythology appealed enormously to men like Goering, who craved recognition and glory. In the air, individual skill, courage, and quick thinking could determine outcomes in ways that were increasingly impossible in ground warfare's mechanized killing fields. During his convalescence, Goering undoubtedly followed news of aerial combat developments. The period saw the emergence of true fighter aces, pilots who accumulated impressive tallies of enemy aircraft destroyed. Names like Oswald Boelke, Max Immelmann, and Manfred von Richthofen, the legendary Red Baron, became household names in Germany. Their exploits celebrated in newspapers and inspiring a generation of young men to seek glory in the skies. By mid-1916, Goering had recovered sufficiently to return to duty. He rejoined Luhrse in January 1917, now assigned to Field Squadron 26 based at Mulhouse, the same town where Goering had seen his first ground combat nearly 3 years earlier. The war had changed dramatically since those early days. What many had expected to be a short, decisive conflict had metastasized into a grinding war of attrition that was bleeding all combatant nations white. Goering's reputation as a fighter pilot had grown during his absence, and he received several prestigious decorations recognizing his earlier combat achievements. In rapid succession, he was awarded the Zähringer Lion with Swords, the Karl Friedrich Order, and the Hohenzollern Medal with Swords Third Class, honors that marked him as one of Germany's distinguished military aviators. In May 1917, Goering received command of his own squadron, the 27th Fighter Squadron, which operated from the same airfield as Luhrse's 26th Squadron near Flanders. This appointment represented a significant career milestone. At just 24 years old, Goering now commanded his own unit, responsible not merely for his own survival and success, but for the lives and effectiveness of the pilots under his command. The two squadrons, Goering's 27th and Luhrse's 26th, often coordinated operations, effectively functioning as a larger combined unit. This arrangement worked well given the personal friendship and mutual trust between the two commanders. In 1918, as Germany launched its final desperate offensive on the Western Front, Goering and Luhrse's squadrons were incorporated into a larger formation, Jagdgeschwader 1, commanded by the legendary Manfred von Richthofen, the Red Baron himself. Von Richthofen had become Germany's most celebrated ace, credited with 80 confirmed aerial victories. His unit, nicknamed the Flying Circus due to the brightly colored aircraft his pilots flew, represented the elite of German aviation. Being selected to join Jagdgeschwader 1 represented the pinnacle of achievement for a German fighter pilot. Göring now found himself flying alongside the most skilled and celebrated aviators Germany possessed, engaged in the kind of aerial combat that was being romanticized even as it occurred. Yet the glory of aerial combat could not compensate for Germany's deteriorating strategic position. By early 1918, it was becoming clear to perceptive observers that Germany was losing the war. The entry of the United States into the conflict in 1917 had fundamentally altered the balance of forces. American industrial might and fresh troops were flowing into France, while Germany's resources and manpower were approaching exhaustion. Göring witnessed firsthand the desperation of Germany's spring 1918 offensive, a last-ditch attempt to achieve victory before American forces arrived in overwhelming numbers. The offensive initially achieved dramatic breakthroughs but ultimately failed to deliver the decisive victory Germany needed. Then, on April 21, 1918, catastrophe struck Jagdgeschwader and Manfred von Richthofen, the Red Baron, Germany's greatest ace, the symbol of German aviation prowess, was killed in action. The exact circumstances of his death remain disputed. Both Australian groundfire and Canadian pilot Arthur Roy Brown have been credited with the fatal shots. What was indisputable was the psychological impact. Germany's greatest fighter pilot was dead. The death of Manfred von Richthofen sent shockwaves through German military aviation and the broader public. The Red Baron had been more than just a skilled pilot. He had become a symbol of German military prowess, a figure whose exploits offered hope and pride to a population increasingly desperate for good news from the fronts. In the immediate aftermath of Richthofen's death, Captain Wilhelm Reinhard assumed command of Jagdgeschwader 1. Reinhard was an experienced and capable officer, but his tenure proved tragically brief. Just weeks after taking command, he was killed while test flying an experimental aircraft, ironically, the same type of plane that Göring had recently flown himself without incident. On July 7, 1918, the question of who would command Germany's most prestigious fighter squadron was finally settled. Hermann Göring, at just 25 years of age, was selected to lead Jagdgeschwader 1. In a solemn ceremony, he received the Richthofen emblem, a walking stick that had been passed down by each successive commander of the unit. This carved stick represented continuity with Richthofen's legacy and symbolized the burden of command that Göring now assumed. Göring would treasure this walking stick for the remainder of his life, keeping it with him through all the tumultuous decades that followed, through revolution, political struggle, imprisonment, and eventually his trial at Nuremberg. It represented perhaps the pinnacle of his achievements, command of Germany's elite fighter squadron during the Great War, following in the footsteps of the legendary Red Baron himself. Yet even as Göring accepted this honor, the strategic situation was deteriorating rapidly. The German spring offensive had failed to achieve its objectives. American troops were arriving in France in ever-increasing numbers. The Allied blockade was starving Germany's civilian population, and on the battlefield itself, new technologies, particularly tanks, were beginning to break the stalemate of trench warfare in favor of the Allies. As autumn 1918 arrived, the orders Göring and his squadron received became increasingly contradictory and confused, symptomatic of a military command structure that was beginning to fracture under the weight of impending defeat. On November 10, 1918, Göring received instructions directing him to surrender his squadron's aircraft to American forces. Yet another order, issued almost simultaneously, commanded him to evacuate all equipment to Darmstadt in central Germany. Then, on November 11th, came the official news. An armistice had been signed. The war was over. Germany had lost. Along with the armistice announcement came yet another order: halt all evacuations. The contradictory nature of these commands, surrender the planes, evacuate the equipment, stop evacuating, reflected the chaos consuming Germany's military and political leadership. Göring refused to comply with the order to surrender. He had spent 4 years fighting for Germany, had been wounded multiple times, had commanded the Red Baron's own squadron. The thought of meekly handing over his aircraft to the enemy was intolerable. Instead, he ordered his pilots to fly to Darmstadt, defying the explicit command to surrender to the Americans at Strasbourg. Some of his pilots, whether through miscommunication or individual choice, ignored Göring's instructions and flew to Strasbourg as originally ordered, surrendering to the French. Others mistakenly flew to Mannheim, where revolutionary soldiers and workers' councils had seized power. These revolutionary committees confiscated the pilots' firearms, an act that enraged Göring when word reached him. Without hesitation, Göring flew to Mannheim with the remainder of his squadron. He confronted the Revolutionary Council and threatened to have his squadron bomb the aerodrome if the weapons were not immediately returned. Faced with this threat of aerial bombardment, the revolutionaries capitulated and released the confiscated arms. Finally arriving at Darmstadt, Göring issued his final order as commander of Jagdgeschwader 1, crash land all aircraft to render them unusable. He would not allow the planes under his command to fall into enemy hands. His pilots complied, deliberately damaging their aircraft upon landing to make them worthless as war prizes. On this note of defiance and destruction, Hermann Göring was honorably discharged from the German Air Force with the rank of captain in the Bavarian town of Aschaffenburg. It was here that Göring discovered an unexpected talent. He was a gifted orator. His men gathered to hear him speak, and Göring delivered passionate addresses in which he raged against the German people's supposed betrayal of an army that had sacrificed everything to defend the nation. This theme, the stab-in-the-back legend, claiming that Germany's military had been betrayed by civilian politicians and leftist agitators rather than defeated on the battlefield, would become a cornerstone of right-wing German politics in the years ahead. Göring had found his voice for articulating this narrative, and his men cheered him enthusiastically as he denounced the revolution that had toppled the Kaiser and established the new German Republic. The immediate post-war years found Göring living a nomadic existence. The skills that had made him a celebrated fighter ace, quick reflexes, aggression, tactical boldness, had little application in civilian life. Unlike some former officers who possessed university education or family businesses to return to, Göring had no obvious path forward. He had been a soldier since age 17. Warfare was the only profession he knew. He spent some time in Denmark in 1920, drifting without clear purpose or direction. It was during this period that Count Erik von Rosen, a renowned Swedish explorer, asked Göring to fly him to his estate on Lake Boven in Sweden. The weather turned dangerously bad during the flight, and by the time they landed on the frozen lake, it was too late for Göring to depart safely. Count von Rosen invited him to stay the night at his castle. This chance encounter would prove life-changing. At dinner that evening, Göring met Baroness Karin von Kantzow, the sister of Count von Rosen's wife. Göring fell in love with her immediately, or so he would later claim. Karin was 5 years older than Hermann, married with an 8-year-old son, but estranged from her Swedish husband. She was drawn to Göring's intensity and his war hero status, while Göring found in her the aristocratic refinement and emotional warmth he craved. By the end of Göring's stay, he and Karin had arranged to meet again at her parents' home in Sweden. The romance developed quickly, despite the obvious obstacles. Karin's father was Baron Karl Fock, an officer in the Swedish army, while her mother was Baroness Huldine Beamish Fock, an Englishwoman whose family had lived in Ireland. Karin's sister Fanny had been married to Count Richard von Wilamowitz-Möllendorf, a German officer killed in the war, a loss that had created sympathy toward Germany within the family and perhaps made them more receptive to Göring's courtship of Karin. Nevertheless, the prospect of divorce and Göring's unemployed status made the match problematic from the family's perspective. Göring returned to Berlin in 1921 to enroll at university, studying political science at age 28, an unusual student, older than most of his peers, supported by Karin with money her husband agreed to provide as part of their divorce settlement. Göring married Karin on February 3, 1922, in Munich, and the couple moved to Hochkreuth in the Bavarian Alps, roughly 50 miles from the Bavarian capital. Both Hermann and Karin were ardent nationalists, and it didn't take long for them to become involved in the political ferment sweeping Bavaria. Bavaria in 1922 was a hotbed of right-wing political activity. The state government was ineffective at controlling radical political parties, and various nationalist and Völkisch movements flourished there. Chief among these was the National Socialist German Workers' Party, the NSDAP or Nazi Party, based in Munich. The core of the Nazi Party consisted of the SA, the Sturmabteilung or stormtroopers, composed largely of working-class men and war veterans who guarded party meetings and instigated fights with communist and socialist organizations. The Bavarian government actually welcomed the Nazis to some extent because they frequently attacked the Communist Party, which Bavarian authorities feared far more than right-wing nationalism. Göring met Adolf Hitler in 1922 and quickly became active in the party. Hitler, recognizing Göring's value as a decorated war hero and the commander of Richthofen's squadron, offered him a position as leader of the SA. This appointment was strategically brilliant for Hitler. The SA had been a disorganized rabble of street brawlers, but now it would be led by one of Germany's most celebrated military figures. Göring accepted the position and set out two explicit goals. First, he would transform the SA into a disciplined organization capable of carrying out orders effectively. Second, he would recruit young idealists willing to devote their free time and energy to the movement, as well as workers who could be drawn away from socialist and communist parties. Göring's war record made him ideal for this role. As he later reflected, the SA needed someone whom counter-revolutionaries and nationalists would respect, someone with legitimate credentials. Hitler himself would later praise Göring's work, contrasting it favorably with the later leadership of Ernst Röhm. He is the only one of its heads that ran the SA properly. I gave him a disheveled rabble. In a short time he had organized a division of 11,000 men. The two men formed an unlikely partnership. Göring was an aristocratic war hero from a diplomatic family, receiving orders from Hitler, a low-born Austrian who had never risen above the rank of Gefreiter, lance corporal or officer's runner, during the war. Yet both men possessed charisma and understood instinctively how to manipulate crowds and build a political movement. In 1923, the Görings moved to a modest home in the Munich suburb of Obermenzing. Despite their limited means, their house became a regular meeting place for leading Nazis. Here, Göring would encounter Rudolf Hess, a great war pilot like himself, Alfred Rosenberg, a self-proclaimed philosopher and ideologue, and Ernst Röhm, an active military officer with connections to weapons depots, connections that would prove invaluable for arming the SA. These men were precisely the sort of company Göring found comfortable. They were fellow veterans, nationalists, men of action rather than abstract theorists. Göring's relationship with Hitler during this period was similar to Röhm's in some respects. Hitler had found a way to leverage the best traits of both men while keeping their more problematic impulses in check. Röhm's active status in the Bavarian military facilitated easy recruitment into the SA, and Röhm's connections to weapons stores ensured the stormtroopers could be armed when necessary. Goering viewed Röhm more as a rival than an ally, both men jockeying for Hitler's favor and for influence within the movement. Though Röhm held the title of Chief of Staff of the SA, it was Goering who truly commanded the organization in these early years. Throughout 1923, Göring strenuously organized and drilled the SA in woods outside Munich. He maintained a complex relationship with Bavaria's state government. The SA operated in a legal grey area, tolerated because they fought communists but viewed with suspicion because of their obvious revolutionary potential. Violence erupted between communists and Nazis on May 1st, 1923, International Workers' Day, traditionally a rallying day for leftist movements. The clash forced Göring and other Nazi leaders to rethink their strategy for growth. They needed allies within Bavaria's military and political establishment if they hoped to eventually seize power. Throughout 1923, Göring and Hitler both attempted to convince General von Lossow, commander of Bavarian Reichswehr forces, to join them in overthrowing the national government in Berlin. Gustav Stresemann had become German chancellor and enacted martial law in response to increasing political unrest, partly caused by the Black Reichswehr, secret military units associated with extremist organizations that threatened the government. The Black Reichswehr was connected to FEMA, a secretive society marked by extreme violence that surpassed even the street brutality of the SA and communist paramilitary groups. The Weimar government's policy of passive resistance to the French occupation of the Ruhr infuriated nationalists like Göring and Hitler, who saw it as yet another capitulation to Germany's enemies. Göring made one final attempt to convince General von Lossow to break with Berlin and join the Nazis in a coup. The general refused, leaving Hitler and Göring without military support for any uprising. However, an opportunity soon presented itself. Gustav von Kahr, the new state commissioner for Bavaria, announced a major meeting for November 8, 1923, at the Bürgerbräukeler Beer Hall. Kahr, along with Colonel Hans Ritter von Seisser, Bavaria's police chief, and General von Lossow, would address 3,000 attendees. Hitler believed Kahr intended to declare Bavarian independence, a move that would steal the Nazis' thunder and leave them marginalized. Hitler decided to act first, using the rally as his springboard for revolution. Göring was stressed during the planning period. His mother had just died, his wife Karin had pneumonia, and he was attempting to gather stormtroopers for what everyone understood would be an extremely dangerous operation. On the evening of November 8th, Hitler stormed the beer hall with armed SA men. He jumped onto a table, fired a shot into the air, and shouted, "The national revolution has begun." Hitler then hustled Kahr, von Seisser, and von Lossow into a back room, where, at gunpoint, he attempted to convince them to join the uprising. Meanwhile, Göring took the podium to address the confused and frightened crowd. Reading the room expertly, he shouted, "There is nothing to fear. We are your friends. You've no reason to grumble, you've got your beer." The crowd, reassured by Göring's jovial manner, relaxed somewhat and even laughed. In the back room, Hitler had brought in General Erich Ludendorff, Germany's military commander during the later stages of the Great War, and a figure of immense prestige. Ludendorff's presence was meant to lend legitimacy to the putsch. However, Ludendorff was furious at not being consulted about the plan beforehand, creating immediate tension among the conspirators. The captive officials, Kahr, von Seisser, and von Lossow, reluctantly agreed to support the new government, seemingly won over by Ludendorff's participation. But then Hitler made a critical error. Fighting had erupted in the streets between SA forces and Bavarian soldiers, and Hitler left Ludendorff in charge while he went to settle the confrontation. In Hitler's absence, Ludendorff allowed the 3 Bavarian officials to leave, accepting their word of honor that they would support the Nazi takeover. They immediately betrayed this promise. Kahr quietly moved the state government to Regensburg, printed pamphlets denouncing any allegiance to the Nazis, and ensured the Bavarian military remained loyal to the legitimate government. As morning dawned on November 9th, the putsch was already unraveling. While Hitler had been attempting to suppress street fighting, Ernst Röhm had seized the War Ministry building. Now the conspirators debated their next move. Their plan had depended on gaining the support of Bavaria's military and police forces. Without that support, they had no realistic path to victory. Ludendorff proposed that they march to the center of Munich, confident that soldiers and police would not fire on him due to his reputation and prestige. It was a gamble born of desperation, but the conspirators had few alternatives. By 11 a.m., Ludendorff led a column of approximately 3,000 Nazis toward central Munich. The marchers had to cross the Ludwig Bridge to reach the inner city, where armed police blocked their path. Goering approached the police officers alone, informing them that the Nazis held hostages and that if force were used against the marchers, the hostages and those who resisted would be shot. The police, unwilling to test whether this threat was genuine, stood down and allowed the column to advance, though they confiscated weapons as a precaution. The Nazi march continued through the Zweibrückenstrasse, heading toward the War Ministry, where Röhm was under siege. To reach it, they had to pass through Residenzstrasse, a narrow street where armed police again blocked their way. The Nazis shouted at the police to surrender. Then shots rang out. The exact sequence of events remains disputed. Who fired first, whether it was an accidental discharge or deliberate shooting. What followed was chaos. The Nazis scattered, some firing back, others seeking cover, many simply fleeing in panic. Göring was shot in the groin, bleeding heavily from the wound. Men dragged him into a nearby building, ironically, owned by a Jewish furniture dealer named Robert Ballin and his wife Ilse. The Ballins dressed Göring's wound as best they could, an act of compassion that Göring would remember years later when the Nazis implemented their genocidal policies toward Germany's Jewish population. After nightfall, Karin arrived to learn that General von Lossow had issued a warrant for Göring's arrest. Despite his serious wounds, Göring begged her to help him escape Bavaria. His condition was grave, the bullet wound had become infected, and he urgently needed proper medical treatment. Yet Göring knew that capture would mean imprisonment or worse. With help from friends in the town of Garmisch-Partenkirchen, Karin arranged to smuggle Hermann to safety. Göring's recovery proved slow and agonizing. His wounds became repeatedly reinfected, leaving him in constant pain and increasingly bitter about the failed putsch. Before long, Göring's presence in Garmisch became widely known. Mass demonstrations broke out, with local populations showing surprising sympathy for the putschists despite their failure. Under pressure from these public displays of support, authorities arrested Göring and placed him under guard at a hospital. But just days later, with Karin's persistence and tacit support from sympathetic police, Göring was smuggled out of Germany and into Austria. He underwent surgery in a hospital in Innsbruck, but the procedure offered only temporary relief. For weeks following the operation, Göring suffered from high fevers and excruciating pain. The doctors prescribed morphine twice daily to manage his agony. This medical necessity marked the beginning of Göring's morphine addiction, a dependency he would struggle with for the rest of his life, one that would eventually contribute to his physical and psychological deterioration in the years ahead. Due to his military service and Ernst Röhm's position in the military, Göring was released from serving time at his trial. Hitler, however, was arrested and tried for his role in the putsch, and while serving time, refused to let Göring stand trial, forcing him to remain in exile. His first assignment came in February 1924 when he was invited to speak at a nationalist convention in Innsbruck. Göring soon assumed a leadership role for the Nazi Party's activities in Vienna, working closely with Austrian Nazi Walter Riehl. He and Karin stayed at the Tirolerhof Hotel, barely able to pay for their lodgings. Most of their possessions had been impounded by Bavarian authorities. In March 1924, Göring stood trial in absentia alongside Hitler, Röhm, and the other putsch leaders. Ludendorff was acquitted. Hitler was found guilty and sentenced to 5 years, though he would serve less than 9 months. Göring was also found guilty in absentia. Göring filed for amnesty but was denied. The trial results should have ended the Nazi Party, but instead public sympathy for the putschists grew. The Nazis gained seats in the Reichstag, demonstrating that the failed putsch had actually increased their political support rather than destroying the movement. The Görings left Austria and travelled through Italy, stopping in Rome, where they received an audience with Benito Mussolini. The Italian dictator, who had successfully seized power through his March on Rome in 1922, listened to their account of the failed beer hall putsch. For Göring, this meeting with Il Duce represented validation, proof that fascist movements could succeed in seizing power if they learned from their mistakes. After Italy, the couple moved to Sweden, settling in a flat in Ödengatan to care for Karin's ailing mother. But Karin's own health was deteriorating. She began suffering epileptic seizures with increasing frequency. As Karin's condition worsened, so did Göring's, his morphine addiction deepening as pain and frustration mounted. In 1927, President Paul von Hindenburg issued a general political amnesty that included Göring. Eager to return to his homeland after years of exile, Göring immediately made plans to go back to Germany. He worked to reconnect with Hitler and secure employment within the Nazi movement. Göring's former position as SA leader was now occupied by Franz Pfeffer von Salomon, a wealthy aristocrat whom Hitler could not afford to dismiss due to the financial support he provided. The Nazi Party remained fiscally weak and needed wealthy backers to survive. Göring's precarious financial situation meant he couldn't offer similar support, but Hitler accepted him back into the party fold and sent him to Berlin to work on building the party's presence in the capital while also accumulating wealth. Göring's connections to the airline industry proved valuable. His friend Erhard Milch, a senior executive at Lufthansa, secured him a position as business representative with the Bavarian Motor Works company, BMW. By winter, Göring had successfully petitioned Hitler to make him one of the Nazi candidates for the upcoming Reichstag election. He proved he could stand a chance by positioning himself against Otto and Gregor Strasser, brothers who had broken away from Hitler's leadership due to ideological differences, promoting a more leftist interpretation of National Socialism that Hitler rejected, in favor of courting business interests and middle class support. Göring's position as a Reichstag representative suited the Nazi Party perfectly. He could banter effectively with society's elite, a skill Hitler lacked, as the Führer felt uncomfortable in the company of intellectuals and found small talk excruciating. In the 1928 election, the Nazis performed poorly overall, but both Joseph Goebbels and Göring secured Reichstag seats. Hitler and Goebbels were disappointed by the results, but Göring was ecstatic. The position renewed his depleted family wealth and allowed him to move into a modern 5-room apartment at 7 Baden-Schestrasse in Berlin. As a Reichstag deputy, Göring secured appointment to the Communications Committee, which also oversaw aviation. He lobbied vigorously to increase funding for the airline industry, funding that flowed exclusively to his friends at Lufthansa. Göring justified this by calling it a great patriotic task that needed fulfillment. In reality, it served dual purposes, enriching his associates and building up Germany's aviation infrastructure, which could be rapidly converted to military purposes when the time came. The strategy of using civilian aviation funding to create military capacity was transparent to anyone paying attention. But in the late 1920s, with the Nazis still a marginal political force, few people worried about Göring's machinations. This lobbying effort also served to bribe industrialists into supporting the Nazi Party, the wealthy aviation executives who, benefited from Goering's advocacy became financial backers of the movement. On September 25, 1928, Karin's mother passed away. Karin, barely well enough to travel, attended the funeral in Stockholm. Goering returned to Berlin immediately afterward, believing that throwing himself into work was the only way to cope with grief. But tragedy would strike even harder 2 years later. On October 17, 1931, Karin, who had been ill with tuberculosis for years, died of heart failure at age 43. Goering was devastated. He returned to Berlin after the funeral, convincing himself that work was the only remedy for overwhelming loss. Karin had been his emotional anchor, the aristocratic refinement to his brutal ambition. Her death left him unmoored. On January 30, 1933, Adolf Hitler became Chancellor of Germany. The Nazi seizure of power had finally succeeded, not through violent putsch, but through political maneuvering and exploitation of the Weimar Republic's constitutional weaknesses. Hermann Goering held 3 positions in Hitler's new cabinet: Minister without portfolio, Minister of the Interior for Prussia, and Reich Commissioner for Aviation. As Minister without portfolio, Goering acted as an ambassador speaking on behalf of Nazi Germany in various diplomatic contexts. The position of Minister of the Interior for Prussia was technically subordinate to former Chancellor Franz von Pappen's supervision, but it gave Goering authority over police forces in Germany's largest and most important state. As Reich Commissioner for Aviation, he had the honor of developing the air force that would become the Luftwaffe. Goering also maintained his role as President of the Reichstag until the Nazis dissolved it on March 5, 1933, following a fire at the Reichstag, building on February 28 that the Nazis blamed on communist agitators, though historians now believe the Nazis themselves staged the fire as a pretext for consolidating power, which Goering played a significant role, though his conception of these camps differed from what they would eventually become. Goering initially envisioned the camps as re-education facilities for those suffering from what he termed political delinquency, rather than as instruments of terror and mass murder. Much of the concentration camp system's early history centered around intense rivalry between Goering, Heinrich Himmler, and Ernst Röhm. Each man sought to control the apparatus of state repression, recognizing that power in the new Germany would flow from command of the police and paramilitary forces. As part of this power struggle, Goering created a secret police force to patrol Prussia. This organization would eventually become known as the Geheime Staatspolizei, the secret state police, abbreviated as Gestapo. Himmler, not to be outmaneuvered, became police chief of Bavaria and began building his own security apparatus around the SS. In an effort to keep power consolidated and prevent Himmler from gaining too much independence, Goering moved the Gestapo on April 26, 1934, from Prussian administration to its own dedicated headquarters, giving it autonomy from other government departments. This move was intended to strengthen Goering's control, but ironically, it would facilitate the Gestapo's eventual transfer to Himmler. Hitler wanted to unify Germany's various police forces under centralized control. On April 20, 1934, he transferred the Gestapo to Himmler, effectively removing it from Goering's direct authority. This transfer represented a significant setback in Goering's power struggle with Himmler, though Goering would retain considerable influence through other channels. The rivalry with Röhm was also intensifying. By early 1934, Röhm was attempting to merge the SA with the Reichswehr, creating a unified military force under his command, a move that threatened both Hitler and Goering. The SA had established nearly 50 concentration camps by the end of 1933, despite Goering's supposed monopoly on approved camps. In an act of defiance, the SS founded Dachau concentration camp in spring 1933 without authorization. When Goering's men attempted to investigate, SS guards fired upon them. Hitler eventually forced Himmler to close the camp temporarily, But Goering had been decisively outmaneuvered. He had lost control of the police apparatus to Himmler, while Röhm's SA was becoming increasingly bold in its demands. Goering and Himmler, recognizing their mutual interest in eliminating Röhm, formed an alliance. They would need time to build their case and prepare, but the target was now clear. While these political struggles consumed his days, Goering's personal life was becoming increasingly problematic. His health was failing, partly as a consequence of his chaotic lifestyle. Goering had developed irregular eating habits, gorging himself when entertaining guests, but skipping meals when preoccupied with work. His preferred foods ran towards sandwiches, beer, and especially cake. The combination of erratic eating, minimal exercise, and his ongoing morphine addiction had caused him to gain considerable weight. His sleeping habits were equally destructive. Goering habitually stayed awake until 2 or 3 in the morning, often watching films in his private screening room. He requested to be awakened at 6:30 a.m. regardless of when he had gone to bed. Yet despite chronic sleep deprivation, he suffered from severe insomnia, leaving him exhausted but unable to rest properly. In May 1933, Hitler appointed Goering Reichsmaster of the Hunt and Master of the German Forest, positions that suited Goering's self-image as an aristocratic sportsman. He enthusiastically embraced these roles, invoking strict laws to protect wildlife. Elk, bison, wild boar, swans, and birds of prey all received protection under Goering's regulations. He restricted the number of hunting permits issued and outlawed poaching, hunting on horseback, and the use of traps. It was this love of nature and forestry that led Goering to purchase prime real estate in the Schorfheide, a vast forested area near the Baltic Sea and Polish border. Here, he would construct Karin Hall, an enormous estate named after his deceased first wife. Goering designed every aspect of the house himself, he later boasted, down to the door handles. The estate would become both a wildlife sanctuary and a monument to his ego, eventually housing much of the art collection he would loot from occupied Europe. Just before Himmler wrested control of the Gestapo from him, Robert Dahls came to Goering with a new surveillance tool acquired from abroad, equipment capable of intercepting and listening to telephone conversations. Goering immediately recognized the value of this technology and turned it over to his intelligence agents, instructing his research staff officers to begin monitoring nearly all high-ranking Nazi officials. The list of surveillance targets that Goering compiled was remarkably comprehensive. He was essentially spying on his colleagues, gathering compromising information that could be weaponized in political struggles. The wiretaps captured everything, including jokes about Goering himself. Rather than reacting with anger, Goering reportedly enjoyed these jokes and laughed at them, secure, enough in his power that mockery didn't threaten him. The most important intelligence Goering gathered through wiretapping concerned the brewing conflict with Ernst Röhm, intercepted conversations between General Werner von Blomberg, Minister of Defense and head of the Reichswehr, and SA leaders Karl Ernst and Röhm himself revealed mounting tensions. Von Blomberg expressed profound anxiety about Röhm's ambitions to subsume the army under SA control. The conversations also confirmed Goering's suspicions about Röhm's personal animosity. The SA chief was heard calling Goering the pig and Herr reaction. These intercepts provided Goering and Himmler with ammunition to build their case against Röhm. They needed to convince Hitler that Röhm posed an existential threat to the regime, and that opportunity came when Röhm proposed a joint conference between the SA, SS, and Reichswehr. The growing resentment against Röhm wasn't limited to Goering and Himmler. The traditional military leadership viewed Röhm's ambitions with alarm. If Hitler wouldn't stop Röhm, the army officers made clear they could not support the Führer. The Reichswehr, Germany's professional military, would not stand idly by while a paramilitary rabble commanded by a homosexual former captain replaced them. The SA was called to Bad Wiessee for a leadership conference, ostensibly to discuss the organization's future. It was here that the trap would be sprung. Hitler and other top Nazi officials, including SS forces, raided the Hanselbauer Hotel on June 30th, 1934, arresting Röhm and other SA leaders in compromising circumstances. While Hitler was in Bavaria conducting the arrests, Göring remained in Berlin to coordinate the broader purge. He personally raided SA headquarters in the capital, moving methodically from room to room, pointing at specific individuals and ordering their immediate arrest. The operation had been planned with meticulous detail. Göring knew exactly who should be taken into custody. The Night of the Long Knives, as it came to be known, was an act of political suppression designed to eliminate internal opposition and settle scores. The purge extended beyond the SA leadership to include other enemies of the regime. Former Chancellor Kurt von Schleicher was murdered along with his wife. Gregor Strasser, who had led a leftist faction within the Nazi Party, was hunted down and killed. Various conservative critics of the regime also fell victim. Göring's role in orchestrating the Berlin portion of the purge was essential to its success. His willingness to order mass arrests and executions without hesitation demonstrated both his ruthlessness and his value to Hitler as an enforcer. The purge eliminated Röhm, Göring's primary rival for military authority, and solidified the SS's dominance over the SA. Himmler had achieved the autonomy he sought for his organization, and Göring had removed an obstacle to his own power. The year 1935 brought significant developments in Göring's personal life. On April 10th, he asked Emmy Sonnemann, an actress he had been dating since 1932, to marry him. Emmy had remained patient through the years when Göring was still grieving Karin, and now he was finally ready to remarry. The wedding was planned as a grand state occasion with elaborate pomp and ceremony. Streets were decorated, soldiers lined the routes leading to the cathedral, and all traffic was halted for the procession. Hitler served as best man, a signal honor that demonstrated Göring's standing within the regime. Following the wedding, Emmy was effectively crowned as First Lady of the Third Reich by Hitler himself. The couple retreated to Karin Hall with a small entourage, though Göring slipped away privately to spend an hour at Karin's tomb in the estate's mausoleum, a gesture that revealed his continuing emotional connection to his first wife. The next morning, Hermann and Emmy departed for Wiesbaden, then continued to Yugoslavia for their honeymoon. On February 4th, 1938, Göring was promoted to Reichsmarschall, the highest military rank in Germany, a position specially created for him by Hitler. This promotion came after Hitler dismissed 6 generals for suspected anti-Nazi sympathies and promoted himself to commander-in-chief of the German armed forces. The shake-up allowed Hitler to consolidate military control, and Göring's elevation symbolized his position as Hitler's primary military subordinate. In March 1938, Germany annexed Austria in the Anschluss, the union that incorporated Hitler's homeland into the Greater German Reich. Following the annexation, the Austrian Nazi Party pressed Göring to increase anti-Semitic propaganda and persecution in the newly acquired territory. Göring was reluctant to fully embrace the most extreme anti-Jewish measures. He enjoyed Jewish composers and painters, though he believed Jews were guilty of profiteering and scheming that had contributed to Germany's defeat in World War I. In private conversations with Emmy, he would say with a grin, "The Jews were just like any other people, but a bit smarter," adding that they had both good and bad individuals among them. When Goebbels and Himmler discussed the extermination of Jews, Göring reportedly felt squeamish and often excused himself from such conversations. This squeamishness, however, did not prevent him from implementing anti-Jewish policies when politically expedient, as he would demonstrate in the years ahead. On June 2nd, 1938, Emmy gave birth to their daughter, Edda, the Göring's first and only child together. Hitler served as the newborn's godfather, cementing the ties between the two families. For Goering, fatherhood represented a kind of normalcy that contrasted starkly with his increasingly dark role in the Nazi regime. The following year, September 1st, 1939, German troops invaded Poland. Goering had reached the pinnacle of his power. Hitler had formally designated him as his successor should anything happen to the Führer. Yet as war began, tensions between Goering and Hitler over strategic decisions would begin to emerge and deepen. Goering wanted to launch an immediate air assault on Britain, while Hitler preferred to focus on the conquest of France first. Hitler instead set his sights on the Nordic countries, though Goering had personally guaranteed Sweden's neutrality despite Hitler's desire to invade for access to Swedish iron ore. Goering successfully brokered a treaty ensuring Sweden would remain independent while supplying Germany with essential resources. Following the British evacuation at Dunkirk in late May 1940, Goering requested immediate authorization to attack Britain. He believed the demoralized and disorganized state of British forces presented a window for even an ill-conceived air campaign to succeed. Hitler refused, convinced that Britain would negotiate surrender within weeks. Goering knew better. Britain would only capitulate after sustaining devastating military defeats. When the Luftwaffe was finally unleashed against Britain, it met far heavier resistance than anticipated. The Germans had underestimated advances in British radar technology and the effectiveness of British code-breaking operations. In the sustained air campaign that became known as the Battle of Britain, the Luftwaffe lost approximately 1,500 aircraft, a devastating toll that marked the beginning of Goering's declining reputation. The year-long bombing campaign against England, the Blitz, failed to break British resistance or force Churchill's government to negotiate. This failure represented a turning point. The Luftwaffe, which Goering had built and commanded, had been unable to achieve the decisive victory that might have ended British involvement in the war. On August 9, 1940, Goering and Hitler engaged in a heated argument about Germany's next strategic moves. Hitler announced his intention to attack the Soviet Union as a preventative measure, despite the non-aggression pact the two nations had signed. Goering objected vehemently, pulling Hitler up on his hypocrisy in Mein Kampf. Hitler had explicitly warned against involving Germany in a two-front war, the strategic error that had doomed Germany in World War I. Now Hitler proposed doing exactly that, attacking the Soviet Union while Britain remained undefeated. Goering pleaded with Hitler to study Napoleon's catastrophic invasion of Russia in 1812 as a cautionary tale. Hitler, however, had become obsessed with attacking the Soviet Union. Goering argued passionately that the Russians, like the British, would not negotiate peace terms simply because Germany wanted them to. Hitler dismissed these objections, and preparations for Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union, proceeded. The invasion commenced on June 22, 1941, initially achieving spectacular successes. German forces advanced rapidly across Soviet territory, capturing hundreds of thousands of prisoners and destroying vast quantities of Soviet equipment. But Goering's warnings would prove prophetic. The operation would eventually bog down in the Russian winter, leading to catastrophic losses and the beginning of Germany's ultimate defeat. In 1941, Goering became deeply involved with what would become one of his most infamous activities, the systematic looting of European art. He had long planned to open the Hermann Goering Museum, an art gallery scheduled to debut in 1953. He loved Renaissance and Dutch paintings, subjects on which he was genuinely knowledgeable after years of study. Goering maintained 4 stately homes that needed to be filled with appropriate artwork. He would spend hours staring at paintings, lost in aesthetic contemplation that seemed entirely divorced from his brutal political activities. He employed multiple staff members to help acquire art, instructing them not to worry about the racial background of sellers, only the quality of the artwork mattered. When further anti-Jewish laws were enacted, Göring cynically used his power to assist Jewish art dealers in escaping to Switzerland, not out of humanitarian concern, but to facilitate ongoing art transactions. He worked closely with directors of national museums, including the Louvre, to build special bunkers protecting art from bombing raids. While Göring did protect certain collections, he simultaneously plundered others, having trainloads of art shipped back to Germany for public museums or his private collection. The collection he amassed was staggering in scope and value. Andreas Hofer and his assistant Gisela Limburger maintained meticulous records, creating detailed ledgers with photographs of every piece, documentation of when and where each work was bought or sold, and specifications of restorations performed. All proceeds from art sales were directed toward construction of the planned Hermann Göring Museum. On July 31, 1941, Göring issued an order to Reinhard Heydrich, Himmler's right-hand man in the SS, to make necessary preparations for a total solution of the Jewish question. This command, delivered in bureaucratic language that disguised its genocidal intent, set in motion the planning that would culminate in the Wannsee Conference of January 1942, where Heydrich detailed procedures for the systematic extermination of European Jewry. Although Göring had little involvement in the day-to-day operations of the Holocaust, that fell primarily to Himmler. Heydrich, Adolf Eichmann, and the camp commandants, he bore responsibility as the official who gave the initial authorization for the SS to begin the extermination program. This order, more than any other single action, would ensure Göring's death sentence at Nuremberg and cement his reputation as one of the Holocaust's primary instigators. By the end of 1941 and into 1942, the Russian campaign's failure was becoming undeniable. The troops, supplies, logistics, and technology needed to defeat the Soviet Union exceeded Germany's capacity to provide them. Göring remained in charge of labor allocation, currency management, and rationing. But this changed on March 21, 1942, when he announced that Fritz Sauckel would assume responsibility for labor assignment. While Göring was theoretically still to be consulted on labor matters, he had effectively removed himself from direct involvement in the cruelty and extermination programs being implemented in Eastern Europe. Sauckel filled factories with slave labor drawn from concentration camps and implemented programs to literally work prisoners to death. Hitler and Göring's relationship deteriorated as the war progressed. The Allies achieved increasing air superiority as German aircraft production couldn't keep pace with losses. Hitler ordered impossible missions, demanding all-out assaults on England by a Luftwaffe that no longer possessed the resources for such operations. Göring knew these orders were suicidal and impossible to execute, yet Hitler refused to accept either Göring's realistic assessments or his offers to resign. Göring was stuck. Hitler would neither accept his advice nor release him from his responsibilities. As the Third Reich disintegrated, Göring increasingly withdrew from decision-making. He wasn't even present during the D-Day invasion on June 6, 1944, when Allied forces stormed the beaches of Normandy and opened a Western front that would prove decisive. The last vestige of Göring's influence was demonstrated after the failed Operation Valkyrie, the July 20, 1944 assassination attempt against Hitler. Göring's nephew had been arrested on suspicion of involvement in the conspiracy, but there was no evidence proving his participation. Göring used his remaining political capital to secure his nephew's release, demonstrating that family loyalty still meant something to him, even as millions died in the war he had helped unleash. As the Red Army advanced in 1945, closing in on Carinhall, Göring ordered the artwork removed and had a demolition team rig the entire estate to explode. Germany was collapsing and Göring was preparing for the end. As defeat loomed, he and Emmy escaped into Bavaria, where they hoped to find some measure of safety. In the chaos of Germany's final collapse, U.S. First Lieutenant Jerome N. Shapiro found Goering stuck in a traffic jam. When Shapiro brought him into American custody, Goering seemed almost relieved, as though being captured by the Americans represented escape from a nightmare rather than the beginning of punishment. Goering was transported to the 7th Army Interrogation Center in Augsburg. In reports filed by American interrogators, they noted, "Goering is by no means the comical figure he has been depicted so many times in newspaper reports. He is neither stupid nor a fool, but generally cool and calculating. He is certainly not a man to be underrated." Although Goering attempted to minimize the regime's crimes, he provided vivid and authentic accounts of life in Nazi Germany that had eluded the Allies throughout the war. He told them about art that hadn't fallen into Russian hands, helping the Allies recover significant cultural treasures. Eventually, Goering was moved to a small suite in the Palace Hotel at Mondorf, Luxembourg, a facility serving as temporary detention for high-ranking Nazis. Here, Goering encountered other captured leaders: Joachim von Ribbentrop, foreign minister, Admiral Karl Dönitz, Albert Speer, and others. Ironically, Dr. Robert M. Kempner, who would prosecute the Nuremberg trials, had been the youngest prosecuting counsel in the Prussian police department when Goering fired him in 1933 for being Jewish. Leading up to the trial, Goering underwent detoxification from morphine and lost significant weight. Unannounced room inspections ensured no contraband entered his cell. Before the trial began, Dr. Kempner indicted Goering on all 4 counts: crimes against peace, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and conspiracy to commit all 3. In response to the upcoming trial, Goering declared, "It's just a cut-and-dried political affair, and I'm prepared for the consequences. I have no doubt that the press will play a bigger part in the decision than the judges, and I'm sure that the Russian and French judges at least already have their instructions. I can answer for anything I have done, and I can't answer for anything I haven't done. But the victors are the judges." The Nuremberg trials would reveal the full extent of Nazi atrocities to the world. Colonel Andrus, who commanded the detention facility, successfully minimized Goering's influence over other defendants by separating lunch groups into categories, preventing Goering from dominating discussions and maintaining Nazi solidarity among the accused. The International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg commenced on November 19, 1945, bringing together 24 of the most prominent surviving members of Hitler's regime to face justice for their crimes. The trial would run until October 1, 1946, nearly 11 months of testimony, evidence presentation, and legal argument that would establish precedents for international law and war crimes prosecution that endure to this day. Hermann Goering occupied a unique position among the defendants. Many had been minor functionaries or specialists in particular areas, men like Albert Speer, the architect and armaments minister, or Joachim von Ribbentrop, the foreign minister who had negotiated treaties. But Goering had been designated Hitler's successor, had commanded the Luftwaffe, had created the Gestapo, and had authorized the final solution. He was, in effect, the highest-ranking Nazi to stand trial. Since Hitler, Goebbels, and Himmler had all committed suicide as the Reich collapsed. The judges found Goering guilty on all 4 counts levied against him. The verdict was never in doubt, the evidence was overwhelming. Yet what made Goering's trial particularly significant was not the outcome, but the performance he delivered throughout the proceedings. Unlike many defendants who appeared broken, confused, or eager to distance themselves from the regime's crimes, Goering remained defiant. He used the trial as a platform to defend National Socialism, to justify German aggression, and to present himself as a loyal soldier who had served his nation honorably. This stance earned him both condemnation and a perverse kind of respect from observers who recognized that Goering, at least, refused to engage in the self-serving evasions that characterized many other defendants' testimonies. American prosecutors presented mountains of documentation. They showed intercepted conversations revealing Göring's knowledge of concentration camps, his authorization of the final solution, his personal involvement in looting art from occupied territories, and his central role in planning aggressive war. They demonstrated his culpability in the Luftwaffe's bombing of civilian populations, his participation in ordering the execution of Allied airmen who had been captured, and his knowledge of slave labor conditions in factories producing war materials. Göring's defense attorney attempted various strategies. He argued that Göring had been following orders from Hitler and thus bore diminished responsibility. He claimed that Göring had attempted to moderate the regime's worst excesses, a claim undermined by documentary evidence of Göring's enthusiastic participation in nearly every criminal policy the regime had implemented. Perhaps most tellingly, when confronted with evidence of the Holocaust's scope and brutality, Göring did not deny knowledge or express remorse. Instead, he argued that Germany had been fighting for its survival against enemies who sought its destruction, and that in such circumstances, extreme measures became necessary. This argument that Germany's perceived existential crisis justified genocide found no sympathy with the tribunal. On October 1, 1946, the verdicts were delivered. Of the 8 judges on the tribunal, 3 voted to sentence Göring to death, while the remaining 5 initially preferred life imprisonment. After deliberation, a compromise was reached. Göring would be sentenced to death by hanging, but given his rank and military service, there was some consideration of allowing him a military execution by firing squad instead. Göring formally requested execution by firing squad, what he termed a soldier's death, befitting his service and rank. The request was denied. The tribunal determined that hanging was the appropriate punishment for the crimes Göring had committed, regardless of his military decorations or former positions of authority. For Göring, this denial represented a profound humiliation. Throughout his life, he had cultivated an image as an aristocratic warrior, the decorated fighter ace who commanded respect and honor. To be hanged like a common criminal, rather than executed with military honors, struck at the core of his self-conception. Following the sentencing, security at the prison was dramatically tightened to prevent any of the condemned men from cheating the hangman's noose through suicide. The executions were scheduled for 2 a.m. on October 16, 1946. In the final days before his scheduled execution, various individuals visited Göring in his cell for final conversations. Prison chaplain Captain Henry Gerecker visited Göring on the evening before the execution. He later reported that Göring appeared profoundly depressed. The defiant bravado he had maintained throughout the trial had finally cracked under the weight of his approaching death. That night, Lieutenant John West conducted the routine evening inspection of Göring's cell. West reported finding no contraband and noted that Göring seemed unusually cheerful, talking at length during the search, a marked change from the depression Gerecker had observed just hours earlier. At 9:30 p.m., Dr. Ludwig Flücker and Lieutenant Arthur McClendon visited to administer Göring's nightly medication. They remained in his cell for 3 minutes before departing. At 10:30 p.m., Private First Class Gordon Bingham began guard duty outside Göring's cell. At 10:44 p.m., Private Harold Johnson relieved Bingham and took up the watch. Around 10:50 p.m., Johnson noticed that Göring's body had become strangely stiff and motionless. When senior guard officers reached Göring's cell minutes later, Hermann Göring was dead from cyanide poisoning. He had cheated the hangman after all. Göring left behind 2 farewell letters. The first was a defiant rebuttal of the trial's findings, restating his belief that he had served Germany honorably and that the victorious Allies had no moral authority to judge him. The second was an affectionate letter to Emmy, expressing love for her and their daughter, Edda. Most intriguingly, Göring left a letter addressed to Colonel Andrus, the prison commandant, in which he claimed to have possessed a cyanide capsule throughout his entire imprisonment. He boasted about having hidden it so skillfully that despite all the searches and inspections, it had never been discovered. The letter was written in a tone of triumph, a final demonstration of his cleverness in outwitting his captors. The question of how Göring obtained and concealed the cyanide has never been definitively answered. Several theories have been proposed. Some believe he had hidden multiple capsules on his person when captured, and that interrogators simply failed to find them all. Others suggest that sympathetic guards or visitors may have smuggled the poison to him. Still others speculate that the capsule had been concealed in some personal item that was allowed to remain with him. Whatever the truth, Göring's suicide robbed the Allies of the opportunity to execute him publicly. Whether this represented a final victory for Göring or merely delayed by hours, the inevitable remains a matter of perspective. Joachim von Ribbentrop became the first defendant to be executed, hanged at approximately 1 a.m. on October 16th, an hour before Göring's scheduled execution. The remaining death sentences were carried out systematically, each execution taking approximately 15 minutes. The entire process required just over an hour. The bodies of the executed war criminals were placed into caskets and transported to a crematorium under heavy guard. Officials feared civil disturbances or attempts by Nazi sympathizers to create martyrs' shrines, so security remained intense throughout. Once the bodies had been verified and cremated, the ashes were driven into the countryside and dumped into a drainage ditch, a deliberately ignominious disposal designed to prevent any site from becoming a pilgrimage, destination for Nazi sympathizers. Hermann Göring's ashes were scattered, alongside those of the other executed Nazi leaders, denied even the dignity of a marked grave or memorial. Hermann Göring remains one of the more complex and fascinating figures within Hitler's inner circle. His documented record as a fighter ace in World War I was genuine. He had been a brave and skilled pilot who earned the highest military decorations Germany could bestow. His subsequent drug addiction, though it began as legitimate medical treatment for combat wounds, eventually contributed to his physical and psychological deterioration. Göring's love of the arts and his relatively sophisticated cultural tastes distinguished him from cruder Nazi leaders. He could discuss Renaissance painting with genuine knowledge and appreciation. He enjoyed opera, classical music, and fine architecture. In different circumstances, one might imagine him as a museum curator or art historian rather than a war criminal. Yet these cultivated interests coexisted with breathtaking brutality and corruption. Göring was greedy and utterly ruthless, scheming repeatedly against rivals within the regime. He used his power to amass personal wealth through looting on an almost incomprehensible scale. His art collection alone, acquired largely through theft from Jewish families and occupied territories, was worth hundreds of millions. Furthermore, his position as one of the Holocaust's instigators cannot be minimized or explained away by claims of cultural sophistication. Göring signed the order authorizing Heydrich to implement the final solution. He knew about the concentration camps and the mass murder occurring within them. When Jewish art dealers needed exit visas to escape Germany, Göring provided them, not out of humanitarian concern, but to facilitate continued art transactions. His protection extended only to those who could serve his collecting obsession. The vast majority of European Jews received no such consideration. Göring's testimony at Nuremberg revealed a man who felt no genuine remorse for his actions. He defended the regime's aggression as necessary for German survival. He characterized the Holocaust as an unfortunate consequence of war rather than a systematic genocide. He maintained that he had served Germany honorably and that only Germany's military defeat, not any moral failing, had brought him to trial. This unrepentant stance, combined with his intelligence, charisma, and willingness to defend Nazi ideology even in the dock, made Göring particularly dangerous as a symbol. Had he lived, His continued defiance might have inspired neo-Nazi movements in the post-war period. His suicide, while denying the Allies their public execution, at least prevented him from becoming a living martyr for those who wished to resurrect fascism. Throughout his life, Göring demonstrated a remarkable capacity for self-deception and rationalization. He convinced himself that his corruption was merely accepting the perquisites of power that any leader would claim. He rationalized his drug addiction as a medical necessity rather than a personal failing. He portrayed his role in the Holocaust as following orders and serving Germany rather than participating in genocide. This capacity for self-deception extended to his strategic judgment. As head of the Luftwaffe, Göring consistently overestimated German capabilities and underestimated Allied resources. His assurances to Hitler that the Luftwaffe could supply the encircled German Sixth Army at Stalingrad by air alone proved catastrophically wrong, contributing to one of Germany's most devastating defeats. His promises that German air defenses would protect the homeland from Allied bombing proved equally hollow as British and American bombers systematically destroyed German cities. Yet Göring also possessed genuine talents. His organizational abilities in the Luftwaffe's early years were considerable. He built a modern air force essentially from nothing in just a few years. His political instincts were often sharp. He understood how to accumulate and maintain power within the Byzantine politics of Hitler's regime. His ability to present a sophisticated, cosmopolitan face for the Nazi regime made him valuable in dealings with foreign diplomats and industrialists who might have been repelled by Hitler's crude manner or Goebbels's fanaticism. The tragedy of Hermann Göring, if one can speak of tragedy in connection with such a figure, is that he possessed talents and qualities that could have been used constructively, but instead were placed entirely in service of evil. His bravery as a young fighter pilot, his organizational skills, his intelligence, his charisma, all of these might have served Germany honorably in different circumstances. Instead, he chose to ally himself with Hitler's criminal regime, to participate enthusiastically in its worst crimes, and to use his abilities to enable genocide and aggressive war. Observers at Nuremberg were struck by the stark difference between Göring and some of the other defendants. Men like Hans Frank, the former Governor-General of Poland, expressed remorse and acknowledged their guilt. Albert Speer attempted to position himself as a reluctant participant who had been seduced by Hitler's charisma. Even Ribbentrop, the foreign minister, claimed he had simply been following diplomatic protocols and hadn't understood the regime's true nature. Göring engaged in no such evasions. He defended Hitler, defended National Socialism, and defended Germany's right to wage aggressive war and eliminate its perceived enemies. When confronted with evidence of atrocities, he didn't deny knowledge or participation. He argued that such measures had been militarily necessary and that Germany's existential struggle justified extraordinary actions. This defiance has been interpreted various ways. Some see it as courage, a refusal to abandon his convictions even when facing death. Others view it as the ultimate evidence of his moral bankruptcy, an inability or unwillingness to recognize the magnitude of the crimes he had enabled. Still others suggest it reflected Göring's narcissism. Admitting guilt would have required acknowledging that his life had been dedicated to monstrous evil, a psychological blow his ego could not withstand. Perhaps all three interpretations contain truth. Göring was courageous in a certain sense. He faced death without begging for mercy or attempting to shift blame. He was morally bankrupt. His crimes were inexcusable regardless of his rationalizations. And he was certainly a narcissist whose inflated self-image required constant defense and justification. Hermann Göring's life trajectory, from decorated war hero to drug-addicted war criminal, illustrates the corrupting nature of totalitarian movements and unchecked power. The young fighter ace who risked his life repeatedly for Germany became the middle-aged politician who signed orders condemning millions to death. The man who loved Renaissance art and classical music used his position to loot the cultural patrimony of occupied Europe on a scale unprecedented in modern history. In the end, perhaps the most damning assessment of Göring came from his fellow defendants. Albert Speer, in his memoirs, described Göring as someone who had once possessed genuine abilities but had been utterly corrupted by power and luxury. Rudolf Hess, Hitler's former deputy, called him a man without principles who would sacrifice anything and anyone for personal advantage. Even those who had worked alongside Göring for years ultimately recognized the hollowness at his core. The question posed at the beginning remains: was Hermann Göring merely a talented individual who made catastrophically bad choices? Or was there something fundamentally corrupt in his character from the start? The evidence suggests a combination. The young Göring showed both positive qualities: bravery, loyalty, intelligence, and troubling ones, recklessness, contempt for authority, willingness to use violence to achieve goals. These traits might have led him in various directions. In a stable democratic Germany, he might have had an honorable military career or become a successful businessman. But in the chaos of Weimar Germany, with its economic crises and political extremism, these same traits led him into Hitler's orbit. Once there, his ambition, his greed, and his moral flexibility made him an enthusiastic participant in the regime's crimes, rather than a reluctant accomplice. Hermann Göring died as he had lived, on his own terms when possible, defiant of authority, convinced of his own righteousness despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. His death by cyanide capsule, just hours before his scheduled execution, was perhaps fitting, a final act of defiance that changed nothing but his manner of death, leaving his crimes and guilt undiminished, but denying his captors the satisfaction of executing him on their schedule. History remembers him as the jovial, art-loving, drug-addicted second-in-command of the Third Reich, a man of undeniable talents and equally undeniable crimes, whose complexity makes him no less culpable for the horrors he helped perpetrate. He remains a cautionary tale about how individual gifts and abilities, when placed in service of evil ideologies and unrestrained by moral principles, can contribute to catastrophic human suffering. The last word on Hermann Göring perhaps belongs to Justice Robert H. Jackson, the chief American prosecutor at Nuremberg, who said in his closing statement, Göring was often the moving force, second only to Hitler. He was the planner and designer of the scheme to exterminate the Jews. He directed the persecution of Jews, particularly after the November 1938 riots, and coordinated the various phases of the Nazi program. As Hitler's plenipotentiary for the 4-year plan, he was also instrumental in the economic exploitation and spoliation of occupied territories. The testimony and the documents establish with certainty Göring's responsibility for slave labor, for concentration camps, for terrorism in occupied countries, and for the mass murder of prisoners of war. This judgment stands. Whatever else Hermann Göring may have been, war hero, art collector, devoted husband and father, he was ultimately a war criminal whose actions contributed to the deaths of millions and the devastation of an entire continent. His suicide prevented his execution, but could not alter his guilt or prevent history's harsh judgment. In a small apartment in Munich, an elderly woman sits surrounded by photographs from a life that spanned nearly the entire 20th century. The year is 2002, and Leni Riefenstahl, now 100 years old, still bristles at any suggestion that her films served the Nazi regime's propaganda apparatus. "I depicted history," she insists, her voice carrying the same defiant certainty it held 70 years earlier. "I showed things as they were then, just as they were. That is not propaganda." This has been her defense for more than half a century, that she was merely an artist, a documentarian capturing reality with her camera's eye, bearing no responsibility for how others used her work. The films she created for Adolf Hitler, particularly Triumph of the Will and Olympia are acknowledged even by her critics as masterpieces of cinematography, works that revolutionized documentary filmmaking and influenced generations of directors. Yet these same films also served as perhaps the most effective propaganda instruments the Nazi regime ever produced, crafting a visual mythology of Aryan supremacy and Nazi power that seduced millions. How did a talented dancer and actress become the Third Reich's most celebrated filmmaker? Was Leni Riefenstahl truly the apolitical artist she claimed to be? Or was she a willing collaborator who understood exactly what she was creating? To answer these questions, we must travel back to the beginning of the 20th century, to the birth of a woman whose life would become inseparably intertwined with some of history's darkest moments. Helene Bertha Amelie Riefenstahl entered the world on August 22, 1902, in the Berlin district of Wedding, a working-class neighborhood that seemed an unlikely birthplace for someone who would move in the highest circles of German society. Her father, Alfred Theodor Paul Riefenstahl, worked as a heating and ventilation contractor, running a plumbing and heating company that provided the family with comfortable middle-class circumstances. Her mother, Bertha Ida Scherlach, came from a family with Polish heritage, a detail that would cause Leni considerable anxiety later in life when the Nazi regime obsessed over racial purity and Aryan ancestry. Young Leni grew up alongside her younger brother Heinz, born in 1905, in a household that valued discipline, hard work, and respectability. The Germany into which Leni was born stood at the height of its imperial power under Kaiser Wilhelm II. The nation had been unified only 3 decades earlier under Prussian leadership, transforming from a collection of independent kingdoms into an industrial and military powerhouse that rivaled Britain and France. This atmosphere of national pride and imperial ambition would shape the cultural landscape of Leni's formative years. From earliest childhood, Leni exhibited a pronounced artistic temperament. She was drawn to movement, to music, to visual beauty, interests that her practical, business-minded father viewed with considerable skepticism. Alfred Riefenstahl had built his heating business through methodical effort and attention to detail. The world of art and performance seemed frivolous to him, an unreliable path for his daughter. Yet Leni was willful and determined. Even as a small child, she demonstrated the iron resolve that would characterize her entire life, the ability to pursue her goals with single-minded intensity regardless of opposition. When she wanted something, she would not be dissuaded by parental disapproval or conventional expectations about what young women should do. Leni attended school in Berlin, receiving the standard education for middle-class German girls of her generation. Her academic performance was adequate but unremarkable. The traditional subjects of reading, arithmetic, and history failed to capture her imagination. What truly fascinated her was art, painting, sculpture, and particularly dance. She began attending ballet and dance performances as a young girl, mesmerized by the grace and athleticism of the dancers, the way they could express emotion through pure movement. She begged her parents for dance lessons, wearing down her mother's resistance even as her father remained skeptical. Alfred grudgingly agreed to pay for limited dance instruction, hoping perhaps that the interest would prove temporary. It was not temporary. By her teenage years, Leni had become consumed by her passion for dance. She spent hours each day practicing, pushing her body through increasingly demanding movements, developing the physical discipline that would serve her throughout her life. Her dedication was remarkable. Dance was not merely a hobby or passing interest, but rather the lens through which she understood herself and the world. The outbreak of World War I in August 1914, when Leni was 12 years old, disrupted German society profoundly. Her father's business continued to operate. Heating systems were necessary even during wartime, but the atmosphere of the country changed dramatically. Young men disappeared into military service. Food became scarce. The confident imperial Germany of Leni's early childhood gave way to a nation struggling under the weight of total war. Leni later recalled the war years as difficult but not devastating for her family. They were not wealthy, but neither did they suffer the extreme deprivation that afflicted many urban working-class Germans. More significantly for Leni personally, the war years coincided with her adolescence, a time when her identity as a dancer and artist was crystallizing. By the war's end in November 1918, when Leni was 16, she had already determined that her future lay in performance. The collapse of Imperial Germany and the establishment of the Weimar Republic created a period of political and social turbulence, but it also brought cultural liberation. The Weimar era became famous for its artistic experimentation, its cabaret culture, its embrace of modernism in all forms. For a young woman with artistic ambitions, this was an extraordinarily opportune moment. The rigid social conventions of Imperial Germany had loosened. Women could pursue careers that would have been unthinkable a generation earlier. Leni seized this opportunity with characteristic determination. She enrolled in dance school, studying under some of Berlin's most prominent instructors. Her dedication impressed her teachers. She worked harder and practiced longer than most of her peers. But dedication alone could not overcome certain physical limitations. Leni was tall and athletic, with a powerful build that served her well in some forms of dance, but proved less suitable for classical ballet, which favored smaller, more delicate frames. Consequently, Leni gravitated toward modern dance, a newer, more experimental form that emphasized expressive movement and dramatic presentation over the rigid, technical requirements of classical ballet. This suited both her physical capabilities and her temperament. Modern dance allowed for individual interpretation and creative freedom, values that resonated deeply with Leni's artistic sensibility. She studied under Mary Wigman, one of Germany's pioneers of Ausdruckstanz, expressive dance, a movement that rejected classical ballet's formalism in favor of raw emotional expression. Wigman's influence on Leni was profound. The older dancer taught not just technique but philosophy, the idea that dance could communicate truths that words could not express. That physical movement could serve as a language unto itself. By the early 1920s, Leni had begun performing professionally. She danced in various venues throughout Berlin and other German cities, gradually building a reputation as an accomplished performer. Her style emphasized athleticism and dramatic intensity. She was not the most technically precise dancer, but she commanded attention through sheer force of personality and physical presence. Critics were divided in their assessments. Some praised her powerful stage presence and emotional authenticity. Others found her performances somewhat overwrought, lacking the subtlety and refinement of more technically accomplished dancers. But even critics who disliked her work acknowledged that Leni Riefenstahl was impossible to ignore when she was on stage. She choreographed her own pieces, selecting music that emphasized drama and intensity. Her performances often featured athletic leaps, powerful gestures, and moments of striking visual beauty. She understood instinctively how to create images that audiences would remember, a skill that would later serve her well in filmmaking. During this period, Leni also began to cultivate her public image carefully. She granted interviews to newspapers, posed for photographs, and worked to present herself as a serious artist rather than merely an entertainer. This attention to public relations and image management would become a hallmark of her career. Leni understood that success required not just talent, but strategic self-promotion. Her father remained skeptical of her career choice. Alfred had hoped his daughter would pursue something more conventional, perhaps teaching or marriage to a respectable businessman. That his daughter was performing on stages throughout Germany, wearing costumes he considered immodest, troubled him considerably. Yet Leni paid little attention to his disapproval. She had charted her course and would not be diverted. Then in 1925 or 1926, accounts vary on the exact date, catastrophe struck. During a performance, Lenny injured her knee severely. The exact circumstances of the injury remain somewhat unclear. Some accounts describe it as occurring during a demanding jump, others as the result of accumulated stress on joints that had been pushed too hard for too long. Whatever the specific cause, the consequences were devastating. The injury was serious enough that doctors advised Lenny that continuing her dance career at a professional level would risk permanent disability. Her knee simply could not withstand the physical demands of performance dance any longer. For someone whose entire identity had been built around dance, this was a crushing blow. Lenny fell into a profound depression. Dance had been more than her career. It had been her means of self-expression, the lens through which she understood herself. Now that avenue was closed, and she faced an uncertain future. She was in her mid-20s, an age when many of her peers were already established in careers or marriages. She had devoted everything to dance and now had little to show for it except memories and a damaged knee. The question that haunted her was simple and terrible. What would she do now? The answer came unexpectedly one day when Lenny was walking through Berlin feeling particularly despondent about her situation. She happened to pass a cinema displaying a poster for a film called Der Berg des Schicksals, Mountain of Destiny, directed by Arnold Fanck. The poster showed dramatic mountain landscapes, climbers scaling sheer cliff faces, images of natural beauty and human struggle against the elements. On impulse, Lenny bought a ticket and entered the theater. What she saw on screen that afternoon changed her life. Arnold Fanck had pioneered what became known as the Berg film, the mountain film genre. These movies combined adventure narratives with spectacular mountain cinematography, showcasing the Alps in all their terrifying grandeur. Fanck's films featured extended sequences of mountain climbing, skiing, and mountaineering that were genuinely dangerous to film. Cameramen and actors risked their lives capturing footage on treacherous peaks and glaciers, but beyond the physical danger, what made these films distinctive was their aesthetic vision. Fanck treated mountains as characters in their own right, powerful, implacable forces of nature that tested human courage and endurance. His cinematography emphasized the sublime beauty of mountain landscapes, using innovative camera techniques to capture the play of light on snow, the vertiginous heights of cliff faces, the isolation and grandeur of high peaks. For Lenny, watching Mountain of Destiny was a revelation. Here was a form of artistic expression she had never considered, cinema that could capture physical movement and natural beauty with an intensity that matched what she had sought to achieve through dance. The film's visual poetry, its emphasis on the human body moving through dramatic landscapes, its fusion of aesthetic beauty with raw physicality, all of this resonated deeply with her. She walked out of the cinema that afternoon with a new sense of purpose. If she could no longer express herself through dance, perhaps she could do so through film. And if she was going to work in cinema, she wanted to work with Arnold Fanck. With typical determination, Lenny decided to contact Fanck directly. She had no connections in the film industry, no training in acting or cinematography, but she refused to let such obstacles deter her. She wrote Fanck a letter expressing her admiration for his work and her desire to appear in his films. Fanck, intrigued by the letter from this persistent dancer-turned-aspiring actress, agreed to meet with her. When they met, Lenny was 24 years old, athletic and striking in appearance, with an intensity that impressed Fanck immediately. She explained that her dance career had ended due to injury, but that watching his film had shown her a new path. Fanck saw potential. Lenny's dance training meant she was physically capable of the demanding work mountain films required. Her athletic build and comfort with physical exertion would be assets in productions that involved actual mountain climbing and skiing. Moreover, her expressive performance style, that intensity critics had sometimes found excessive in her dancing, might work well on screen. Fanck offered Lenny a small role in his next production, Der Heilige Berg, the Holy Mountain, which would begin filming in 1926. Leni accepted immediately, thrilled to have this opportunity to reinvent herself. The Holy Mountain proved to be Leni's introduction to both the possibilities and challenges of mountain filmmaking. The production took place on actual mountains, with the cast and crew enduring genuine hardship and danger. They filmed in freezing conditions at high altitudes, carrying heavy equipment up treacherous slopes. Several crew members suffered from altitude sickness. On multiple occasions, avalanches threatened the production. For Leni, this was simultaneously exhilarating and terrifying. She had to learn to ski well enough to be filmed doing so convincingly, a challenge given that she was a complete novice. The physical demands were extraordinary, pushing even her considerable athleticism to its limits. She suffered falls, bruises, and constant exhaustion, yet she threw herself into the work with complete dedication. Co-workers noted that Leni never complained about the conditions, never suggested that scenes be simplified or made safer. On the contrary, she seemed to thrive on the challenge, embracing the danger and difficulty as validation of the seriousness of the artistic endeavor. The film's plot was melodramatic, a love triangle set against mountain landscapes, with skiing competitions and climbing expeditions providing the dramatic set pieces. But what made The Holy Mountain significant was Fank's cinematography, which captured mountain vistas with a beauty that had rarely been achieved in cinema to that point. Leni's performance received mixed reviews. Some critics praised her natural screen presence and the athleticism she brought to the physically demanding role. Others found her acting somewhat stiff and overly theatrical. But everyone agreed that she photographed beautifully. The camera loved her striking features and athletic grace. More importantly, Leni had discovered her métier. Working on The Holy Mountain taught her about filmmaking from the inside, how shots were composed, how sequences were structured, how editing could create emotional effects that transcended the individual images. She watched Fank work with fascination, absorbing lessons about visual storytelling that she would later apply in her own directing. Following The Holy Mountain, Leni became Fank's favored leading lady. She appeared in several more of his mountain films throughout the late 1920s and early 1930s, including Der große Sprung, The Great Leap, Die weiße Hölle vom Piz Palu, The White Hell of Piz Palu, and Stürme über dem Mont Blanc, Avalanche. With each film, her acting improved and her understanding of cinema deepened. She became genuinely skilled at skiing and mountain climbing, necessities for the roles she played. She also began to develop opinions about how scenes should be shot and edited, sometimes offering suggestions to Fank that he occasionally incorporated. Leni was ambitious and increasingly confident in her own judgment. She believed she understood how to create powerful visual imagery, how to use landscape and physical movement to evoke emotion. Working with Fank was educational, but she was beginning to feel constrained by his vision, eager to implement her own ideas. The mountain films made Leni famous throughout Germany. By the early 1930s, she was recognized on the street, featured in magazines, interviewed by newspapers. She carefully cultivated her image as an athletic, independent woman, modern and liberated, unafraid of physical challenge, devoted to artistic excellence. Yet even as her star rose, the political situation in Germany was deteriorating rapidly. The global economic collapse following the Wall Street crash of 1929 had hit Germany particularly hard. Unemployment soared, savings evaporated. Political extremism flourished. The Nazi Party, once a marginal fringe movement, was gaining support with its promises to restore German greatness and its scapegoating of Jews, communists, and the Weimar Republic itself. Leni later claimed to have paid little attention to politics during these years. She insisted she was focused entirely on her artistic career, oblivious to the gathering storm. This claim of political ignorance would become central to her post-war defense, the assertion that she had been merely an artist, uninvolved and uninterested in political matters. How credible is this claim? It is certainly possible that Leni, consumed by her career, paid limited attention to daily political developments. But it is far less plausible that someone as intelligent and ambitious as Leni Riefenstahl was completely unaware of the Nazi Party's rise or the fundamental transformation of German society occurring around her. By 1931, Leni had decided she wanted to direct her own film. She had learned from Fanck, but she believed she could create something even more powerful by implementing her own artistic vision. The question was what story to tell and how to finance the production. She settled on adapting a German legend about a young woman in a mountain village who has a mysterious, almost supernatural connection to the peaks surrounding her home. The project would be called Das blaue Licht, the blue light. Leni would not just direct but also star in the film, playing the lead role of Junta, a young woman persecuted by suspicious villagers. Financing proved challenging. Film production was expensive and Leni had no track record as a director. She used her fame from the mountain films to attract investors, pitching the project tirelessly. She also brought in Karl Mayer, a respected screenwriter, and Bela Balázs, a Jewish-Hungarian film theorist, to help develop the script, collaborators whose contributions Leni would later minimize or deny when such associations became politically inconvenient. Production began in 1931. In the Italian Alps, Leni threw herself into directing with the same intensity she brought to everything. She was demanding of her cast and crew, insisting on multiple takes to achieve exactly the visual effect she wanted. She climbed dangerous mountain faces personally to determine camera positions. She worked 18-hour days, driving herself and everyone around her to exhaustion. The result was a visually stunning film that demonstrated Leni's instinctive grasp of cinematic aesthetics. The Blue Light featured extraordinary mountain cinematography, innovative use of light and shadow, and a dreamlike quality that elevated the simple folk tale into something mythic. The film premiered in 1932 and received considerable critical acclaim, winning a silver medal at the Venice Film Festival. The success of The Blue Light established Leni Riefenstahl as more than just an actress in mountain films. She was now a director in her own right, and a talented one. The film's visual poetry and innovative cinematography demonstrated that she possessed genuine artistic vision. Critics praised her ability to use landscape as emotional language to create images that transcended simple narrative storytelling. Yet even as Leni was celebrating her directorial triumph, the political landscape of Germany was undergoing seismic shifts. In the elections of 1932, the Nazi Party had become the largest party in the Reichstag, though they still lacked an outright majority. Adolf Hitler, the party's leader, was positioning himself for power, exploiting the economic chaos and political instability that plagued the Weimar Republic. Leni would later claim that she remained apolitical during this period, focused entirely on her artistic career. But in 1932, she made a decision that would shape the rest of her life. She attended a Nazi Party rally to hear Adolf Hitler speak. According to Leni's own account, written decades later, she was mesmerized by Hitler's oratory. She described feeling as though his words spoke directly to her, touching something deep in her German soul. Whether this memory is accurate or represents post hoc rationalization is impossible to determine with certainty. What is documented, however, is that following this rally, Leni wrote to Hitler expressing her admiration and her desire to meet him. Hitler, who had seen and admired the Blue Light, agreed to meet with Riefenstahl. The exact date of their first meeting remains somewhat disputed, but it likely occurred in late 1932 or early 1933. What transpired during that initial encounter has been the subject of much speculation. Leni's version, told in her memoirs and numerous interviews, emphasized Hitler's charm and cultural sophistication. She claimed he spoke knowledgeably about art and film, expressing genuine appreciation for her work. He flattered her talent and vision. According to Leni, their relationship was purely professional and artistic, Hitler recognizing her genius, she appreciating his support for German culture. Others who observed their interactions told a different story. Several witnesses suggested that Hitler was quite taken with Leni personally, charmed by her beauty and forceful personality. Some contemporaries believed Leni consciously used her attractiveness to cultivate Hitler's favor, though she always vehemently denied any romantic involvement. What is certain is that Hitler saw in Leni Riefenstahl an opportunity. The Nazi Party had been creating propaganda films, but they were crude affairs, heavy-handed political messaging with little aesthetic merit. Hitler understood the power of visual imagery and believed that cinema could be a crucial tool for shaping public opinion. In Leni, he saw a director with proven artistic talent who might create films that served the party's goals while also being genuinely compelling as cinema. When Hitler became Chancellor in January 1933, initiating the Nazi seizure of power, one of his early decisions was to commission Leni Riefenstahl to film the Nazi Party Congress that would be held in Nuremberg in September. This would be Leni's first overtly political film, documenting what was effectively a massive Nazi propaganda rally. The resulting film, Der Sieg des Glaubens, A Victory of Faith, was Leni's first foray into political documentary. The film documented the 1933 Party Congress with its elaborate pageantry, tens of thousands of uniformed party members marching in formation, dramatic lighting effects, Hitler addressing the massed crowds, and Ernst Röhm prominently featured as the leader of the SA. Leni approached the project as she approached all her work, with total commitment and meticulous attention to visual composition. She employed multiple cameras positioned at various angles to capture the spectacle from different perspectives. She paid careful attention to lighting and composition, creating images of considerable aesthetic power. The film was completed and screened, but it soon became a problem for the Nazi regime. In June 1934, Hitler ordered the purge of the SA leadership during the Night of the Long Knives, and Ernst Röhm, who featured prominently in Victory of Faith, was executed. Suddenly, the film's extensive footage of Röhm had become politically toxic. The Nazi regime attempted to destroy all copies of Victory of Faith. For decades, it was believed that all prints had been successfully eliminated, rendering the film lost. Only in the 1990s was a copy discovered in an East German archive, allowing modern audiences to see Leni's first propaganda film. Despite the embarrassing situation with Victory of Faith, Hitler commissioned Leni to film the 1934 Party Congress as well. This would result in Triumph des Willens, Triumph of the Will, the film that would become both Leni's masterpiece and her albatross, a work of undeniable cinematic brilliance that also served as perhaps the most effective propaganda film ever. Created, Leni was given unprecedented resources and authority for the production. She commanded a crew of over 100 technicians, 16 cameramen, and numerous assistants. Elaborate preparations were made at the rally grounds in Nuremberg. Tracks were laid for moving camera shots. Platforms were constructed for elevated angles, and the rally itself was choreographed partly with filming requirements in mind. The production blurred the line between documentary and theatrical performance. Was Leni filming a rally that would have happened regardless of her presence? Or was the rally itself being staged for her cameras? The reality was somewhere in between. The Party Congress would have occurred with or without Leni's cameras, but the Nazi leadership, particularly Hitler and Minister of Propaganda Joseph Goebbels, understood that Leni was creating a film, and they adjusted elements of the event to enhance its cinematic impact. Leni spent days filming the massive spectacle. She captured Hitler's arrival in Nuremberg, dramatically descending from the clouds in an airplane. She documented the enormous rallies with their carefully choreographed displays of military precision, hundreds of thousands of uniformed men moving in perfect synchronization, massive swastika banners providing stark visual symbolism, Hitler addressing the crowds with messianic fervor. The editing process took months. Leni personally supervised the cutting of over 60 hours of raw footage into a 2-hour film. She employed innovative editing techniques, creating rhythmic sequences where images and sound worked together to create emotional impact. She used Wagner's music to underscore key moments, creating a sense of mythic grandeur. The resulting film is a masterwork of cinematography and editing. Leni's visual compositions are striking. Low angles that make Hitler appear heroic and larger than life, high angles showing the geometric perfection of massed formations, close-ups of individual faces alternating with vast crowd shots to create both intimacy and spectacle. The film opens with Hitler descending from the clouds over Nuremberg, a visual metaphor portraying him as a quasi-divine figure arriving to save Germany. It proceeds through various rally events, building to increasingly intense emotional crescendos. The film's climax features Hitler's speeches, edited to maximum dramatic effect, intercut with shots of the adoring masses hanging on his every word. Triumph of the Will premiered in March 1935 to enormous acclaim in Germany. It won numerous awards, including the German Film Prize, Deutsche Filmpreis, and a gold medal at the 1937 World Exhibition in Paris. Even critics in democratic countries acknowledged its technical brilliance, though many were uncomfortable with its political content. Film scholars and critics have argued for decades about how to evaluate Triumph of the Will. Is it a work of art that can be appreciated separately from its political content? Or is the political content so inseparable from the artistic achievement that the film must be condemned as evil regardless of its technical merits? Leni always insisted that the film was purely documentary, that she simply recorded reality as she found it. I just observed and tried to film it well. The idea that I had helped to make propaganda was, and is to me, incomprehensible, she said, decades later. This defense is deeply problematic. While Leni may have believed it sincere, it ignores several crucial facts. First, she had enormous input into how the rally was staged for her cameras. The event and the film were co-constructed. Second, her editing choices, which images to include, how to sequence them, what music to use, were all interpretive decisions that shaped meaning. Third, and most damningly, she knew exactly what the Nazi regime represented by 1934, and she chose to create a film that presented that regime in the most favorable light possible. Triumph of the Will was not merely a documentary, it was a sophisticated piece of propaganda that made Nazi ideology and Nazi power look appealing, even intoxicating. It served the regime's goals perfectly, presenting Hitler as a messianic leader, showing the Nazi movement as powerful and unified, and creating visual imagery that would be used to recruit supporters and intimidate opponents. Following the success of Triumph of the Will, Leni's position within the Nazi hierarchy was secure. She was Hitler's favorite filmmaker, granted access and resources that other directors could only dream of. She socialized with the Nazi elite, attending parties with Goebbels, dining with Albert Speer, photographed at various regime functions. Her relationship with Joseph Goebbels was particularly complicated. As Minister of Propaganda and Enlightenment, Goebbels technically had authority over all German film production. Yet Leni insisted on maintaining independence, working directly with Hitler and refusing to submit to Goebbels' oversight. This created ongoing tension. Goebbels respected Leni's talent but resented her refusal to acknowledge his authority. His diaries contain numerous references to Leni, alternating between praise for her work and irritation at her difficult personality. The nature of Leni's awareness of Nazi crimes during this period would become central to post-war debates about her culpability. What did she know, and when did she know it? The Nazi regime's persecution of Jews had been public and increasingly severe throughout the 1930s. The Nuremberg laws of 1935 had stripped Jews of citizenship and prohibited intermarriage. Kristallnacht in November 1938 saw organized pogroms throughout Germany, with Jewish businesses destroyed and synagogues burned. Leni later claimed ignorance of these events, or when such ignorance was implausible, insisted they had not registered as particularly significant to her apolitical mind. She maintained that she was focused entirely on her artistic work and paid little attention to political developments. This claim becomes harder to sustain when one examines specific incidents. For instance, Bela Balaz, the Jewish film theorist, who had collaborated on The Blue Light, later claimed that Leni had essentially stolen credit for his contributions and allowed him to be written out of the film's history as Nazi racial laws made association with Jews politically dangerous. Leni denied these allegations, but documentary evidence suggests Balaz's account was substantially accurate. In 1936, Berlin hosted the Summer Olympic Games, an enormous propaganda opportunity for the Nazi regime to showcase Germany to the world. The regime wanted the Games documented with a film that would match the spectacle of the event itself. The commission to create this film was granted to Leni Riefenstahl. Olympia would become a two-part film, Festival of Nations and Festival of Beauty, running over 3.5 hours combined. It would be Leni's most ambitious project, employing revolutionary filming techniques and cementing her reputation as one of cinema's great innovators. The Nazi regime provided Leni with extraordinary resources. She commanded a crew of over 100 people, multiple camera teams, and access to film equipment that was being custom-built for the project. Cameras were mounted on tracks for smooth-moving shots, placed in underwater housings to film swimming and diving events, attached to balloons for aerial perspectives, and hidden throughout the Olympic Stadium to capture athletes from every conceivable angle. Leni spent months preparing for the Games. She studied film of previous Olympics to understand how sports had been documented before. She met with athletes to understand their events from a participant's perspective. She planned elaborate camera setups for different venues. By the time the Games began in August 1936, Leni and her crew were as prepared as possible for the enormous undertaking ahead. The filming of the 1936 Olympics was an extraordinary technical achievement. Leni's crews captured approximately 400,000 meters of film, an enormous amount that would take over a year to edit into the final product. They documented not just the competitions, but also the pageantry surrounding them, the opening ceremonies with their carefully choreographed spectacle, the crowds of spectators, the atmosphere of international competition. Leni employed techniques that were revolutionary for their time. Slow motion was used to capture the grace and power of athletic movement, high jumpers appearing to hang suspended in midair, divers rotating with balletic precision, runners' muscles rippling in detailed close-up. Underwater cameras revealed swimmers from perspectives never before seen. Cameras positioned in pits below the high jump bar looked up as athletes soared overhead. The film captures Jesse Owens' historic performance, the African-American athlete winning 4 gold medals in front of Hitler, supposedly disrupting Nazi theories of Aryan racial superiority. Leni gave significant screen time to Owens' victories, creating sequences of his running and jumping that were aesthetically beautiful and celebrated his achievements. This fact would later be used by Leni's defenders as evidence that she was not truly a Nazi ideologue. Look, they would argue, she celebrated Jesse Owens. Clearly she didn't embrace Nazi racial theories. Leni herself promoted this interpretation, claiming that Hitler had been furious with her for showcasing Owens so prominently. The reality was more complex. Yes, Leni filmed Owens' victories extensively, but Owens was one of the game's major stories, and excluding him would have been absurd. Moreover, the way Leni filmed Owens, while aesthetically beautiful, was not substantively different from how she filmed other athletes. She was creating a film about athletic achievement and physical beauty, using whatever material the games provided. After the games concluded, Lenny began the monumental task of editing 400,000 meters of footage into a coherent film. The process would consume over 18 months of intensive work. Lenny was notoriously demanding during this phase, working extremely long hours and expecting her editing team to do the same. She approached the editing with an artist's sensibility rather than a journalist's. She was not creating a straightforward documentary record of who won which events. Instead, she was crafting a visual poem celebrating athletic achievement, physical beauty, and human striving. Events were restructured for dramatic effect. Music, including pieces composed specifically for the film, was carefully synchronized with images to heighten emotional impact. The film's opening sequence exemplified Lenny's approach. Rather than beginning with the opening ceremonies, she created an elaborate prologue showing ancient Greek ruins, then a slow dissolve to a nearly nude male discus thrower in classical Greek style, which then morphed into modern athletes warming up. This sequence positioned the modern Olympics as the heir to ancient Greek athletic traditions, creating a mythic framing that elevated the entire film. Throughout the film, Lenny emphasized the beauty of athletic bodies in motion. There are numerous shots of athletes' muscular physiques, particularly male athletes, filmed with an almost sculptural attention to physical form. Some commentators have noted a homoerotic quality to these images, though Lenny always insisted she was simply celebrating physical perfection. Olympia premiered on April 20, 1938, Hitler's birthday, at a gala event in Berlin attended by the Nazi leadership and international dignitaries. The film was immediately recognized as a remarkable achievement. Even critics who were uncomfortable with the Nazi regime acknowledged the film's technical brilliance and innovative cinematography. The film won numerous awards, including the Coppa Mussolini at the 1938 Venice Film Festival, an award presented by Italian dictator Benito Mussolini, Hitler's fascist ally. It was also awarded the Swedish Polar Prize, the Greek Parthenon Prize, and the Olympic Diploma. Critics worldwide praised its aesthetic achievements, even as the Nazi regime used it as a propaganda tool to enhance Germany's international prestige. Film historians and sports documentarians have extensively studied Olympia, which influenced generations of sports filmmaking. Techniques Lenny pioneered, slow motion to emphasize athletic grace, dramatic camera angles to heighten tension, rhythmic editing synchronized to music, became standard tools in sports documentary and broadcasting. Yet the film's artistic merits cannot be separated from its context. Olympia was financed by the Nazi regime and served its propaganda purposes, presenting Germany as a cultured, modern nation hosting a successful international event. The film ignored the regime's ongoing persecution of Jews and other minorities, its militarization, its aggressive foreign policy. By creating such beautiful images of the Nazi-hosted Olympics, Lenny helped legitimize a criminal regime on the world stage. Following Olympia's release, Lenny embarked on international tours to promote the film. She traveled to Italy, France, Britain, and was planning an extended tour of the United States. These tours were partially funded by the Nazi regime, making them effectively propaganda missions disguised as cultural exchanges. The American tour, planned for late 1938, became particularly controversial. Lenny arrived in New York in November 1938, just weeks after Kristallnacht, the massive anti-Jewish pogrom that had shocked international opinion and made Nazi anti-Semitism impossible to ignore. American Jewish organizations and anti-Nazi groups organized protests against Lenny's visit, arguing that she represented a barbaric regime and should not be welcomed. Lenny was reportedly stunned by the hostile reception. She had expected to be celebrated as an artist and instead found herself denounced as a Nazi propagandist. Hollywood studios that had initially shown interest in working with her suddenly cancelled meetings. Social events were picketed, Newspapers published critical articles questioning why America was hosting Hitler's favorite filmmaker. Leni cut short her American tour and returned to Germany, bitter about what she perceived as unfair treatment. She complained to Hitler that she had been persecuted for her nationality, ignoring the legitimate reasons why Americans might be uncomfortable celebrating a filmmaker who worked for the Nazi regime. As the 1930s drew to a close, Europe was sliding inexorably toward war. Germany had remilitarized the Rhineland in 1936, annexed Austria in March 1938, and seized Czechoslovakia's Sudetenland in September 1938. Each act of aggression brought condemnation but no military response from Britain and France, encouraging Hitler to become more aggressive still. Leni later claimed she was oblivious to these developments, focused entirely on her film work. But even granting her supposed political naivety, the signs of impending catastrophe were impossible to miss by 1939. Germany was obviously preparing for war, and the Nazi regime's brutality toward its perceived enemies was increasingly overt. On September 1, 1939, Germany invaded Poland. Britain and France declared war 2 days later. The Second World War had begun, and with it, any possibility that Leni could continue claiming her art existed in a realm separate from politics. When war began, Leni's position became more complicated. She had been Hitler's favorite filmmaker, but there was little demand for artistic documentaries when the nation was mobilizing for total war. Joseph Goebbels, whom Leni had spent years antagonizing with her refusal to submit to his authority, was now in complete control of wartime film production. Leni proposed various film projects to the Nazi leadership, but most were rejected. She suggested a film about the invasion of Poland, a proposal that went nowhere. She attempted to attach herself to various propaganda efforts, but found doors that had been opened to her in peacetime now closed. During the invasion of Poland in September 1939, Leni did travel to the front as a war correspondent or observer. Her exact role remains somewhat unclear. What is certain is that she witnessed the aftermath of a massacre of civilians in the Polish town of Kącki, where German soldiers had killed numerous Jewish civilians. This incident would become significant in post-war legal proceedings. Survivors testified that Leni had been present and had done nothing to stop the killings or help the victims. Leni claimed she had been traumatized by witnessing the violence and had complained to German officers about the atrocity. Documentary evidence suggests her presence at the scene was definitely established, but the exact nature of her actions and reactions remains disputed. Frustrated by her inability to secure major wartime commissions, Leni decided to produce and direct her own feature film, an adaptation of an opera called Tiefland, Lowland. She began work on the project in 1940, though production would be repeatedly interrupted by the war and would not be completed until
Infinity, Tiefland
was intended as a return to Leni's mountain film roots, a melodramatic story set in the Spanish Pyrenees, far removed from contemporary politics. Leni cast herself in the lead role, despite being nearly 40 years old when principal photography began, arguably too old for the young peasant girl she was playing. The production became notorious for Leni's use of Roma, Gypsy, prisoners from concentration camps as extras. Leni recruited approximately 60 Roma from the Maxklan camp near Salzburg to appear in the film as Spanish peasants. These prisoners were housed in a separate camp during filming, used for the production, and then returned to the concentration camp system afterward. After the war, survivors testified that many of these Roma were subsequently murdered in concentration camps. Leni claimed ignorance of their ultimate fate, insisting that she had treated them well during filming, provided them with food and clothing, and assumed they would be returned safely to their homes after the production ended. This incident would become central to post-war legal proceedings against Leni, as it demonstrated her direct, knowing use of concentration camp prisoners for her personal film project, making claims of ignorance about the camp system implausible. As Germany's defeat became inevitable in early 1945, Leni found herself in an increasingly precarious position. She had been Hitler's favorite filmmaker, had socialized with the highest Nazi leadership, had created the regime's most effective propaganda films. Yet, she had also spent recent years working on Tiefland, a project far removed from wartime propaganda, which perhaps allowed her to maintain some psychological distance from the regime's atrocities. In the final chaotic weeks of the war, Leni fled Munich with her mother and a small group of associates, heading toward the Austrian Alps. She carried with her the unfinished film materials for Tiefland and various personal documents. The group moved from place to place, trying to stay ahead of advancing Allied forces, joining the tide of refugees desperately seeking safety as the Third Reich collapsed. On May 8, 1945, Victory in Europe Day, Germany officially surrendered. Leni was in the small Austrian town of Kitzbühel when American troops arrived. Unlike some Nazi figures who attempted to hide their identities or escape prosecution, Leni did not go into hiding. She was too famous. Her face was known throughout Germany and beyond. Moreover, she apparently convinced herself that as an artist who had merely documented events, she bore no criminal responsibility for the Nazi regime's crimes. American forces detained Leni almost immediately. She was classified as a fellow traveler of the Nazi regime, someone who had supported and benefited from Nazi rule without being directly responsible for criminal acts. This classification placed her in a legal gray area. She was clearly not a major war criminal like the leaders who would stand trial at Nuremberg, but neither was she merely an ordinary German who had passively endured the regime. Interrogators were primarily interested in two questions. What was her relationship with Hitler and the Nazi leadership? And what did she know about the regime's crimes, particularly the Holocaust? Leni's responses established the defensive narrative she would maintain for the rest of her life. She insisted that her relationship with Hitler had been purely professional and artistic. She claimed Hitler had appreciated her films and had provided resources for her work, but that she had never discussed politics with him and had remained ignorant of the regime's criminal activities. She portrayed herself as a naive artist who had been exploited by politicians she didn't understand. Regarding Triumph of the Will and her other political films, Leni argued that she had simply documented historical events as they occurred. She was a cinematographer, not a propagandist. The fact that her films presented the Nazi regime favorably was, she claimed, merely a reflection of reality as it existed at the time. She had filmed what was there, nothing more. When confronted with the use of Roma concentration camp prisoners in Tiefland, Leni acknowledged their presence but insisted she had treated them well and had believed they would be safely returned after filming. She claimed complete ignorance of concentration camp conditions and the fate of prisoners. The interrogators found her testimony unconvincing but struggled to build a criminal case against her. Unlike Albert Speer, who had directly overseen slave labor programs, or Josef Mengele, who had conducted medical experiments, Leni's crimes were more abstract. She had created propaganda, extraordinarily effective propaganda, but propaganda creation was not explicitly defined as a war crime under existing international law. Moreover, Leni was female in an era when women were often presumed to lack agency in political matters. The male-dominated military and legal structures of the occupation forces found it easier to believe that she had been a pawn of Hitler and Goebbels rather than an active, calculating collaborator. This sexist assumption worked in Leni's favor, allowing her to present herself as a victim of male manipulation rather than a willing participant in the regime's propaganda apparatus. Between 1945 and 1952, Leni underwent multiple denazification proceedings, legal, processes established by the Allied occupation, authorities to categorize German citizens based on their involvement with the Nazi regime and determine appropriate consequences. These proceedings could result in various classifications ranging from major offender, facing severe punishment, to exonerated, cleared of Nazi involvement. Leni's first denazification hearing took place under French occupation authority in 1948. The hearing examined her films, her relationships with Nazi leaders, and her use of concentration camp prisoners. Witnesses testified both for and against her. Some former colleagues defended her as an apolitical artist. Others described her as an enthusiastic Nazi sympathizer who had knowingly served the regime's propaganda purposes. The tribunal classified Leni as a fellow traveler and imposed restrictions on her professional activities. She was prohibited from working in film production and faced limitations on her ability to travel. However, she avoided more severe penalties that might have included imprisonment or permanent prohibition from artistic work. Leni immediately appealed this decision, beginning what would become a decades-long legal and public relations campaign to clear her name. She hired lawyers to challenge the denazification classification. She gave carefully controlled interviews to sympathetic journalists. She began writing memoirs that presented her preferred version of events. Most importantly, she developed and refined the narrative that would define the rest of her life, that of the innocent artist persecuted for her genius by small-minded bureaucrats who couldn't distinguish between art and propaganda. In 1952, after multiple appeals and reviews, a Berlin denazification tribunal downgraded Leni's classification, ultimately declaring her a fellow traveler with lesser restrictions. This decision allowed her to resume film work, though in practice, she found few opportunities in post-war German cinema. Her association with the Nazi regime had made her toxic to most producers and distributors, particularly in an era when Germany was trying to rebuild its international reputation. The immediate post-war years were financially difficult for Leni. Her assets had been frozen or confiscated. The denazification proceedings prevented her from earning income from film work. She lived modestly, dependent on the support of friends and family. The contrast with her life during the Nazi era, when she had commanded enormous budgets and moved in the highest social circles, was stark and bitter. Yet Leni refused to disappear quietly into obscurity. She was determined to rehabilitate her reputation and resume her career. To this end, she finally completed Tiefland, the film she had been working on since 1940. Post-production and editing consumed years of work and most of her limited financial resources. The film finally premiered in 1954, nearly 15 years after principal photography had begun. Tiefland was a commercial and critical failure. The film's melodramatic story felt dated, and Leni's performance, she was in her 50s, playing a young peasant girl, was widely ridiculed. More damaging were the protests that accompanied the film's release. Jewish groups and anti-Nazi organizations picketed theaters, reminding audiences that the film had been made using concentration camp prisoners as forced extras. Newspapers ran stories about the Roma who had appeared in the film and were subsequently murdered in the camps. Leni sued various newspapers and organizations for defamation, claiming their allegations about her mistreatment of the Roma prisoners were false. These lawsuits became another front in her rehabilitation campaign. Some cases she won on technical grounds. Others were settled out of court. But the legal victories were Pyrrhic. They kept her name in the news in connection with Nazi crimes, exactly the association she was trying to escape. Unable to revive her film career, Leni reinvented herself in the 1960s as a still photographer. She had always been interested in photography, and the skills she had developed as a filmmaker, composition, lighting, visual storytelling, translated well to the medium. But rather than photographing in Germany, where her Nazi past haunted her constantly, Leni chose a dramatically different subject and location. She became fascinated with Africa, particularly with the Nuba people of Sudan, a tribal group living in relative isolation in the Nuba Mountains. Beginning in the 1960s, Leni made multiple trips to Sudan, spending months living among the Nuba, documenting their culture, ceremonies, and daily life. The resulting photographs emphasize the physical beauty of Nuba bodies, particularly the young male warriors, with their elaborate body painting and athletic physique. Leni published several books of Nuba photography. The Last of the Nuba, 1973, and The People of Cow, 1976. The books were successful, garnering critical praise for their striking images and introducing Western audiences to a little-known culture. For Leni, this success represented vindication, proof that she remained a significant artist capable of producing important work. Yet even this African photography became controversial. Critics, particularly the essayist Susan Sontag, argued that Leni's Nuba photographs embodied the same fascist aesthetic that had characterized Triumph of the Will. The emphasis on perfect physical specimens, the celebration of primitive masculinity, the compositional techniques that made individuals appear as elements in larger geometric patterns, all of this, Sontag argued, revealed continuity with Leni's Nazi-era work, rather than representing a break from it. Sontag's 1975 essay, Fascinating Fascism, became one of the most influential critical analyses of Leni's work. Sontag argued that fascism had an aesthetic dimension, a particular way of seeing and presenting the world that celebrated physical perfection, hierarchical order, and the subordination of individuals to collective formations. This fascist aesthetic appeared consistently throughout Leni's career, from Triumph of the Will through the Nuba photographs, suggesting that her claims of political naivety were false. She had always been attracted to and expert at creating fascist imagery. Leni was furious about Sontag's essay and threatened legal action, though she ultimately did not sue. The analysis stung because it struck at the heart of her defense. If Sontag was correct that Leni's artistic vision was fundamentally fascist in character, then her claims of being merely a neutral documentarian became impossible to sustain. In her 70s, Leni took up yet another new pursuit: underwater photography and diving. She became a certified diver and began photographing marine life, particularly coral reefs and tropical fish. This was an astonishing physical achievement for someone of her age. Leni's lifelong commitment to physical fitness, a vestige of her dance training, allowed her to undertake physically demanding diving expeditions well into her 90s. She published books of underwater photography, which were well received though less culturally significant than her Nuba work. These books served partly as evidence of her continued vitality and artistic productivity, but they also represented an escape into a realm completely divorced from human politics. Underwater, there were no Nazis, no denazification hearings, no accusations of collaboration, only color, light, and the alien beauty of marine ecosystems. Throughout her post-war life, Leni was constantly involved in litigation. She sued journalists who called her a Nazi, publishers who associated her with war crimes, and historians who questioned her version of events. She won many of these cases, particularly in German courts, that applied strict defamation standards protecting individuals' reputations. These legal victories allowed Leni to claim vindication. "The courts have exonerated me," she would say in interviews, pointing to favorable verdicts as proof of her innocence. But the reality was more complex. German defamation law placed high burdens on defendants to prove the literal truth of specific statements. Winning a defamation case didn't necessarily mean Leni was innocent of collaboration. It often meant only that a particular journalist couldn't prove a specific claim to the court's satisfaction. Moreover, Leni's legal strategy had a chilling effect on critical examination of her work. Journalists and historians knew that writing about her invited expensive, time-consuming litigation. Many publications, unwilling to spend money defending against her lawsuits, simply avoided the topic. This allowed Leni to shape the narrative about her life more effectively than would have been possible if critics could write freely without fear of legal consequences. In 1987, Leni published her memoirs, a massive tome of over 600 pages titled Memoiren. The book presented her life story according to her preferred narrative. The talented artist who happened to live during a terrible period in German history, who created beautiful films without understanding their political implications, who was then persecuted after the war by people who couldn't distinguish between art and propaganda. The memoirs were bestsellers in Germany and were translated into multiple languages. They reinforced the image Leni had spent decades cultivating, that of an innocent victim rather than a Nazi collaborator. Critics who reviewed the book noted numerous factual errors, convenient omissions and self-serving interpretations, but the memoirs nevertheless succeeded in presenting Leni's version of events to a wide audience. Academic historians largely dismissed the memoirs as unreliable sources riddled with self-justification, but for general readers who weren't familiar with the historical details, the memoirs seemed plausible. Here was an elderly woman reflecting on her long, eventful life, acknowledging mistakes, but insisting she had never intended to serve an evil regime. The narrative had emotional power, even if it was historically dubious. Leni Riefenstahl lived to be over 100 years old, dying on September 8, 2003, just weeks after celebrating her 101st birthday. Her extraordinary longevity meant that she outlived virtually everyone else from Hitler's inner circle. She was lucid and active until very late in life, continuing to grant interviews, pursue legal cases, and defend her reputation almost to the end. In her final decades, Leni achieved a kind of grudging acceptance, particularly among some in the film community who were willing to separate her artistic achievements from her political associations. She received various Lifetime Achievement Awards from organizations that focused on her technical innovations in cinematography while downplaying or ignoring her service. To the Nazi regime, young filmmakers and scholars sometimes visited her, seeking to learn from a living link to cinema's early history. Leni was generally gracious with such visitors, willing to discuss camera techniques and editing strategies while deflecting questions about politics with well-rehearsed responses about artistic independence. When she died in 2003, obituaries around the world struggled with how to characterize her legacy. Some emphasized her innovations in documentary filmmaking and sports cinematography, crediting her as a pioneer whose technical achievements influenced generations of directors. Others focused on her role as Nazi Germany's chief propagandist, arguing that her artistic talents had been placed in service of evil and that no amount of aesthetic brilliance could redeem films that glorified a genocidal regime. The central question surrounding Leni Riefenstahl's life and work has never been definitively answered. Was she a knowing, willing collaborator with the Nazi regime? Or was she a naive artist exploited by politicians whose goals she didn't understand or share? The case for her defense rests on several points. First, she was never a member of the Nazi Party, a fact she emphasized constantly. Second, she claimed repeatedly that she was apolitical, focused entirely on her art. Third, she argued that her films simply documented events as they occurred. She didn't create Nazi ideology, she merely filmed its public expressions. Fourth, she pointed to her celebration of Jesse Owens in Olympia as evidence that she didn't embrace Nazi racial theories. Finally, she noted that she faced restrictions and difficulties from Nazi officials like Goebbels, suggesting she was not fully accepted within the regime's inner circle. The case against her is more compelling. First, whether or not she carried a party card, she worked closely with Hitler and benefited enormously from her association with the regime. Second, her claims of political naivety become implausible when examined closely. She was intelligent, well-educated, and moved in circles where Nazi ideology and crimes were openly discussed. Third, her films were not neutral documentaries, but rather carefully constructed propaganda that presented Nazism in the most favorable possible light. Fourth, celebrating Owens in Olympia proved nothing. Ignoring the game's most successful athlete would have been absurd, and filming him didn't require rejecting Nazi ideology. Fifth, her tensions with Goebbels stemmed from personality conflicts and turf battles, not ideological differences. Finally, and most damningly, she knowingly used concentration camp prisoners in Tiefland, demonstrating direct, personal involvement with the Nazi camp system. Moreover, her post-war behavior reveals much about her character. Rather than expressing genuine remorse for having served a genocidal regime, Leni spent decades litigating against critics, rewriting history in her memoirs, and portraying herself as a victim. She never acknowledged that creating propaganda for the Nazis, even if she believed it was merely art, had been morally wrong. She never expressed empathy for the regime's victims or accepted even partial responsibility for having made Nazism appear attractive and powerful. Leni. Riefenstahl's life raises profound questions about the relationship between art and politics, and about artists' responsibilities for how their work is used. Can art be separated from the political context in which it was created? Do artists bear moral responsibility when their work serves evil purposes, even if that wasn't their primary intention? Triumph of the Will undeniably possesses aesthetic merit. Its cinematography is innovative, its editing sophisticated, its visual composition striking. Film students still study it to learn about documentary technique and visual storytelling. Yet, it is also true that the film served Nazi propaganda purposes, that it made Hitler appear messianic and Nazism appear powerful and appealing, that it helped recruit supporters for a regime that would murder millions. Can both these things be true simultaneously? Can Triumph of the Will be both a masterpiece of cinema and an instrument of evil? Most scholars now believe the answer is yes, and that this tension is precisely what makes the film so troubling and so significant. It demonstrates that great artistic talent and sophisticated aesthetic sensibility are not incompatible. With service to monstrous causes, Leni's insistence that she was just an artist represents a moral evasion. Artists make choices about what to create, how to present it, and whom to work for. These are moral choices, not merely aesthetic ones. By choosing to work for Hitler, by choosing to present Nazism in the most favorable possible light, by choosing to employ prisoners from concentration camps, Leni made moral choices for which she bore responsibility. Her refusal to acknowledge this responsibility, her decades of litigation against critics, her self-serving memoirs, all of this suggests not an innocent artist wrongly persecuted, but rather someone who understood exactly what she had done and chose to lie about it rather than confront the truth. Despite the moral taint surrounding her work, Leni Riefenstahl's technical innovations in filmmaking are undeniable and lasting. Her use of multiple cameras to capture events from different angles, her pioneering of moving camera shots on tracks and dollies, her employment of telephoto lenses to create compressed perspectives, her sophisticated editing rhythms, all of these became standard techniques in documentary and sports filmmaking. Sports. Broadcasting in particular owes an enormous debt to Olympia. The way modern television covers sporting events with slow-motion replays, dramatic camera angles, rhythmic editing synchronized to music derives directly from techniques Leni pioneered in 1936. Filmmakers from Francis Ford Coppola to George Lucas have acknowledged studying her work, even while recognizing its troubling political content. Yet this influence itself raises uncomfortable questions. When modern filmmakers use techniques Leni developed while creating Nazi propaganda, are they perpetuating fascist aesthetics? Is there something inherently fascist about the way we visually present athletic competition, political rallies, or military power? Susan Sontag argued yes, that certain ways of seeing and presenting the world carry ideological content regardless of the filmmaker's stated intentions. The emphasis on physical perfection, the celebration of masses moving in synchronization, the portrayal of leaders as larger-than-life figures, these aesthetic choices reflect and reinforce authoritarian values, whether in Nazi Germany or contemporary democracies. Leni Riefenstahl died unrepentant, convinced to the end that she had been an innocent artist persecuted by small-minded critics who couldn't appreciate that beauty transcends politics. She refused to acknowledge that working for Hitler had been a moral failing, insisting instead that she had simply done her job as a filmmaker to the best of her abilities. History's judgment has been less forgiving. Most scholars now recognize Leni as a talented filmmaker who willingly placed her considerable gifts in service of Nazi propaganda. Her technical innovations in cinema were real and lasting, but they cannot be separated from the political context in which they were developed. Triumph of the Will and Olympia are important films, important both for their aesthetic achievements and for what they reveal about how sophisticated propaganda can seduce even sophisticated audiences. The question of whether Leni was truly as naive and apolitical as she claimed seems to have been definitively answered. She was not. The evidence of her collaboration with the Nazi regime is overwhelming. The use of concentration camp prisoners in Tiefland alone destroys any claim to ignorance of Nazi crimes. Her close relationships with Hitler and other Nazi leaders, her acceptance of resources and privileges from the regime, her creation of films that glorified Nazi power, all of this points to willing collaboration rather than innocent exploitation. Yet perhaps the most damning evidence is her post-war behavior. Had she genuinely been an innocent artist who unwittingly served evil purposes, one might expect expressions of horror and remorse once the full scope of Nazi crimes became known. Instead, Leni spent decades defending herself, suing critics, and insisting she bore no responsibility for the regime's crimes. This defensiveness suggests consciousness of guilt rather than innocent victimhood. In the end, Leni Riefenstahl's story serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of divorcing art from morality, of claiming that aesthetic excellence excuses political complicity. She was extraordinarily talented, few dispute that. She revolutionized documentary filmmaking and influenced generations of cinematographers. Yet she used these gifts to serve one of history's most evil regimes, creating propaganda that made Nazism appear attractive and helped it recruit supporters. Her refusal to acknowledge this truth, her decades of denial and self-justification, her insistence that she was merely an artist with no political responsibility, all of this represents a profound moral failure. Great artistic talent carries great moral responsibility. Those who possess the ability to move audiences, to shape perceptions, to create powerful images, they bear particular responsibility for how those gifts are employed. Leni Riefenstahl employed her gifts in service of Adolf Hitler and Nazi Germany. That is the inescapable truth of her life. Her later work photographing the Nuba and marine life, her longevity and continued artistic productivity, her legal victories and public rehabilitation efforts, none of this can erase or diminish that central, damning fact she died at age 101, having outlived her era and most of her critics, but she could not outlive history's judgment. That judgment is clear. Leni Riefenstahl was a brilliant filmmaker who was also a Nazi collaborator, an artist of exceptional talent who placed those talents in service of genocide and aggressive war. Her technical innovations enriched cinema. Her moral failures diminished humanity. Both are true, and both must be remembered. The films remain beautiful, troubling, powerful, and evil. They stand as permanent testaments to both human artistic capability and human moral bankruptcy. Reminders that talent and intelligence provide no protection against the seductions of power, and that aesthetic brilliance can coexist with moral monstrosity. In this sense, Leni Riefenstahl's life and work remain painfully relevant, a warning to every generation of artists about the responsibilities that accompany creative gifts. When asked late in life whether she regretted making Triumph of the Will, Leni replied, "I regret that I was alive at that time. Not that she had made the film, not that she had served Hitler, only that she had the misfortune to live during an era when her service to evil would be remembered and condemned." This response captured perfectly the moral bankruptcy at the core of her self-understanding. To the very end, Leni saw herself as a victim, never acknowledging that she had been a perpetrator. For this failure of moral imagination as much as for her actual crimes, history judges Leni Riefenstahl harshly, and rightly so. On the evening of May 1st, 1945, as Soviet artillery pounded the ruins of Berlin and the Third Reich breathed its final gasps, a small group of men attempted to escape from Hitler's bunker through the burning capital. Among them was Martin Bormann, Reichsleiter of the Nazi Party, Hitler's personal secretary, and arguably the second most powerful man in Nazi Germany during the war's final years. Bormann was last seen alive near the Weidendamme Bridge as Soviet troops closed in from all directions. Then he vanished. For decades, Bormann's fate remained one of history's enduring mysteries. Some believed he had died in Berlin during the escape attempt. Others were convinced he had successfully fled Germany and was living under a false identity somewhere in South America, perhaps sheltered by sympathetic Nazi networks. International manhunts searched for him. Alleged sightings were reported from Argentina to Paraguay. The uncertainty surrounding his fate seemed fitting for a man who had spent his entire career in Hitler's shadow. Visible, yet somehow obscure, powerful, yet mysterious. But who was Martin Bormann? How did a relatively unknown party functionary rise to become the gatekeeper controlling access to Adolf Hitler? And why, despite wielding enormous power during the Third Reich's final years, does his name remain less familiar to general audiences than those of Göring, Goebbels, or Himmler? To answer these questions, we must return to the early 20th century, to the birth of a man whose greatest skill was making himself indispensable. Martin Ludwig Bormann was born on June 17, 1900, in the town of Weigeleben in the German state of Saxony-Anhalt. Unlike many of Hitler's inner circle who came from aristocratic or upper-middle-class backgrounds, Bormann's origins were solidly middle-class and relatively modest. His family background provided neither particular advantages nor significant hardships. He was simply ordinary. Unremarkable, his father, Theodor Bormann, worked as a post office employee and later as a sergeant in a cavalry regiment, respectable occupations that provided steady income without conferring any special social status. Theodor was a disciplinarian who valued order, obedience, and hard work, values he attempted to instill in his children with varying degrees of success. Martin's mother, Antonie Vollborn, came from a family of musicians in Halberstadt. She brought some cultural refinement to the household, though the Bormanns were not particularly wealthy or socially prominent. Antonie provided a somewhat softer counterbalance to Theodor's strict discipline, though she too emphasized the importance of duty and perseverance. Martin had an older half-brother named Albert from his father's previous marriage. Albert and Martin would later have a complicated relationship, particularly as Albert became increasingly disillusioned with the Nazi regime that Martin served so devotedly. This familial split, one brother rising to the heights of Nazi power, while the other rejected the regime's values, would become a source of tension and pain for both men. Tragedy struck the Bormann household in 1903 when Martin was just 3 years old. His father Theodor died, leaving Antonie to raise the children alone with limited financial resources. The loss of the family's primary breadwinner created economic strain, though the Bormanns never fell into desperate poverty. They maintained their middle-class respectability, but Martin grew up keenly aware of financial limitations and the importance of securing economic stability. Martin attended school in Wegeleben and later in other towns as his mother moved, seeking employment and support. His academic record was unremarkable. He was neither particularly brilliant nor notably dull, showing average aptitude across most subjects. Teachers described him as diligent and obedient, but lacking intellectual curiosity or creative spark. He did his assignments, followed rules, and caused no trouble. But he stood out in no particular way. Unlike many Nazi leaders who attended university and developed intellectual pretensions, Martin's formal education ended at a relatively basic level. After completing his elementary schooling, he entered agricultural training, which was considered a practical career path for someone of his social class without the means to pursue higher education. He apprenticed at an agricultural estate, learning the practical skills of farm management, bookkeeping, crop management, livestock husbandry, and the administration of rural properties. This agricultural training, while seemingly mundane, would prove significant to Martin's later career. It gave him organizational and administrative skills, the ability to manage complex operations, maintain records, and ensure efficient use of resources. These were not glamorous talents, but they were valuable in any large organization, including the Nazi Party he would eventually serve. Martin's teenage years coincided with World War I, though he was too young to serve in the military during the conflict's duration. He was 14 when the war began in August 1914 and 18 when it ended in November 1918, old enough to be profoundly affected by the war's atmosphere, but too young to have fought in it. This generation, those who missed direct combat but grew up during wartime, often felt a sense of missed heroism, a belief that they had been cheated of the opportunity to prove themselves in battle. This sentiment would later make them particularly susceptible to militaristic and nationalist movements, promising renewed glory. When World War I ended with Germany's defeat, the nation plunged into political and economic chaos. The German Empire collapsed and was replaced by the democratic Weimar Republic. The Treaty of Versailles imposed harsh terms on Germany, territorial losses, massive reparations, military restrictions, and a forced acknowledgement of war guilt. Many Germans viewed these terms as a humiliation and betrayal. The immediate post-war period saw revolutionary upheaval throughout Germany. Communist movements, inspired by the successful Bolshevik Revolution in Russia, attempted to seize power in various German cities. In response, right-wing paramilitary organizations called Freikorps, Free Corps, formed to combat communist insurgencies and maintain order as they understood it. Martin Bormann joined one of these Freikorps units in 1919 at age 19. For a young man from a modest background seeking purpose and identity in chaotic times, the Freikorps offered clear structure, a sense of mission, and the promise of belonging to something larger than himself. The Freikorps attracted war veterans, and younger men like Martin who had missed the war but wanted to participate in what they saw as defending Germany from the twin threats of communism and social dissolution. Bormann's Freikorps unit participated in suppressing communist uprisings in central Germany. The violence was often brutal. Freikorps units were notorious for their harsh treatment of captured communists and suspected sympathizers. This period of street fighting and political violence normalized brutality in Martin's worldview and established patterns that would characterize his later behavior. Loyalty to his chosen cause, ruthless treatment of perceived enemies, and willingness to use violence to achieve political goals. In 1924, Martin Bormann was involved in an incident that would result in his imprisonment and provide troubling insight into his character. Along with Rudolf Höss, who would later become notorious as the commandant of Auschwitz concentration camp, and several other right-wing activists, Bormann participated in the murder of Walter Kado, a man they suspected of having betrayed a Freikorps member named Albert Leo. Schlageter to French occupation authorities, Schlageter had been executed by French authorities for sabotage in the occupied Ruhr region in 1923, and right-wing nationalists considered him a martyr. Seeking revenge against those they blamed for his death, Bormann, Höss, and their associates abducted Kardau in the town of Parchim. They beat him savagely, then slit his throat and shot him multiple times, leaving his body in a forest. The murder was eventually discovered, and Bormann and his co-conspirators were arrested and tried. The trial revealed the savage brutality of the killing. Kardau had been tortured before being murdered, suggesting the killing had been both punishment and revenge rather than merely silencing a witness. Bormann was convicted of being an accessory to murder and sentenced to 1 year in prison, a relatively lenient sentence that reflected the German judiciary's sympathy toward right-wing defendants during this period. Rudolf Höss received a longer sentence, but was also released early. Years later, as Auschwitz commandant, Höss would oversee the murder of over 1 million people, primarily Jews, during the Holocaust. The connection between these two men, both involved in the Parchim murder, both later becoming central figures in Nazi crimes, is chilling and suggests that their capacity for violence and moral callousness was evident early on. Martin served his prison term without apparent remorse or reflection on the nature of his crime. He viewed Kardau's murder as justified political action rather than criminal violence. This inability or unwillingness to recognize moral boundaries would characterize Bormann's entire career. He would do whatever he believed necessary to advance his cause and his own position, without concern for ethical considerations or human cost. After his release from prison in 1925, Bormann needed both employment and a political home. He found both in the Nazi Party, which he joined in 1927. The party was still relatively small at this time, having suffered a major setback following Hitler's failed beer hall putsch in 1923 and his subsequent imprisonment. But it was growing steadily, particularly in Bavaria and other regions where nationalist sentiment ran strong. Bormann initially worked for the party in Thuringia, a central German state where the Nazis were building organizational strength. His role was administrative rather than ideological. He managed party finances, organized meetings, handled logistics, and performed the unglamorous but essential work that kept a political organization functioning. These were not positions that garnered headlines or public attention, but they were crucial to the party's operations. It was during this period that Bormann demonstrated the qualities that would eventually bring him to Hitler's attention: extraordinary organizational ability, tireless work ethic, absolute reliability, and complete lack of personal ambition for public recognition. Bormann had no interest in giving speeches or appearing at rallies. He didn't seek the spotlight or crave applause. What he wanted was power, not the visible, public power of a Goebbels or a Goering, but the quiet, bureaucratic power that comes from controlling information, resources, and access. In September 1929, Bormann married Gerda Buch, the daughter of Walter Buch, a senior Nazi Party official and chairman of the party's internal court system. This marriage was personally significant but also politically advantageous. It connected Bormann by family, ties to the party's upper ranks, and gave him access to higher party circles. Gerda was a devoted Nazi who shared Martin's commitment to the movement completely. The couple would eventually have 10 children together, a family size encouraged by Nazi ideology's emphasis on high Aryan birth rates. Gerda maintained fanatical loyalty to Hitler and the Nazi cause throughout her life, supporting Martin's career absolutely and raising their children to be devoted adherents of Nazi ideology. Throughout the late 1920s and early 1930s, Bormann steadily advanced through the Nazi Party's administrative structure. In 1928, he was appointed head of the party's insurance program, an unglamorous position that nevertheless involved managing substantial funds and organizing a complex administrative system. Bormann excelled at this work, demonstrating the meticulous attention to detail and organizational competence that would become his hallmark. As the Nazi Party grew explosively in the early 1930s, driven by economic depression, political instability, and effective propaganda, the need for efficient administration increased correspondingly. The party was evolving from a relatively small, regionally focused movement into a national political force, contesting elections and managing millions of Reichsmarks. Competent administrators like Bormann became increasingly valuable. In 1933, when Hitler was appointed Chancellor and the Nazis seized power, Bormann was positioned to benefit from the party's triumph. He was appointed Chief of Staff to Rudolf Hess, who held the position of Deputy Führer, Hitler's official second-in-command in party matters. This position placed Bormann at the heart of the party's administrative apparatus, where he controlled much of the paperwork and bureaucratic processes that kept the organization functioning. Bormann's role as Hess's Chief of Staff was perfectly suited to his talents and temperament. He managed schedules, controlled access to Hess, processed correspondence, maintained files, and ensured that party directives were properly communicated and implemented. He worked extremely long hours, often from early morning until late at night, handling mountains of paperwork with systematic efficiency. More importantly, this position allowed Bormann to observe how power functioned at the highest levels of the Nazi regime. He learned who the key players were, what their rivalries and alliances entailed, and how decisions were actually made beneath the formal structures of government. He began building a network of contacts and loyalists throughout the party and government apparatus, people who owed him favors, whom he had helped, or who recognized his rising importance. Bormann's method of accumulating power was fundamentally different from that of more flamboyant Nazi leaders. Men like Göring, Goebbels, and Himmler built their power bases through control of major institutions, the Luftwaffe, the propaganda apparatus, the SS, and police systems. They were public figures whose power was visible and recognized. Bormann's approach was subtler and in some ways more insidious. He made himself indispensable by controlling the flow of information and access. As Hess's Chief of Staff, Bormann determined which issues reached the Deputy Führer's attention and which were handled at lower levels. He decided who could meet with Hess and who was kept waiting. He managed the paperwork that recorded decisions and tracked their implementation. This gave him enormous informal power. He couldn't order people around directly, but he could facilitate or obstruct their access to those who could. Bormann was also extraordinarily skilled at bureaucratic infighting. He understood instinctively how to use administrative procedures to advantage his allies and disadvantage his rivals. He could delay a rival's project by tying it up in procedural requirements. He could advance a preferred initiative by expediting approvals and removing bureaucratic obstacles. These techniques were subtle and largely invisible to outsiders, but they were enormously effective at shaping outcomes. Perhaps most importantly, Bormann cultivated a reputation for absolute reliability and discretion. When given a task, he completed it efficiently and thoroughly. When entrusted with sensitive information, he never leaked it or used it inappropriately. When Hitler or other senior leaders needed something done, they knew Bormann would handle it competently and without fanfare. This reliability made him increasingly valuable to those at the top of the Nazi hierarchy. One of Bormann's most significant early projects was managing the transformation of Hitler's mountain retreat at Obersalzberg in the Bavarian Alps near Berchtesgaden. Hitler had purchased a small house there in the 1920s, which he used as a vacation retreat. As his power grew, so did his vision for the property. Bormann was given responsibility for expanding and developing the Obersalzberg complex. He threw himself into the project with characteristic energy, supervising construction of multiple buildings including the Berghof, Hitler's expanded residence, as well as barracks for SS guards, homes for other Nazi leaders, and extensive infrastructure including roads, utilities, and security installations. The project was massive and complex, requiring management of construction crews, acquisition of adjacent properties, navigation of bureaucratic approvals, and massive expenditures. Bormann handled all of this personally, visiting the site frequently and supervising every detail. He wasn't just managing the project administratively, he was involved in design decisions, construction techniques, and aesthetic choices. This work brought Bormann into close and frequent contact with Hitler, who took deep personal interest in the Berghof's development. Hitler would spend extended periods at Obersalzberg, and Bormann was often present, discussing construction progress and handling various administrative matters. This proximity allowed Bormann to develop a personal relationship with Hitler that went beyond mere bureaucratic service. Hitler came to appreciate Bormann's efficiency and reliability. When Hitler wanted something done at Obersalzberg, a room remodeled, a view cleared, a security measure implemented, Bormann made it happen quickly and competently. This built trust and reliance. Hitler began turning to Bormann for an increasing range of tasks beyond just managing the mountain retreat. On May 10, 1941, Rudolf Hess made the bizarre decision to fly alone to Scotland, apparently hoping to negotiate peace between Germany and Britain. The flight was unauthorized, conducted without Hitler's knowledge, and resulted in Hess's capture by British authorities. He would spend the remainder of the war imprisoned in Britain and would ultimately be convicted at Nuremberg, spending the rest of his life in Spandau prison until his death in 1987. Hess's flight created a massive scandal and political crisis within the Nazi regime. Hitler was furious at this unauthorized initiative and the embarrassment it caused. The position of Deputy Führer was left vacant, creating a power vacuum at the top of the party apparatus. For Martin Bormann, Hess's flight represented the opportunity of a lifetime. As Hess's chief of staff, Bormann was intimately familiar with all aspects of the Deputy Führer's responsibilities. He knew who needed to be contacted, what decisions needed to be made, which initiatives were pending. While others scrambled to understand what had happened and what it meant, Bormann simply continued doing the work, quietly taking over Hess's functions without waiting for formal authorization. Hitler, facing the immediate need to keep the party apparatus functioning, turned to the person who already knew how everything worked, Martin Bormann. On May 12, 1941, just 2 days after Hess's flight, Hitler appointed Bormann as chief of the party chancellery, effectively giving him control of the Nazi Party's administrative apparatus. The position didn't carry the grandiose title of Deputy Führer, but it conveyed most of the actual power. As head of the party chancellery, Bormann controlled the interface between the Nazi Party and the German government. All communication between government ministries and party offices flowed through his office. He decided which government initiatives required party approval. He determined which party directives needed to be communicated to government agencies. This gave him enormous influence over policy implementation across the entire regime. Bormann also controlled access to Hitler with increasing exclusivity. As the war intensified and Hitler became more isolated, spending most of his time at military headquarters or at the Berghof, Bormann was often the gatekeeper, determining who could see the Führer and when. Even powerful figures like Göring and Goebbels sometimes had to work through Bormann to schedule meetings with Hitler. As World War II intensified, Martin Bormann's power grew proportionally with Hitler's increasing isolation. The Führer spent less time in Berlin, preferring his military headquarters, first the Wolf's Lair in East Prussia, later other locations as the strategic situation deteriorated. Bormann accompanied Hitler to these headquarters, maintaining his position as constant companion and administrative chief. This proximity was crucial. While other Nazi leaders remained in Berlin or at their respective ministries and commands, Bormann was physically present with Hitler day after day, week after week. He ate meals with Hitler, attended military briefings, participated in the late-night conversations Hitler favored, and was available whenever the Führer needed something handled. This constant presence gave Bormann unparalleled influence over Hitler's schedule, information flow, and decision-making process. Bormann's working methods were legendary within the Nazi bureaucracy. He would wake early and work until late at night, processing enormous volumes of paperwork with systematic efficiency. Colleagues noted that he seemed to never tire, handling administrative tasks that would overwhelm other officials. He maintained meticulous records, remembered details, and followed up relentlessly to ensure that Hitler's directives, or his own directives issued in Hitler's name, were properly implemented. His relationship with Hitler evolved from mere administrative service into something approaching personal friendship, though friendship may be too strong a word for any relationship with Hitler. The Führer was not truly close to anyone, but he developed habits of reliance and trust with Bormann that he did not share with most others. Hitler appreciated that Bormann never argued with him, never presented unwelcome complications, and always found ways to accomplish what Hitler wanted done. Bormann was useful, efficient, and loyal, qualities Hitler valued above all others. Bormann's complicity in Nazi crimes was extensive, though often indirect. He did not personally design the death camps or pull triggers at mass executions. Instead, his crimes were bureaucratic. He facilitated, enabled, and administered policies that resulted in millions of deaths. This form of complicity is sometimes harder to comprehend than direct violence, but it is no less culpable. Bormann was directly involved in implementing and expanding anti-Jewish policies throughout the Nazi regime. As head of the party chancellery, he issued numerous directives restricting the rights and freedoms of Jewish citizens. A January 1942 decree from Bormann's office prohibited Jews from using public transportation. In October 1942, he issued instructions forbidding Jews from buying books. In July 1943, his office decreed that crimes against Jews were no longer subject to judicial investigation, effectively licensing German citizens to abuse Jews without legal consequences. These might seem like relatively minor administrative actions compared to the death camp's mass murder, but they were part of the systematic dehumanization that made the Holocaust possible. By progressively stripping Jews of rights, legal protections, and the ability to participate in normal society, policies like Bormann's created the psychological and administrative infrastructure that enabled genocide. More directly, Bormann was involved in the bureaucratic machinery that coordinated deportations to death camps. While operational responsibility lay primarily with the SS and figures like Adolf Eichmann, Bormann's office processed and transmitted directives relating to the final solution. Documents bearing Bormann's signature or his office's stamp appear throughout the paper trail, documenting the Holocaust. He knew what was happening and used his administrative authority to facilitate it. Bormann also enriched himself personally through theft of Jewish property. As Jews were deported and murdered, their possessions were confiscated by the Nazi state. Bormann ensured that particularly valuable items, artwork, jewelry, furniture, were diverted to his personal use or to furnish Hitler's residences. This wasn't mere corruption, it was profiteering from genocide. Bormann was also implicated in the Nazi euthanasia program, the systematic murder of disabled people that served as a precursor and prototype for the Holocaust. Beginning in 1939, the Nazi regime implemented a program called Action T4 that murdered disabled children and adults, whom the Nazis deemed life unworthy of life. The program initially targeted children with severe disabilities. Parents were encouraged, sometimes coerced, to place their children in special clinics where they were killed through lethal injection or starvation. The program then expanded to include adults with mental illness, physical disabilities, or chronic health conditions. Victims were transported to killing centers where they were murdered, usually by poison gas, in chambers designed to look like showers. Between 1939 and 1941, when the official program was halted due to public protests, approximately 70,000 people were murdered. The program continued unofficially after 1941, ultimately killing over 200,000 disabled people by war's end. Bormann's role in the euthanasia program was administrative but significant. Directives authorizing and organizing the program were processed through his office. He signed documents facilitating the program's implementation. When public protests, particularly from religious leaders, threatened the program's continuation, Bormann was involved in the decision to make it less visible rather than ending it entirely. The euthanasia program is particularly significant because it established procedures and trained personnel that were later deployed in the Holocaust. The gas chambers used to murder Jews at Treblinka and other death camps were designed by personnel who had developed the technology for the euthanasia program. The bureaucratic methods for selecting victims, organizing transports, and disposing of bodies were refined through the euthanasia program and then scaled up for genocide. Bormann's involvement in this program demonstrates that his crimes were not limited to anti-Jewish measures. He participated in systematic murder of any group the Nazi regime deemed undesirable, including disabled Germans. This reveals the breadth of his moral bankruptcy. He was willing to facilitate mass murder, not just of alleged enemies, but of vulnerable people within German society itself. Beyond his involvement in specific programs like the Holocaust and euthanasia, Bormann used his administrative authority to create an atmosphere of terror throughout the Nazi system. He issued countless directives that increased repression, eliminated due process, and authorized brutal treatment of anyone deemed an enemy of the regime. One particularly chilling example came in June 1941, immediately following Germany's invasion of the Soviet Union. Bormann issued the Commissar order, directing that Soviet political officers captured by German forces should be immediately executed rather than treated as prisoners of war. This order violated the Geneva Conventions and international law, but Bormann transmitted it as Hitler's command, ensuring its implementation throughout the military. The Commissar order resulted in the execution of tens of thousands of Soviet prisoners of war. It also helped establish the brutal character of the war on the Eastern Front, when normal rules of warfare were abandoned in favor of a war of extermination against Judeo-Bolshevism as Nazi ideology characterized the Soviet regime. Bormann also issued directives authorizing collective punishment of civilian populations in occupied territories. When partisans attacked German forces, Bormann's orders permitted the execution of hostages, the burning of entire villages, and the deportation of populations to slave labor. These policies resulted in enormous civilian casualties throughout occupied Europe, particularly in Poland, the Soviet Union, and Yugoslavia. Bormann's accumulation of power created conflicts with other senior Nazi figures who resented his influence over Hitler and his encroachment on their domains. These rivalries reveal much about Bormann's personality and methods. His relationship with Hermann Göring deteriorated into mutual hatred. Göring, who had been designated Hitler's successor and had held the title of Reichsmarschall, the highest military rank, increasingly found himself sidelined as Bormann controlled access to Hitler. Göring complained that he couldn't get appointments with the Führer without going through Bormann, who would delay or obstruct meetings if they didn't serve his interests. Göring referred to Bormann contemptuously as the Brown Eminence, a reference both to the brown Nazi Party uniform and to the term Eminence, Greis or Grey Eminence, meaning a powerful advisor who operates behind the scenes. Göring believed Bormann was manipulating Hitler and using his position to undermine Göring's own authority. Göring's assessment wasn't entirely wrong. Bormann did work systematically to reduce Göring's influence, partly because he genuinely believed Göring was incompetent and corrupt, and partly because eliminating rivals served Bormann's own interests. When Göring's Luftwaffe failed to prevent Allied bombing of German cities, Bormann ensured that Hitler heard extensive reports of these failures. When Göring was absent from Hitler's headquarters, Bormann made subtle remarks about his reliability and commitment. Bormann's relationship with Joseph Goebbels was complex and shifting. Initially, the two men cooperated reasonably well. Both were committed Nazis, both were administratively competent, and both recognized each other's usefulness. But as the war turned against Germany, tensions developed. Goebbels wanted to implement total war measures, complete mobilization of German society for the war effort, including closing theaters and restaurants, conscripting women for labor, and eliminating all non-essential economic activity. Bormann opposed some of these measures, believing they would damage civilian morale and create administrative chaos. The two men fought bureaucratic battles over these policies, with Bormann often using his proximity to Hitler to obstruct Goebbels' initiatives. Yet Bormann and Goebbels also shared common interests, particularly in the war's final stages when both recognized that Germany was losing. They both remained fanatically loyal to Hitler, even as defeat became inevitable. They both opposed any suggestion of negotiating with the Allies, and they both prepared to follow Hitler to the end, remaining in Berlin as Soviet forces closed in. Bormann's relationship with Heinrich Himmler was outwardly correct, but characterized by underlying tension and rivalry. As head of the SS and increasingly in control of the police and security apparatus, Himmler wielded enormous power that potentially rivaled Bormann's. But Himmler was often away from Hitler's headquarters managing his vast SS empire, while Bormann remained constantly at Hitler's side. This proximity gave Bormann advantages in influencing Hitler's decisions. When Himmler attempted peace negotiations, with the Western Allies in the war's final weeks, a desperate bid to save himself by offering to surrender Germany against Hitler's orders, Bormann was instrumental in exposing this betrayal to Hitler. Bormann had never trusted Himmler completely, and Himmler's treachery confirmed Bormann's suspicions and allowed him to eliminate a rival in Hitler's eyes. What drove Martin Bormann's commitment to Nazism? Unlike intellectuals like Alfred Rosenberg, who developed elaborate ideological justifications for Nazi beliefs, Bormann was not a theorist or philosopher. His Nazism was simpler and in some ways more purely fanatical. Bormann believed absolutely in Hitler's genius and infallibility. He accepted Nazi racial theories uncritically, viewing Germans as superior and Jews, Slavs, and other groups as subhuman. He embraced the party's totalitarian vision, believing that all aspects of German life should be subordinated to the state and the Führer's will. And he was willing to pursue these beliefs with ruthless consistency, unconcerned with humanitarian considerations or moral constraints. Bormann was also virulently anti-Christian, viewing the churches as competitors to the Nazi Party for Germans' loyalty. He worked systematically to reduce the influence of both Catholic and Protestant churches in German life. A July 1941 decree from Bormann's office prohibited the construction of new churches and restricted church publications. He encouraged party members to leave the churches and promoted neo-pagan beliefs that he saw as more compatible with Nazi ideology. Bormann issued secret instructions to party officials stating that National Socialism and Christianity were incompatible. He wrote, "National Socialist and Christian concepts are irreconcilable. The churches cannot be conquered by a compromise between National Socialism and Christian teaching, but only through a new ideology." He envisioned gradually eliminating Christian influence from German society, replacing it with a quasi-religious devotion to Hitler and the party. This anti-religious stance put Bormann at odds with some other Nazi leaders. Hitler himself was circumspect about religion publicly, recognizing that openly attacking the churches would alienate many Germans. Bormann's aggressive anti-Christianity went further than Hitler was comfortable pursuing during wartime, when national unity was crucial. But after the war, Bormann believed the churches would be dismantled and replaced. Bormann's personal life was marked by apparent devotion to his wife Gerda, yet his behavior was often hypocritical and cruel in ways that revealed his character. Gerda gave birth to 10 children between 1930 and 1943, fulfilling Nazi ideology's emphasis on high birth rates for racially valuable families. She raised these children to be fanatical Nazis, teaching them to worship Hitler and embrace party doctrine. Yet while Gerda was bearing and raising 10 children, Martin was conducting an affair with Manja Behrens, a German actress. What made this relationship particularly disturbing was that Bormann didn't hide it from his wife, but rather persuaded her to accept it as ideologically justified. He argued that high-ranking party members had a duty to father as many children as possible to improve the Aryan race, and that meant having relationships with multiple women. Gerda, thoroughly indoctrinated in Nazi ideology, apparently accepted this reasoning or at least didn't protest effectively. Letters between Martin and Gerda reveal her discussing the affair, even expressing hope that Manja would bear children by Martin. This bizarre arrangement reveals both Bormann's manipulativeness and the extent to which Nazi racial ideology could distort normal human relationships. Bormann's children would have complicated fates. Martin Adolf Bormann, his eldest son, was named after both Hitler and his father. After the war, young Martin studied theology and became a Catholic priest, a complete rejection of his father's anti-Christian fanaticism. He spent his life working for reconciliation and humanitarian causes, as if trying to atone for his father's crimes. Other Bormann children had various fates, but several also rejected their father's ideology, recognizing the evil he had served. Union. Bormann was instrumental in implementing policies that turned these regions into zones of exploitation and genocide. He issued directives establishing the administrative framework for the occupied territories and laying out principles for their governance, or more accurately, their exploitation and depopulation. Bormann's policies for the occupied Eastern Territories were explicitly genocidal in intent. He transmitted Hitler's vision that these areas should be cleared of their native populations and resettled with German colonists. The existing populations, primarily Poles, Russians, Ukrainians, and Jews, were to be enslaved, starved, or murdered to make room for German Lebensraum, living space. A September 1942 memorandum from Bormann laid out these policies with chilling clarity. Slavic populations were to be denied education beyond basic literacy needed for German orders. They were to be worked as slave labor until they died. Reproduction rates among Slavs were to be suppressed through various means. The goal was deliberate demographic destruction, the gradual elimination of entire populations through systematic policy. For Jews in the occupied territories, Bormann's policies were even more explicitly murderous. He transmitted and reinforced directives for the final solution, the systematic murder of all European Jews. While the SS under Himmler and Heydrich had operational responsibility for the death camps, Bormann's office coordinated policy across the entire regime, ensuring that all government and party organizations cooperated in the genocide. Bormann also personally signed off on the use of Zyklon B gas for mass murder at Auschwitz and other death camps. Requisition forms for the poison gas were processed through his office. He knew exactly what these chemicals were being used for, and he expedited their delivery. His signature appears on documents that authorized the purchase and transportation of the means of genocide. Despite his reputation for efficiency and dedication to the party, Bormann was also deeply corrupt, using his position to enrich himself and his associates. He embezzled party funds, diverted confiscated Jewish property for personal use, and accumulated substantial wealth through various schemes. Bormann established secret bank accounts in Switzerland and other neutral countries, transferring Nazi party funds abroad. Estimates suggest he may have embezzled tens of millions of Reichsmarks, money that was supposedly dedicated to party operations but was instead hidden in foreign accounts controlled by Bormann and his associates. These accounts would later fuel speculation that Bormann had planned his escape from Germany and had financial resources waiting for him abroad. He also profited from the Obersalzberg development project. Bormann used his position to acquire adjacent, properties at below-market prices, sometimes through coercion or threats against reluctant sellers. He then sold some of this real estate back to the party at inflated prices, pocketing the difference. He awarded construction contracts to companies that paid kickbacks. The entire development became a vehicle for systematic corruption. Additionally, Bormann accumulated an extensive collection of art, furniture, and other valuables stolen from Jewish families and occupied territories. He furnished his various properties with looted goods, showing no compunction about profiting from genocide. This wasn't incidental corruption, but rather systematic theft on a massive scale, made possible by his position and enabled by the regime's crimes. As the war turned decisively against Germany, Soviet forces advancing from the east, Allied armies pushing through France and into Germany from the west, Bormann remained fanatically committed to continuing the fight. While some Nazi leaders began contemplating how to survive the coming defeat, Bormann's loyalty to Hitler and the cause never wavered. When the July 20, 1944 assassination attempt against Hitler failed, a bomb planted by Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg exploded at Hitler's military headquarters, but didn't kill him. Bormann was instrumental in the savage reprisals that followed. He helped coordinate the investigation that identified everyone connected to the plot, even tangentially. Over 5,000 people were arrested, and at least 200 were executed, often after show trials and torture. Bormann signed orders authorizing collective punishment for the families of conspirators. The ancient Roman practice of Sippenhaft, family liability, was invoked to justify arresting and imprisoning the relatives of plotters, including elderly parents and young children. This medieval brutality reflected Bormann's character. He viewed mercy as weakness and believed that opposition to Hitler justified any punishment, no matter how extreme. In the war's final months, as Germany's situation became hopeless, Bormann continued issuing directives demanding total commitment and threatening savage punishment for defeatism or desertion. He authorized the execution of soldiers who retreated without orders. He supported the creation of Volkssturm, a last-ditch militia of old men and teenage boys thrown into combat with minimal training and equipment. He endorsed Heinrich Himmler's proposal to execute the families of military officers who surrendered. These measures were not merely cruel but also militarily counterproductive. They didn't improve Germany's hopeless strategic position, but rather increased suffering and destruction in the war's final stages. But Bormann was motivated by ideology rather than rational calculation. He believed that Germany should fight to the last man rather than surrender. And if the German people proved unworthy of Hitler's leadership, they deserved to perish. By April 1945, the Third Reich was in its death throes. Soviet forces had fought their way through Poland and into Germany itself, while American and British armies advanced from the west. Berlin was encircled, and the Battle of Berlin, the final major engagement of the European war, was underway. Artillery shells rained down on the capital, and street fighting raged through the ruins of the once proud city. Adolf Hitler had retreated to the Führerbunker, a reinforced underground complex beneath the Reich Chancellery in central Berlin. Here, approximately 50 feet below ground, Hitler spent his final days, increasingly detached from reality, issuing orders to armies that no longer existed and planning counteroffensives with divisions that had been destroyed weeks earlier. Martin Bormann was with Hitler to the end. While other Nazi leaders fled Berlin or began positioning themselves for the post-Hitler era, Bormann remained at the Führer's side in the bunker. This wasn't merely loyalty, though Bormann genuinely was fanatically devoted to Hitler. It was also pragmatism. Bormann's entire power base derived from his proximity to Hitler. If he left the bunker, he became just another Nazi official fleeing ahead of justice. As long as Hitler lived and Bormann remained with him, he retained authority and purpose. The atmosphere in the bunker during those final days was surreal and nightmarish. Above ground, Berlin was being systematically destroyed, its population terrorized by constant bombardment and advancing Soviet troops. Below ground, a bizarre parody of normal administrative routine continued. Bormann still processed paperwork, took dictation from Hitler, transmitted orders to military units that might or might not still exist, and maintained the pretense that the Nazi regime continued to function. Witnesses in the bunker during this period describe Bormann as remarkably calm and methodical, continuing his administrative work even as everything collapsed around him. He organized meals, arranged meetings, maintained files, and handled correspondence as if this were routine business, rather than the final act of a dying regime. This behavior revealed something essential about Bormann's character: his need for order and routine, his commitment to bureaucratic efficiency, even in the most extreme circumstances. On April 28, 1945, Hitler learned that Heinrich Himmler had been attempting to negotiate Germany's surrender to the Western Allies through Count Volker Bernadotte of Sweden. This news enraged Hitler, who viewed it as the ultimate betrayal. Himmler, der treue Heinrich, the loyal Heinrich, had proven disloyal at the end. Bormann played a key role in exposing Himmler's treachery to Hitler. Through his network of contacts and his control of communications into and out of the bunker, Bormann had learned of Himmler's negotiations and ensured that Hitler was informed. This served multiple purposes. It genuinely exposed a betrayal, it eliminated a potential rival, and it reaffirmed Bormann's own loyalty by contrast with Himmler's perfidy. Hitler also learned around this time that Hermann Göring, from his location in southern Germany, had sent a telegram suggesting that since Hitler was trapped in Berlin, Göring should assume leadership of the Reich as Hitler's designated successor. Hitler interpreted this as another betrayal, Göring trying to seize power while the Führer still lived. Again, Bormann was instrumental in bringing this to Hitler's attention and characterizing it as treachery rather than a reasonable administrative question. Bormann had always despised Göring and had worked to undermine him for years. Now, with Hitler's end approaching, Bormann ensured that Göring was expelled from all his positions and from the party itself, effectively removing him as a potential successor. These betrayals by Himmler and Göring, Hitler's two most powerful subordinates for most of the Nazi era, seemed to confirm Hitler's darkening view that the German people had proven unworthy of him, and that almost everyone around him was ultimately disloyal. Only a handful had remained faithful to the end, and Bormann was foremost among them. On April 29, 1945, Hitler dictated his personal and political testaments, his final statements to history. Bormann took the dictation and witnessed the documents along with Goebbels and others. In his political testament, Hitler expelled both Göring and Himmler from the party and announced a new government to succeed him. Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz was named as Reich President and Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, while Joseph Goebbels was appointed Reich Chancellor. Critically, Hitler appointed Martin Bormann as party minister in the new government, a position that formalized Bormann's control over the party apparatus and ensured his place in the succession. This appointment represented Hitler's final recognition of Bormann's importance and loyalty. While others had proven unreliable, Bormann had remained faithful. Shortly after midnight on April 29th, Hitler married Eva Braun, his longtime companion who had joined him in the bunker for these final days. The wedding was a small, grim affair with Goebbels and Bormann serving as witnesses. Immediately after the ceremony, Hitler dictated his personal will to Bormann, making various bequests and stating his wish that his body be burned after his death to prevent it from becoming a trophy for the Soviets. Hitler then retired with his new bride to write farewell letters. The following afternoon, April 30th, 1945, Hitler and Eva Braun committed suicide. Hitler shot himself with his pistol, while Eva took cyanide. Their bodies were carried up the bunker stairs to the Reich Chancellery garden, doused with gasoline, and burned in a shell crater while Soviet artillery continued to pound the area. The flames were visible through the bunker periscope, and the acrid smoke drifted down into the shelter. Bormann helped organize the cremation of Hitler's body, ensuring that the Führer's final wishes were honored. For a man who had devoted the last 14 years of his life to serving Hitler, absolutely, this final service must have been emotionally significant. Hitler's death meant the end of Bormann's world. The source of his power, purpose, and identity was gone. Joseph Goebbels now became Reich Chancellor, according to Hitler's testament, but his tenure would be the shortest in German history. The following day, May 1st, 1945, Goebbels and his wife Magda murdered their 6 children, administering cyanide to each child while they slept, and then committed suicide themselves. They had determined that there was no future in a world without Hitler and Nazi Germany, and they would not allow their children to grow up in the coming democratic Germany they despised. With both Hitler and Goebbels dead, the bunker's remaining occupants faced the question of what to do next. Surrender was one option, but several, including Bormann, were determined to attempt escape from Berlin. They hoped to break through Soviet lines and reach German or Western Allied forces elsewhere, where they might have better chances of survival. On the evening of May 1st, 1945, a group of 10 or so people left the bunker in an escape attempt. The group included Bormann, Hitler's personal physician Dr. Ludwig Stumpfegger, Hitler Youth leader Arthur Axmann, Hitler's pilot Hans Bauer, and several others. The plan was to head northwest through Berlin toward the Weidendamme Bridge, then try to reach the western parts of the city where German forces were still holding out. The journey was nightmarish. Berlin was a burning ruin under constant bombardment, with Soviet forces occupying most of the city. The escapees had to navigate through rubble-filled streets, avoiding Soviet patrols while artillery shells exploded around them. Several times they had to take cover from firing or hide while Soviet soldiers passed nearby. The group reached the Weidendamme Bridge around midnight. Here they encountered a German tank attempting to break through Soviet positions. Several members of the escape party, including Bormann, climbed onto the tank for protection as it attempted to cross the bridge. Soviet anti-tank fire hit the vehicle, causing an explosion. The blast killed or wounded several people on the tank. What happened to Martin Bormann in the immediate aftermath of this explosion remains the subject of decades of speculation, investigation, and controversy. This is the last point at which he was definitively seen alive by reliable witnesses. After this moment, Bormann vanished into the chaos of burning Berlin, and the mystery that would fascinate investigators for decades began. Arthur Axmann, the Hitler Youth leader who was part of the escape attempt, later testified that after the tank explosion, he continued through Berlin and encountered Bormann's body near the Lehrter railway station, about half a kilometer from the Weidendamme Bridge. According to Axmann, Bormann and Dr. Stumpfegger were lying dead near the bridge, apparently having committed suicide by taking cyanide capsules. Axmann claimed to have examined the bodies briefly in the moonlight before continuing his own escape attempt. However, Axmann's testimony was questioned for several reasons. First, he had motivation to claim Bormann was dead. If Bormann survived and was captured, he might provide testimony implicating Axmann in war crimes. Second, Axmann's account seemed too convenient. He happened to encounter Bormann's body shortly after losing sight of him, but conveniently didn't stop to confirm or witness the death. Third, the circumstances Axmann described, finding both bodies lying peacefully near each other, seemed unlikely given the chaos and violence of the battle raging in Berlin. Other witnesses provided conflicting accounts. Some claimed to have seen Bormann alive days after May 1st, attempting to navigate through Berlin or even to have escaped the city entirely. These reports were often vague and third-hand. Someone heard from someone else that they had seen Bormann, but They were numerous enough to create doubt about whether he had actually died that night. The uncertainty was compounded by the fact that Bormann's body was never recovered and identified in the immediate aftermath of the war. The Soviet forces that captured Berlin conducted extensive searches for the bodies of Nazi leaders, and they found the burned remains of Hitler and Eva Braun, as well as Goebbels and his family. But they found no trace of Bormann. This absence fed speculation that he might have escaped. When the International Military Tribunal convened in Nuremberg in November 1945 to try the major Nazi war criminals, Martin Bormann was among the defendants despite being missing and presumed dead by some. The decision to try him in absentia was controversial. Some argued it was pointless to try someone who was almost certainly dead, while others insisted that Bormann's crimes were so serious that he should be formally convicted regardless of his fate. The trial proceeded with Bormann's chair empty in the defendant's dock, a ghostly reminder of the absent defendant. Evidence was presented documenting his role in the Holocaust, the euthanasia program, the brutal occupation policies in Eastern Europe, and the suppression of the churches. His signature appeared on countless documents authorizing atrocities. Witnesses testified about his power within the regime and his fanatical commitment to Nazi ideology. Bormann's defense attorney, Friedrich Bergold, argued that his client was dead and that trying a dead man was absurd. But the tribunal ruled that since death had not been definitively established, the trial would proceed. Bergold was left in the difficult position of defending someone who wasn't present to consult with and whom he had never met. On October 1st, 1946, Martin Bormann was found guilty on counts 3 and 4, war crimes and crimes against humanity. He was sentenced to death by hanging. The sentence was never carried out, of course, since Bormann was not in custody. But the conviction stood, and Bormann remained officially a wanted war criminal, subject to arrest and execution if ever found. For decades after the war, intelligence agencies, Nazi hunters, and journalists pursued leads suggesting Bormann might have survived and escaped Germany. Reports placed him in various locations around the world, particularly in South America, where many Nazi war criminals had fled after the war using rat lines, escape networks that smuggled fugitives out of Europe. The most persistent rumors suggested Bormann had made it to Argentina, where President Juan Perón's government was sympathetic to fleeing Nazis. Some claimed to have seen him in Buenos Aires or in remote estancias in the Argentine countryside. Other reports placed him in Paraguay, Chile, or Brazil. There were even wild theories that he had escaped to the Soviet Union and was living under KGB protection. Several factors fueled these rumors. First, Bormann's administrative competence and forward planning suggested he might have prepared an escape route and hidden resources abroad, particularly given the Swiss bank accounts he had established. Second, other high-ranking Nazis had successfully escaped to South America, so it seemed plausible Bormann could have done the same. Third, the absence of a body or definitive proof of death left the question open. Nazi hunter Simon Wiesenthal spent years investigating Bormann's possible whereabouts and never accepted that he had died in Berlin. Wiesenthal believed that someone as clever and connected as Bormann would have planned his escape and had the means to execute it. The Wiesenthal Center maintained an active file on Bormann until the 1970s, following up on reported sightings. West German authorities also continued investigating. The Attorney General's office maintained an active warrant for Bormann's arrest. In the 1960s and 1970s, German prosecutors followed up on hundreds of leads, traveling to South America to investigate reported sightings. Every few years, some witness would come forward claiming to have seen Bormann, reigniting media interest and investigative efforts. The mystery was finally resolved, though controversy persisted even then, through the discovery of skeletal remains in Berlin. In December 1972, during construction work near the Lehrter railway station in West Berlin, workers uncovered 2 skeletons buried in the soil. The location was close to where Arthur Axmann had claimed to have found Bormann's and Dr. Stumpfegger's bodies in May 1945. German authorities conducted extensive forensic analysis of the remains. One skeleton was positively identified as Dr. Stumpfegger through dental records. The second skeleton was initially identified as Martin Bormann through similar forensic methods. The skull's measurements and dental work matched Bormann's medical records. Moreover, fragments of glass were found in the jaw of Bormann's skeleton, consistent with biting on a cyanide capsule. This evidence suggested that Bormann had indeed committed suicide by cyanide poisoning, just as Axmann had testified. The location where the skeletons were found matched Axmann's description of where he had encountered the bodies. The West German government officially declared in 1973 that Martin Bormann had died on May the 1st or 2nd, 1945 in Berlin, and that the discovered remains were his. The outstanding arrest warrant was cancelled, and Bormann was legally declared dead. The decades-long manhunt was officially over. However, controversy persisted. Some Nazi hunters, including Simon Wiesenthal, refused to accept the identification, arguing that the forensic evidence was not conclusive enough and that Bormann might have planted the body to fake his death. Others suggested that the remains might have been deliberately placed at the site to end the investigation. These doubters noted that the bodies had been buried, which seemed odd if Bormann and Stumpfegger had simply died on the street during the Battle of Berlin. Who would have taken time to bury them in the midst of the fighting? The controversy was definitively resolved in 1998 through DNA testing. Forensic scientists extracted genetic material from the skull identified as Bormann's and compared it with DNA from one of Bormann's living relatives. The results confirmed with near certainty that the remains were indeed those of Martin Bormann. This DNA testing finally settled the question that had persisted for over half a century. Martin Bormann had not escaped to South America or the Soviet Union. He had not lived out his days in comfortable exile, enjoying wealth stolen from Holocaust victims. Instead, he had died in Berlin within days of Hitler's suicide, probably by his own hand, his body buried in rubble that would remain undiscovered for nearly 3 decades. The manner of Bormann's death, suicide by cyanide, was grimly appropriate. Like Hitler, Goebbels, Goering, who poisoned himself the night before his scheduled execution, and many other Nazi leaders, Bormann chose death over capture and accountability. Having spent years facilitating mass murder, he escaped earthly justice through self-murder, dying in the ruins of the regime he had served so absolutely. Martin Bormann occupies a peculiar position in the hierarchy of Nazi criminals. He was not a public figure like Goering or Goebbels. He did not command armies like Keitel or death camps like Höss. He did not design weapons like Speer or develop racial theories like Rosenberg. Yet his culpability for Nazi crimes equals or exceeds that of these more famous figures. Bormann's crimes were bureaucratic and administrative, but their scope was enormous. As head of the party chancellery with control over Hitler's schedule and the interface between party and government, Bormann processed and transmitted countless directives that resulted in mass murder. His signature appears on documents authorizing anti-Jewish measures that progressively stripped Jews of rights and facilitated deportation to death camps, the expansion of the euthanasia program that murdered disabled people, brutal occupation, policies in Eastern Europe that resulted in millions of deaths, reprisals, and collective punishments against civilian populations, the use of slave labor under conditions that killed thousands, the suppression of churches, and persecution of religious believers beyond his role in processing these directives. Bormann enriched himself through theft of Jewish property and embezzlement of party funds. He profited personally from genocide, showing that his crimes were motivated not just by ideology, but also by greed. Most significantly, Bormann's control over access to Hitler in the war's final years made him complicit in the regime's refusal to surrender even when defeat was inevitable. By insulating Hitler from contrary opinions and facilitating his increasingly delusional decision-making, Bormann contributed to the unnecessary prolongation of the war and the deaths of millions. In its final months, Bormann's historical significance extends beyond his specific crimes to what he represents, about how totalitarian systems function. He exemplified a particular type of power that is often underestimated but can be equally or more important than formal authority. Bormann never commanded armies, never gave public speeches, never developed ideologies. His name was barely known to ordinary Germans. Yet by controlling access to Hitler and managing the party apparatus, he wielded enormous influence over the regime's policies and priorities. This demonstrates that in any hierarchical system, particularly totalitarian ones centered on a single leader, the person who controls the leader's schedule, information flow, and administrative support can exercise power approaching that of the leader himself. Bormann's rise also illustrates how bureaucratic competence and work ethic can serve evil as effectively as fanaticism or violence. Bormann was not sadistic in the manner of some concentration camp guards or Einsatzgruppen commanders. He didn't personally torture or murder anyone. Instead, he processed paperwork, transmitted orders, managed schedules, and ensured administrative efficiency. These mundane activities facilitated systematic mass murder. This raises profound questions about responsibility and complicity. We often focus on the perpetrators of direct violence, the guards who operated gas chambers, the soldiers who shot civilians, the doctors who conducted experiments. But systems of mass violence require administrators, bureaucrats, and managers who may never personally harm anyone, but whose organizational work makes the violence possible. Bormann epitomizes this form of complicity. What can be said about Martin Bormann as a human being beyond his roles and crimes? The historical record reveals frustratingly little about his inner life, personality, or motivations beyond service to Hitler and the Nazi cause. Witnesses consistently described Bormann as humorless, stern, and obsessed with work. He had no apparent hobbies or interests beyond party business and family. Unlike Goering with his love of art and luxury, or Goebbels with his intellectual pretensions, or even Hitler with his architectural obsessions, Bormann seems to have been defined entirely by his administrative role. Work was his life, and his life was work in service to Hitler. The few glimpses of Bormann's personality that survive in correspondence and witnesses' accounts suggest a man of limited imagination, inflexible thinking, and absolute certainty. He believed completely in Nazi ideologies, racial theories, and never seems to have questioned them. He accepted Hitler's genius and authority without doubt or qualification. He viewed compromise as weakness and mercy as dangerous. Sentimentality, Bormann's treatment of his wife Gerda, persuading her to accept his affair with another woman as ideologically justified, reveals profound selfishness and manipulativeness masked as ideological commitment. His willingness to profit from genocide through theft shows moral bankruptcy beyond mere political fanaticism. His post-war fate, dying by his own hand rather than facing justice, demonstrates a final act of cowardice and evasion. Martin Bormann left no architectural monuments like Speer, no films like Riefenstahl, no rockets like von Braun. He wrote no books, gave no speeches, created nothing of lasting value. His legacy is purely destructive, a career of facilitating evil through administrative competence. Yet Bormann's life offers important lessons. It demonstrates that great crimes require not just ideological fanatics, but also competent administrators willing to serve evil causes. It shows that power can be exercised invisibly through control of information and access rather than formal authority. It reveals that intelligence and work ethic are morally neutral traits that can serve good or evil with equal efficiency. Most fundamentally, Bormann's story illustrates Hannah Arendt's concept of the banality of evil. the idea that great crimes can be committed by seemingly ordinary people doing bureaucratic work without direct violence. Bormann was not a monster in appearance or manner. He was a competent administrator who happened to administer genocide. Martin Bormann spent his career in shadows, working behind the scenes, avoiding publicity, exercising power through proximity to Hitler rather than independent authority. He remained in those shadows literally to the end, dying in the ruins of Berlin and lying buried and unidentified for nearly 3 decades. This shadowiness makes him a fitting symbol for certain types of Nazi criminality: the administrative murder, the bureaucratic evil, the complicity of those who never personally pulled triggers but whose work made the killing possible. Bormann's life demonstrates that one need not be a public figure, command armies, or personally commit violence to be among history's greatest criminals. His ultimate fate, dying by suicide in the ruins of the regime he served, buried ignominiously in rubble, his remains unidentified for decades, his name less known than many who were less powerful, seems a kind of historical justice. The man who lived in shadows died in them, and for years remained in them even after death. He achieved power but not glory, influence but not fame, significance but not legacy. He served absolute evil absolutely, and earned only an obscure death and a deserved infamy. The mystery of Bormann's fate persisted for so long partly because he was mysterious, even while alive, unknown to most Germans, working behind the scenes, exercising power without public presence. That such a shadowy figure could have been so central to Nazi crimes is itself revealing about how totalitarian systems function and how evil is enacted. The bureaucrat can be as guilty as the executioner, the administrator as culpable as the torturer. Martin Bormann's life and death prove this conclusively. On the afternoon of May 1st, 1945, in a garden behind Hitler's bunker beneath the burning ruins of Berlin, 2 small bodies lay on the ground. 6 children, Helga, Hildegard, Helmut, Holdine, Hedwig, and Heidrun Goebbels, had been murdered by their own parents just hours earlier, poisoned with cyanide while they slept. Their mother, Magda Goebbels, had administered the poison personally, moving from child to child, ensuring that none would survive to live in a world without Adolf Hitler and National Socialism. Shortly after murdering their children, Joseph and Magda Goebbels walked up the bunker stairs into the garden. An SS orderly shot them both, and their bodies were doused with gasoline and set alight, a hasty cremation as Soviet artillery continued to pound the area. The flames consumed the corpses of the man who had been one of Hitler's most devoted followers, the architect of Nazi propaganda, and the voice of the regime for 12 years. Joseph Goebbels had lived by the power of words, by manipulation of images and emotions, by the calculated use of media to shape public opinion and mobilize a nation for war and genocide. He had understood instinctively that in the modern age, control of information could be as powerful as control of armies. He had crafted Hitler's public image, sold the Nazi Party to the German people, and maintained support for the regime even as it dragged Germany into catastrophic defeat. Yet in the end, words failed him. Reality could not be talked away or propagandized into something else. Germany was defeated, Hitler was dead, and the world Goebbels had helped create was collapsing into ash and rubble. Rather than face that reality, he chose murder and suicide. To understand how a brilliant, educated man became a mass murderer and propagandist for genocide, we must return to the turn of the 20th century, to the birth of a boy whose physical limitations and intellectual gifts would shape one of history's most destructive careers. Paul Joseph Goebbels was born on October 29, 1897, in the industrial city of Reit in the Rhineland region of Western Germany. His father, Friedrich Fritz Goebbels, worked as a clerk in a lamp wick factory, a modest position that provided steady but limited income for the family. His mother, Maria Katharina Odenhausen, came from a family of blacksmiths and farmers, representing the traditional working-class Catholic culture of the Rhineland. Joseph was the third of 6 children born to Fritz and Maria. The family was devoutly Catholic, attending Mass regularly and raising their children within the strict moral framework of the Church. This religious upbringing would later prove ironic, as Joseph would become one of the most virulent anti-Christian voices within the Nazi regime, working systematically to undermine religious institutions and replace Christian values with Nazi ideology. The Goebbels family was not poor, but neither were they comfortable. Fritz's salary as a factory clerk was sufficient for basic necessities, but left little for luxuries or savings. The children grew up in a household where money was tight, where hard work was expected, and where education was valued as the path to social advancement. This modest background would shape Joseph's personality profoundly, creating both ambition to rise above his origins and resentment toward those born into more privileged circumstances. When Joseph was about 4 years old, accounts vary on his exact age, he contracted osteomyelitis, a severe bone infection in his left leg. The disease caused permanent damage, resulting in a deformed foot and a shortened leg that left him with a pronounced limp for the rest of his life. He would need to wear a metal brace on the leg and specially designed shoes to walk with less difficulty. This physical disability became the defining feature of Joseph Goebbels' life and psychology. In a culture that celebrated physical strength, military prowess, and bodily perfection, values that would become even more pronounced in Nazi ideology, Goebbels' clubfoot marked him as inferior and different. Children mocked him. He was excluded from physical activities and sports. When World War I came, his disability exempted him from military service, denying him the defining experience of his generation. The psychological impact was profound. Goebbels developed a bitter resentment toward the physically healthy, and particularly toward those who combined physical prowess with social advantages he lacked. This resentment would fuel much of his later behavior, his need to prove himself superior through intellectual achievement, his attraction to extremist politics that promised to overturn existing social hierarchies, and his vicious cruelty toward those he perceived as weak or inferior. Yet the disability also drove Goebbels to develop compensating strengths. Unable to compete physically, he threw himself into intellectual pursuits. He read voraciously, excelled academically, and cultivated his verbal abilities until he became one of the most skilled orators and writers of his generation. The boy who couldn't run became the man who could move millions with words. Joseph attended the gymnasium, the academically rigorous secondary school that prepared students for university, in Reit. Here, he proved to be an exceptional student, particularly in literature, languages, and the humanities. He was less skilled in mathematics and sciences, but in subjects requiring reading, analysis, and verbal expression, he consistently excelled. His teachers recognized his abilities and encouraged his academic ambitions. Joseph developed a particular passion for literature and drama, reading everything from German classics like Goethe and Schiller to contemporary writers. He was drawn especially to tragic and romantic literature, works featuring outsider heroes who suffered but eventually triumphed, stories of misunderstood genius and ultimate vindication. These narratives resonated deeply with his self-conception as someone whose physical limitations concealed superior intellectual and spiritual qualities. When World War I broke out in August 1914, Joseph was 16 years old, too young to enlist even if his disability hadn't exempted him. As the war consumed German society, Joseph continued his studies, increasingly isolated from the defining experience of his generation. His brothers and classmates went off to war while he remained behind. marked as physically unfit for service. The shame and resentment this caused would haunt him throughout his life. Joseph graduated from the gymnasium in 1917 with excellent marks, qualifying for university admission, but the family lacked the financial resources to support him through higher education. This obstacle was overcome through a scholarship from the Albertus Magnus Society, a Catholic organization that provided educational support to promising students from modest backgrounds. The scholarship would enable Joseph to attend university, though it also created debt and obligation that he would later resent. Between 1917 and 1921, Joseph Goebbels attended multiple universities, a common practice in the German system where students could move between institutions. He studied at the universities of Bonn, Freiburg, Würzburg, Munich, and finally, Heidelberg. This peripatetic education exposed him to various intellectual influences and teaching styles, though it also reflected a certain restlessness and difficulty committing to a single path. Joseph studied literature, philosophy, and history, writing his doctoral dissertation on 18th-century Romantic drama. He was particularly influenced by German Romantic thought with its emphasis on emotion over reason, national spirit over universal values, and the creative genius who transcends conventional morality. These ideas would later merge with Nazi ideology in Goebbels's mind, creating a toxic fusion of romantic nationalism and totalitarian politics. He received his doctorate from the University of Heidelberg in 1921, writing a dissertation titled Wilhelm von Schütz, a contribution to the history of the drama of the Romantic school. The work was competent but not particularly original or insightful, a solid piece of academic work that demonstrated mastery of research methods but revealed no special brilliance. Nevertheless, Joseph would use the title Dr. Goebbels for the rest of his life, finding in this academic credential a source of status that his physical disability and modest social origins denied him. During his university years, Joseph was exposed to various political ideologies. He read Marx and was briefly attracted to socialist ideas, which resonated with his working-class background and resentment of privilege. He also encountered Völkisch nationalism, the ethnic nationalist ideology that emphasized German racial and cultural superiority. He was drawn to expressionist literature and theater, movements that rejected traditional forms in favor of emotional intensity and subjective experience. Significantly, Joseph developed the intense anti-Semitism that would characterize his entire political career. This hatred of Jews had multiple sources: the latent anti-Semitism of his Catholic upbringing, the more explicit anti-Jewish sentiments common in German nationalist circles, and his own psychological need for scapegoats to blame for his frustrations and disappointments. Jews became, in Goebbels' mind, the explanation for everything wrong with Germany and his own life, a convenient target for displaced rage and resentment. After completing his doctorate in 1921, Joseph Goebbels harbored ambitions of becoming a writer and dramatist. He believed his intellectual gifts and literary education qualified him for a career in arts and letters. He wrote plays, novels, and poetry, submitting them to publishers and theaters, convinced that recognition was imminent. But rejection followed rejection. His plays were not produced. His novels were not published. His poetry found no audience. The literary establishment showed no interest in the works of this unknown young man from the provinces whose writing, while technically competent, lacked originality or genuine artistic merit. These rejections devastated Goebbels. In his diaries, which he kept obsessively throughout his adult life, he recorded his bitterness and humiliation. He blamed everyone but himself. Publishers were corrupt, critics were stupid, the literary world was controlled by Jews who discriminated against German talent. This narrative of frustrated genius, betrayed by a corrupt system, became central to his self-understanding and would later make Nazi ideology's promises of overthrowing that system deeply appealing. One novel he wrote during this period, never published in his lifetime, was titled Michael, a German fate in diary form, The semi-autobiographical work featured a protagonist who was a misunderstood intellectual, physically imperfect but spiritually superior, who embraces nationalist politics and finds meaning through commitment to the German cause. The novel revealed Goebbels' psychological state and the narrative he was constructing about his own life, the suffering outsider who would be vindicated through political commitment to support himself during these lean years. Goebbels took various temporary jobs. He worked briefly as a bank clerk, tried his hand at tutoring students, and attempted to make a living as a journalist. None of these positions lasted long or provided much income. By his mid-20s, Goebbels was living in poverty, dependent on his family's limited support, his literary ambitions in ruins, facing an uncertain future. In 1922, Goebbels attended a speech by Adolf Hitler in Munich. At this point, Hitler was still a relatively obscure figure, leader of a small right-wing party in Bavaria that had gained some local notoriety but was far from a national force. Yet Hitler's oratory made a powerful impression on Goebbels. Here was a speaker who could move audiences through pure emotional force, who articulated the resentments Goebbels felt, and who offered a vision of German revival that resonated deeply. Goebbels did not immediately join the Nazi Party. He was still living in the Rhineland, far from the party's Bavarian base, and was initially more attracted to the socialist wing of nationalist politics. He briefly associated with other right-wing groups and explored various political options. But Hitler's message stayed with him, and when the Nazi Party began expanding beyond Bavaria in the mid-1920s, Goebbels was ready to commit. In 1924, Goebbels finally joined the National Socialist German Workers' Party. He was 27 years old, a failed writer living in his parents' home, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. The party offered him something he had never found in literature or academic life, a cause that could absorb his energies, utilize his talents, and provide the sense of belonging and significance he craved. Goebbels quickly distinguished himself as a talented speaker and organizer within the party. His education and verbal skills set him apart from many early Nazi members who tended to be working-class street brawlers or disaffected veterans rather than university-educated intellectuals. The party leadership recognized his abilities and gave him increasing responsibilities. In 1926, Goebbels was appointed Gauleiter, regional party leader of Berlin. This was simultaneously a crucial assignment and a punishment. Berlin was Germany's capital and largest city, but it was also a left-wing stronghold where communists and social democrats dominated working-class neighborhoods. The Nazi Party had virtually no presence there, and many viewed the Berlin appointment as a nearly impossible task. But Goebbels threw himself into the work with fanatical energy. He understood instinctively that building the party in Berlin required different tactics than had worked in Bavaria. He needed to make the Nazis visible, to create spectacle and drama that would attract attention and draw people to meetings. He needed to fight the communists not just politically but also in the streets, establishing the Nazis as equally tough and committed. Goebbels organized massive rallies in working-class neighborhoods, deliberately provoking confrontations with communist militia. He understood that the street fighting, which resulted in injuries and occasionally deaths, generated publicity and created an image of the Nazis as fearless fighters willing to battle communism physically. He founded a Berlin Nazi newspaper called Der Angriff, the attack, using it to spread propaganda and attack political enemies. His methods were crude but effective. Goebbels pioneered techniques of political communication that combined modern media with emotional manipulation. He used simple slogans repeated endlessly. He created a Manichaean worldview of absolute good, the Nazis, versus absolute evil, Jews, communists, the Weimar Republic. He staged elaborate rallies that combined political messaging with entertainment and pageantry. Goebbels' devotion to Adolf Hitler became the defining feature of his political life. This relationship went far beyond normal political loyalty. It approached religious devotion. Goebbels saw in Hitler a quasi-messianic figure, the man of destiny who would save Germany. His diaries are filled with expressions of worship toward Hitler that are embarrassing in their intensity and revealing in their psychology. This devotion served multiple purposes for Goebbels. First, it provided meaning and purpose to someone who had felt aimless and rejected. Second, it allowed him to vicariously participate in the greatness he attributed to Hitler. By serving the Führer, Goebbels could feel himself part of something historically significant. Third, it resolved his own sense of inadequacy. He didn't need to be great himself if he could be close to greatness. Hitler, for his part, recognized Goebbels' talents and valued his absolute loyalty. Hitler was a skilled judge of people's usefulness, and he saw that Goebbels possessed abilities he himself lacked, particularly in written propaganda and organization of urban political movements. Hitler also appreciated that Goebbels' devotion was genuine and unconditional, making him trustworthy in ways that more independent-minded associates might not be. The relationship between the two men was not entirely equal. Hitler was clearly the leader, Goebbels the follower, but it was mutually beneficial. Hitler gave Goebbels purpose, status, and power. Goebbels gave Hitler unwavering loyalty, propaganda genius, and administrative competence. This symbiosis would last until both men's deaths in Hitler's bunker in 1945. When Hitler became Chancellor in January 1933, one of his first acts was to create a new government ministry, the Reich Ministry for Public Enlightenment and Propaganda, Reichsministerium für Volksaufklärung und Propaganda. Joseph Goebbels was appointed its first minister, giving him control over all forms of public communication in Germany. The creation of this ministry was unprecedented in scope and ambition. Goebbels would have authority over all newspapers, magazines and book publishing, radio, broadcasting film and theatre production music, and visual arts, public rallies and demonstrations oversight of cultural organizations. This represented total control over information and culture, an Orwellian vision of state power that Goebbels would implement with systematic thoroughness. Within months of taking office, he had begun transforming Germany's media landscape into a propaganda apparatus serving the Nazi regime. The Nazi regime's policy of Gleichschaltung coordination, or bringing into line, is aimed to subordinate every aspect of German society to party control. Nowhere was this more thoroughly implemented than in the media and cultural sphere under Goebbels' direction. Within months of becoming propaganda minister, he had begun systematically purging and controlling every form of public expression. Goebbels established the Reich Chamber of Culture in September 1933, with 7 subchambers controlling literature, press, radio, theatre, music, visual arts, and film. Membership in the appropriate chamber was mandatory for anyone working in these fields. This gave Goebbels the power to grant or deny the right to work. Jews and political opponents were systematically excluded, their careers destroyed by bureaucratic fiat. The purge of Jewish artists, writers, journalists, and performers was swift and brutal. Germany had possessed one of the world's most vibrant cultural scenes, with Jews playing prominent roles in literature, theatre, film, and music. Within months, this was destroyed. Albert Einstein fled abroad. Fritz Lang, the director of Metropolis, left Germany. Thomas Mann went into exile. The conductor Bruno Walter was forced out. Countless journalists, actors, writers, and musicians saw their careers end overnight simply because of their Jewish heritage. For those who remained and were permitted to work, strict controls governed what could be said, written, or performed. Newspapers received daily directives from Goebbels' ministry specifying what stories to cover, what angles to take, even what language to use. Editors who deviated from these instructions faced punishment ranging from fines to imprisonment. The formerly diverse German press became a monotonous chorus repeating Nazi talking points. Radio was even more tightly controlled since it was already a state monopoly. Goebbels understood radio's power to reach into every German home and made it central to the propaganda apparatus. The regime subsidized production of cheap radios called Volksempfänger, or people's receivers, to ensure even poor families could afford them. By 1939, over 70% of German households owned radios, one of the highest penetration rates in the world. Radio programming mixed entertainment with propaganda. Musical programs and light comedy kept audiences engaged, while news broadcasts, Hitler's speeches, and explicitly propagandistic programming shaped public opinion. Goebbels understood that propaganda couldn't be relentlessly heavy-handed. It needed to be mixed with content people actually wanted to consume. The entertainment made the propaganda more palatable. On May 10, 1933, just months after the Nazis took power, one of the most symbolically significant events of the early regime occurred: massive book burnings organized in university towns throughout Germany. In Berlin, Goebbels himself spoke to a crowd of 40,000 gathered at the Opernplatz as students threw books into enormous bonfires. The books burned that night included works by Jewish authors like Heinrich Heine, Sigmund Freud, and Franz Kafka. But they also included works by non-Jewish writers whose ideas the Nazis rejected: Ernest Hemingway, H.G. Wells, Upton Sinclair, and countless others. Any book promoting ideas contrary to Nazi ideology, pacifism, internationalism, sexual liberation, Marxism, liberalism, was thrown into the flames. Goebbels gave a speech that night that captured the regime's anti-intellectual essence. The age of extreme Jewish intellectualism has now ended. The future German will not be a man of books, but a man of character. This valorization of character over intellect, emotion over reason, would characterize Nazi propaganda throughout the regime's existence. The book burnings sent a clear message. Under Nazi rule, ideas that contradicted official ideology would not be tolerated. The fires were meant to intimidate and to signal that Germany was entering a new era where independent thought would be suppressed. That the burnings occurred at universities, traditionally centers of free inquiry, made them even more symbolically significant. The Nazis were announcing that education itself would now serve ideological indoctrination. Ironically, one of the authors whose books burned that night, Heinrich Heine, had written over a century earlier. Where they burn books, they will also ultimately burn people. This prediction would prove grimly prophetic. Goebbels understood cinema's propaganda potential better than perhaps any other Nazi leader. He was a genuine film enthusiast who watched movies regularly, particularly enjoying American films despite his public denunciations of Hollywood and Western decadence. He recognized that film could shape attitudes and emotions in ways that speeches and newspapers could not. Under Goebbels' direction, the German film industry became a state-controlled propaganda apparatus. Major studios were either closed or brought under Nazi control. Jewish filmmakers, actors, and technicians were purged. What remained was reorganized to serve the regime's goals. By 1942, the entire German film industry had been nationalized into a single entity controlled by Goebbels' ministry. Not all Nazi films were overtly propagandistic. Goebbels understood that audiences would reject constant, heavy-handed messaging. Many films produced during the Nazi era were escapist entertainment, musicals, comedies, historical dramas designed to keep audiences engaged with German cinema rather than driving them to foreign films or away from theaters altogether. But even entertainment films carried subtle propaganda. They promoted Nazi values, the importance of community over individuality, traditional gender roles, respect for authority, the beauty of rural German life. They excluded Jews entirely, not through explicit denunciation, but through absence, normalizing a Germany without Jews even before the genocide was fully underway. The explicitly propagandistic films were masterpieces of their genre, demonstrating Goebbels' understanding of how to use cinema emotionally. Triumph of the Will, 1935, directed by Leni Riefenstahl, glorified the 1934 Nazi Party Congress with stunning cinematography that made Nazism appear powerful and aesthetically beautiful. Olympia, 1938, also by Riefenstahl, turned the Berlin Olympics into a celebration of German achievement. But Goebbels' most notorious film was Jude Süß, Jew Süß. Released in 1940, this viciously anti-Semitic period drama portrayed Jews as predatory, sexually deviant and dangerous to German society. The film was required viewing for SS troops and police officers before they were sent to occupied Poland, serving as psychological preparation for the atrocities they would commit. It was propaganda designed not just to shape public opinion, but to enable genocide. Goebbels is often credited with articulating the principle of the big lie, the idea that a falsehood so colossal will be believed because people assume no one would dare fabricate something so enormous. While Goebbels himself attributed this technique to Jews in a typical example of projection, his propaganda methods exemplified it perfectly. The technique worked through several mechanisms. First, the lie had to be simple and repeated constantly. Second, it needed to appeal to existing prejudices and resentments. Third, it should be emotionally resonant rather than rationally argued. Fourth, competing information sources had to be suppressed or discredited. Finally, any evidence contradicting the lie had to be explained away as itself being false or part of an enemy conspiracy. Goebbels applied these principles systematically. The claim that Germany had been stabbed in the back by Jews and communists during World War I was a big lie. Germany had been militarily defeated, but it resonated with wounded national pride and provided a scapegoat. The portrayal of Jews as simultaneously weak and pathetic, yet also dangerously powerful and controlling, was internally contradictory but emotionally satisfying. To those seeking enemies to blame as the war progressed and Germany began losing, Goebbels' propaganda became increasingly divorced from reality. He continued proclaiming certain victory even as German cities were bombed, armies destroyed, and territory lost. He claimed new miracle weapons would turn the tide even as none appeared. His propaganda maintained a facade of confidence and inevitability that bore no relationship to military facts. Yet remarkably, this propaganda continued to be at least partially effective. Many Germans maintained faith in Hitler and the cause until very late in the war, testament to Goebbels' skill at psychological manipulation and the totalitarian control of information that prevented contradictory narratives from reaching most Germans. On November 10th, 1938, organized anti-Jewish pogroms erupted throughout Germany and Austria in what became known as Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass. Synagogues were burned, Jewish businesses destroyed, and approximately 30,000 Jewish men arrested and sent to concentration camps. Official records show 91 deaths, though the actual number was likely much higher. Goebbels played a central role in instigating Kristallnacht. At a Nazi party gathering in Munich on November 9th, he gave a speech suggesting that spontaneous demonstrations against Jews would not be opposed by the regime. This was understood as authorization for violence. Party officials throughout Germany then organized the attacks, using SA troops and party members to carry out destruction while presenting it as spontaneous public anger. The pretext was the assassination of a German diplomat in Paris by a Jewish teenager whose family had been deported to Poland. But Kristallnacht had been building for months as the regime escalated persecution of Germany's remaining Jews. The violence served multiple purposes. It terrorized Jews into emigrating. It satisfied the anti-Semitic fanaticism of party activists, and it tested international reaction to open anti-Jewish violence. The aftermath revealed the regime's cynicism. After Jewish businesses and homes had been destroyed, the regime imposed a massive fine on the Jewish community, 1 billion Reichsmarks, supposedly to pay for the damage. Jews were also required to repair their businesses at their own expense, and insurance payments were confiscated by the state. The victims were thus forced to pay for the crimes committed against them. Goebbels' propaganda apparatus immediately began justifying the violence, portraying it as understandable reaction to Jewish provocations. Newspapers under his control ran stories claiming Jews had brought the violence on themselves. This propaganda aimed to normalize anti-Jewish violence and prepare the German public for even more extreme measures that would follow. Goebbels was deeply complicit in the Holocaust from its inception through its implementation. While he did not design the death camps or manage their operations, those were primarily Himmler's domain. Goebbels' propaganda created the psychological conditions that made genocide possible, and he actively supported and facilitated the murder of Europe's Jews. His anti-Semitic propaganda had been dehumanizing Jews for years before the systematic killing began. Through endless repetition in speeches, newspapers, films, and radio broadcasts, Goebbels portrayed Jews as subhuman vermin, as dangerous enemies of the German people, as a disease requiring elimination. This steady drumbeat of hatred created a psychological atmosphere where mass murder could be contemplated and justified. When the systematic killing began in 1941, Goebbels was among the first Nazi leaders to be informed. His diary entries from this period reveal his knowledge of and enthusiasm for the genocide. In November 1941, he wrote about the deportation of Berlin's Jews to the east, noting with satisfaction their removal from the city. By March 1942, he was writing explicitly about mass murder, recording, "A judgment is being carried out on the Jews which, while barbarous, is fully deserved." Goebbels' role was partly administrative. He coordinated the propaganda explanations for the disappearance of Jews from German cities, developing cover stories about resettlement and labor camps that concealed the reality of extermination. But he was also an active advocate for escalating anti-Jewish measures, repeatedly pushing for more extreme policies. In occupied territories, Goebbels' propaganda supported and justified atrocities. Films, posters, and newspaper articles produced by his ministry portrayed partisan resistance as Jewish terrorism, justifying collective punishment and massacres of civilian populations. His propaganda apparatus worked to ensure that German soldiers and occupation personnel viewed Jews and Slavs as subhuman, making it psychologically easier to commit atrocities. While Goebbels promoted traditional family values and criticized what he called Jewish and Western sexual decadence, his personal life was marked by rampant hypocrisy. He married Magda Quandt in December 1931, partly for love, but also because Magda was wealthy, socially prominent, and devoted to Hitler. The marriage produced 6 children, all given names beginning with H in honor of Hitler: Helga, Hildegard, Helmut, Holdine, Hedwig, and Heidrun. But Goebbels was a serial philanderer who used his power to coerce sexual relationships with actresses and other women in the entertainment industry. His affairs were numerous and often predatory. Women who refused his advances found their careers stalled, while those who submitted received roles in films and other professional opportunities. The most serious affair was with Czech actress Lida Barova, which became so blatant that even in the morally bankrupt Nazi regime, it caused scandal. By 1938, Goebbels was spending most of his time with Barova and had essentially abandoned his wife and children. Magda complained to Hitler, who was furious, not about the immorality, but about the public embarrassment and the fact that Goebbels had neglected his duties. Hitler ordered Goebbels to end the affair and reconcile with Magda, threatening to remove him from his positions if he didn't comply. Goebbels initially considered resigning to be with Barova, but ultimately submitted to Hitler's command. The affair ended, Barova's career in Germany was destroyed, and Goebbels returned to his family. But the pattern of infidelity continued, just more discreetly. This hypocrisy extended to other areas. Goebbels lived in luxury while preaching sacrifice to the German people. He accumulated multiple homes, expensive art, and other trappings of wealth. He exempted himself from wartime austerity measures he imposed on others. He indulged in pleasures he condemned as decadent when practiced by others. The gap between his public moralism and private behavior was vast and revealing. As Germany's military situation deteriorated from 1942 onward, Goebbels increasingly advocated for total war, complete mobilization of German society for the war effort. This meant closing theaters and restaurants, ending all non-essential economic activity, conscripting women for labor, and subordinating every aspect of life to military necessity. On February 18, 1943, weeks after Germany's catastrophic defeat at Stalingrad, Goebbels delivered his most famous speech at the Berlin Sportpalast. Before a carefully selected audience of party faithful, he asked a series of rhetorical questions designed to elicit fanatical affirmation. Do you want total war? Do you want it, if necessary, more total and radical than we can even imagine it?
Today, the crowd roared its approval. Yes, yes! In a display of fanatical commitment captured on film and radio.
The speech was a masterpiece of propaganda and mass psychology, using call and response, emotional manipulation, and the energy of the crowd to create an atmosphere of desperate determination. But the total war Goebbels proclaimed was already underway, and it was being lost. The speech could not conjure military victories or strategic advantages. It could only squeeze more sacrifice from a population increasingly exhausted by years of war. The gap between Goebbels' propaganda and reality was becoming impossible to bridge. As the war turned decisively against Germany, Goebbels' propaganda task became increasingly difficult. How could he maintain civilian and military morale when German cities were being systematically destroyed by Allied bombing, when armies were retreating on all fronts, when food and fuel shortages were causing genuine hardship? Goebbels employed several strategies. First, he emphasized that surrender was impossible, that the Allies intended to destroy Germany completely, and that Germans must fight to the bitter end because they had no choice. This message of no alternative but victory aimed to maintain resistance even as defeat loomed. Second, he promoted the myth of imminent victory through miracle weapons. He promised that new technologies, V-weapons, jet aircraft, super submarines, would turn the tide. These promises kept hope alive even as the weapons either didn't materialize or proved insufficient to change the war's course. Third, he used fear. Goebbels' propaganda emphasized Soviet atrocities and suggested that Germans in territories occupied by the Red Army faced rape, murder, and slavery. This fear, which was partly based in reality given Soviet soldiers' brutality, motivated continued resistance on the Eastern Front, even when military situation was hopeless. Fourth, he appealed to fanatical loyalty to Hitler. Even if victory seemed unlikely, Germans should fight on out of devotion to the Führer who had done so much for them. This quasi-religious devotion to Hitler remained powerful for many Germans until the very end. Yet, despite these efforts, German morale was collapsing. People were exhausted, hungry, and increasingly convinced that the war was lost. Goebbels' propaganda could delay but not prevent the psychological collapse that accompanied military defeat. By early 1945, Germany's defeat was inevitable. Soviet forces were advancing from the east, while American and British armies pushed from the west. German cities lay in ruins. The economy was shattered. Yet Goebbels remained fanatically committed to fighting on, issuing propaganda that grew increasingly divorced from reality. In April 1945, as Soviet forces reached Berlin and began the final battle for the capital, Goebbels took up residence in Hitler's bunker. While other Nazi leaders fled or attempted to negotiate survival, Goebbels stayed with Hitler, demonstrating the devotion that had characterized their relationship for over 20 years. By mid-April 1945, Berlin was surrounded by Soviet forces. The Battle of Berlin, the final major engagement of the European war, had begun. Artillery shells rained down on the capital, reducing it to rubble. Street fighting raged through the ruins as Soviet troops pushed deeper into the city. Adolf Hitler had retreated to the Führerbunker beneath the Reich Chancellery, and Joseph Goebbels joined him there with his entire family. The atmosphere in the bunker during those final days was surreal and nightmarish. Above ground, one of history's great capitals was being systematically destroyed. Below ground, in a cramped underground complex, the remnants of Nazi leadership maintained the fiction that they still governed something meaningful. Hitler issued orders to armies that no longer existed. Military briefings continued despite having no connection to reality. Administrative routine persisted even as everything collapsed. Goebbels remained with Hitler constantly during this period. While other Nazi leaders fled Berlin, Göring to Bavaria, Himmler to northern Germany, Goebbels stayed at the Führer's side. This loyalty was partly calculation. Goebbels had no future in a post-Hitler world and knew it, but it was also genuine devotion. Goebbels had devoted his entire adult life to serving Hitler, and he would not abandon him at the end. The presence of Goebbels' entire family in the bunker was ominous. Magda Goebbels had brought all 6 children, ranging in age from 4 to 12, into this death trap. The children played in the bunker corridors, unaware that their parents had already decided they would not leave alive. Magda had determined that her children should not survive to live in a world without National Socialism and Adolf Hitler. Witnesses in the bunker during those final days described Goebbels as remarkably calm, almost serene. While Hitler raged about betrayals and lost opportunities, Goebbels maintained composure. He seemed to have accepted the inevitable outcome and found a kind of peace in having chosen death over survival in defeat. For someone who had lived his entire political career through words and propaganda, the final silence of death must have seemed almost liberating. On April 29, 1945, Adolf Hitler dictated his political testament, his final instructions to the German people, and his appointments to govern what remained of the Reich. In this document, Hitler expelled Hermann Göring and Heinrich Himmler from the party for their attempted treachery. Göring for trying to assume power prematurely, Himmler for attempting to negotiate surrender with the Western Allies. Hitler appointed Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz as Reich President and Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. But for Reich Chancellor, the head of government, Hitler appointed Joseph Goebbels. This was extraordinary recognition of Goebbels' loyalty. At the very end, when nearly everyone else had proven unreliable, Goebbels had remained faithful. Hitler rewarded this devotion by making Goebbels his political heir. Yet this appointment was meaningless. The Reich Chancellorship carried no real power. Germany was defeated, the government was non-functional, and Hitler would be dead within hours. Goebbels' tenure as Reich Chancellor would last approximately 1 day before he too committed suicide. It was a purely symbolic gesture, Hitler's final acknowledgement of the devotion Goebbels had shown him for over 20 years. Goebbels witnessed Hitler's will and was present for the Führer's marriage to Eva Braun in the early hours of April 29th. The wedding was a small, grim affair in the bunker's map room, with Goebbels and Martin Bormann serving as witnesses. The ceremony complete, Hitler and Eva retired to dictate their personal testaments, preparing for the suicides they would commit the following day. On the afternoon of April 30th, 1945, Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun committed suicide in Hitler's private quarters within the bunker. Hitler shot himself with his pistol, while Eva took cyanide. Their bodies were carried up the bunker stairs into the Reich Chancellery garden, doused with gasoline, and burned, while Soviet artillery continued to pound the area. Goebbels helped organize this cremation, ensuring that Hitler's body was destroyed as the Führer had wished. For Goebbels, Hitler's death meant the end of his world. The man he had worshipped, served, and followed for over 2 decades was gone. The cause to which he had devoted his entire adult life was defeated. Nothing remained but the formalities of his own end. As Reich Chancellor, a title he had held for mere hours, Goebbels' first and only significant act was to attempt negotiations with the Soviet command. He sent General Hans Krebs, a German officer who spoke Russian, to Soviet General Vasily Chuikov with a proposal. Germany would surrender to the Soviets if the new government could remain in power. This bizarre offer revealed how disconnected from reality the bunker leadership had become. The Soviets rejected the proposal immediately. They were demanding unconditional surrender, and nothing less would be accepted. With negotiations failed and no possibility of survival for Nazi leadership remaining, Goebbels prepared for his final act, the murder of his children and his own suicide. What happened next remains one of the most horrifying acts of the Nazi regime's final hours. On the evening of May 1st, 1945, Magda Goebbels murdered her 6 children, Helga, 12, Hildegard, 11, Helmut, 9, Holdine, 7, Hedwig, 5, and Heidrun, 4. The exact method has been debated, but most accounts agree that the children were given morphine to make them drowsy, then were administered cyanide capsules while unconscious or semi-conscious. Magda reportedly moved from child to child, administering the poison personally. Some accounts suggest Hitler's personal physician, Dr. Ludwig Stumpfegger, assisted her. The children died within minutes, their small bodies laid out on beds in their bunker quarters. They had been dressed in their nightclothes as if being put to bed for sleep rather than death. The reasons for this atrocity reveal the depths of Nazi fanaticism. Magda had determined that her children could not be allowed to grow up in a world without Hitler and National Socialism. She believed that the victorious Allies would use the children for propaganda purposes, or that they would face lives of shame and suffering as children of Joseph Goebbels. Better, she decided, that they die now while they were still innocent and before they could be corrupted by the post-Nazi world. This reasoning was both monstrous and revealing. It showed that Magda and Joseph, who consented to or participated in the decision, valued ideology above their own children's lives. It demonstrated that their devotion to Nazism was total, extending even to the murder of innocents, to prevent them from living in a world they considered unworthy. Some witnesses claimed that Helga, the eldest at 12, resisted and had to be forcibly subdued. Whether this is true or represents post-war embellishment is uncertain. What is certain is that 6 children were murdered by their own parents, killed not by enemy action but by ideological fanaticism that could not accept survival in defeat. The murder of the Goebbels' children stands as one of the most chilling acts of the entire Nazi era, not because of its scale, which was small compared to the Holocaust's millions, but because of what it revealed about the psychological depths to which Nazi ideology could drive people. These were not wartime casualties or victims of combat. They were children murdered by their own parents because those parents could not imagine them living in a world without Hitler. With their children dead, Joseph and Magda Goebbels prepared for their own suicides. On the evening of May 1st, 1945, they walked up the bunker stairs into the Reich Chancellery garden. The exact method of their deaths remains slightly uncertain, with different witnesses providing varying accounts. Most evidence suggests that both took cyanide capsules. Then an SS orderly shot them as they were dying or already dead, either to ensure death or at their request. Their bodies were then doused with gasoline and set alight, following the same procedure that had been used for Hitler and Eva Braun the day before. However, the cremation was incomplete. Soviet forces were too close, and there wasn't time to fully burn the bodies. Soviet troops discovered the partially burned corpses in the garden on May the 2nd. Unlike Hitler's body, which was initially misidentified and took time to confirm, the Goebbels bodies were quickly recognized. The Soviets photographed the remains as evidence and trophy, and these images would later circulate worldwide, the corpses of one of Nazism's most fanatical leaders, lying in the ruins of the regime he had helped create. Goebbels had lived by the power of images, by propaganda and spectacle. His death and the photographs of his burned corpse became a different kind of image, evidence of Nazism's utter defeat and the end of a regime built on lies. The master of propaganda had become propaganda himself, his remains serving as evidence of the Third Reich's destruction. Joseph Goebbels' culpability for Nazi crimes is enormous, though sometimes underestimated because his role was primarily propagandistic rather than directly operational. He did not personally command death camps like Höss, did not organize deportations like Eichmann, did not design weapons like Speer, did not command troops like Keitel. Yet, his crimes were fundamental to making all of these atrocities possible. Goebbels created the psychological and informational environment that enabled genocide. Through years of relentless propaganda, he dehumanized Jews and other targeted groups, portraying them as dangerous enemies requiring elimination. He normalized violence against these groups, making atrocities seem justified and necessary. He suppressed contradictory information and maintained a closed information environment where Nazi narratives faced no effective challenge. When the Holocaust began, Goebbels' propaganda provided cover. He developed euphemisms like resettlement and special treatment that concealed mass murder. He spread lies about Jews representing threats that justified defensive violence. He maintained the German public's ignorance, or at least plausible deniability, about the genocide being carried out in their name. Goebbels was also directly involved in specific atrocities. He instigated Kristallnacht through his November 1938 speech licensing anti-Jewish violence. He advocated consistently for more extreme anti-Jewish measures, pushing for policies that culminated in genocide. His diaries reveal knowledge of and enthusiasm for the Holocaust, including explicit references to mass murder. He understood exactly what was happening and approved completely. Beyond anti-Jewish crimes, Goebbels' propaganda facilitated Germany's aggressive war. He sold the German public on wars of conquest, portraying invasions as defensive necessities. He maintained support for the war effort even as it became catastrophic for Germany, prolonging fighting that killed millions in its final months. He demonized resistance movements in occupied territories, justifying brutal reprisals against civilian populations. The total death toll for which Goebbels shares responsibility is impossible to calculate precisely, but runs into millions. The Holocaust killed approximately 6 million Jews. Germany's aggressive wars killed tens of millions more. Goebbels didn't personally murder these people, but his propaganda helped make their deaths possible and maintained public support for the regime carrying them out. Goebbels' techniques of propaganda and mass manipulation did not die with him. Many of the methods he pioneered or perfected have been studied and sometimes adopted by propagandists and political movements worldwide, both democratic and authoritarian. The big lie technique, telling falsehoods so enormous that people assume they must be true, remains a powerful tool. The use of simple, repetitive slogans that bypass rational thought and appeal to emotion. The creation of closed information environments where contradictory narratives cannot penetrate. The use of scapegoats to direct public anger toward chosen enemies. The mixing of entertainment with propaganda to make the messaging more palatable. The exploitation of fear and resentment to mobilize political support. Modern political communication, advertising, and public relations have absorbed many techniques that Goebbels used or pioneered. This doesn't mean modern practitioners are Nazis or pursuing Nazi goals, but it does mean that Goebbels' understanding of mass, psychology and communication strategies was sophisticated enough to remain relevant. This creates a troubling legacy. Goebbels demonstrated that talented propagandists can shape public opinion in ways that enable enormous crimes. He showed that modern mass media can be used to create alternative realities where atrocities seem justified and necessary. He proved that education and cultural sophistication provide no immunity to propaganda. Educated Germans proved as susceptible to Nazi messaging
as anyone else. The lesson is that democratic societies
cannot take for granted that truth will prevail over lies, or that people will naturally reject messages promoting hatred and violence. Active defense of open information environments, critical thinking education, and protection of press freedom are necessary precisely because propaganda techniques pioneered by people like Goebbels remain powerful and dangerous. What drove Joseph Goebbels? What psychological factors transformed a failed writer with literary ambitions into one of history's most effective propagandists and willing accomplice to genocide? Multiple factors converged in Goebbels' psychology. His physical disability created profound resentment and a need to prove superiority through other means. His failed literary career generated bitterness toward the cultural establishment and those who had succeeded where he failed. His modest social origins created class resentment toward the privileged. His intellectual abilities gave him tools for rationalization and ideological systematization of his hatreds. Nazi ideology provided Goebbels with explanations for all his disappointments and a framework through which his resentments could be channeled productively. Jews could be blamed for his literary failures. They controlled publishing and discriminated against true German talent. The Weimar Republic could be blamed for Germany's humiliations. It was weak and decadent, run by people who had betrayed the nation. The existing social order could be attacked as corrupt and requiring revolutionary overthrow. Most importantly, devotion to Hitler gave Goebbels' life meaning and purpose. He found in Hitler the father figure and leader he had been seeking, someone to whom he could attach his ambitions and through whom he could vicariously participate in greatness. His worship of Hitler was genuine and consuming, providing the psychological anchor for everything else he did. Yet Goebbels was not merely a product of psychological damage and ideological indoctrination. He made choices to join the Nazi Party, to use his talents in service of evil, to instigate violence, to facilitate genocide. He was intelligent enough to understand the implications of what he was doing. His own writings reveal consciousness of the regime's criminality, even as he rationalized and justified it. The combination of genuine talent, psychological damage, ideological fanaticism, and deliberate moral choice made Goebbels particularly dangerous. He was smart enough to be effective, damaged enough to be vicious, ideological enough to be unwavering, and calculating enough to be methodical. This combination enabled him to perfect propaganda techniques that facilitated mass murder. Joseph Goebbels left no positive legacy. Unlike Speer, he built nothing but lies. Unlike Riefenstahl, he created no art worth preserving despite its tainted origins. Unlike von Braun, his technical expertise served no purpose that can be separated from its criminal applications. His legacy is purely destructive, a career devoted entirely to facilitating evil through manipulation of information and emotion. Yet, Goebbels remains significant as a historical figure precisely because of what he represents. The power of propaganda in modern mass societies, the willingness of educated people to serve barbaric causes, the psychological factors that enable ordinary humans to become monsters. He stands as a warning about the vulnerability of democratic discourse to skilled manipulation, the manner of his death, murdering his children before committing suicide.
rather than facing justice, captured something essential about Nazi fanaticism.
Goebbels and Magda preferred death to survival in a world without Hitler and National Socialism. They valued ideology above their own lives and their children's lives. This totalizing commitment to a political cause represents the absolute negation of humane values. Goebbels has been depicted in numerous films, books, and documentaries, typically as the epitome of the cynical propagandist who knew his message was false but spread it anyway for power and personal advantage. This portrayal is partly accurate but also partly mistaken. Goebbels was cynical and calculating, but he was also a true believer. His propaganda was effective partly because he believed much of it himself, giving his messages an emotional authenticity that pure cynicism could not have achieved. Joseph Goebbels was one of the 20th century's most dangerous men, not because of direct violence, but because of his mastery of propaganda and mass manipulation. He demonstrated that talented communicators can facilitate genocide by shaping the information environment in which atrocities become psychologically possible and politically acceptable. His life trajectory, from failed writer to powerful Nazi leader to suicide in a bunker, represents a particular kind of historical tragedy. Here was someone with genuine intellectual gifts who devoted them entirely to evil. He could have been a successful writer, teacher, or journalist, using his verbal abilities constructively. Instead, he chose to become a propagandist for mass murder. The choice was his. Goebbels was not forced into Nazi service, not coerced by circumstances beyond his control. He joined the party willingly, rose through its ranks through ability and commitment, and used his talents knowingly to facilitate the regime's crimes. His physical disability might explain some of his psychological damage, but it does not excuse his choices or diminish his responsibility. Unlike some Nazi leaders who attempted to claim ignorance of the Holocaust or distance themselves from the regime's worst crimes, Goebbels never pretended innocence. His diaries reveal full knowledge of and enthusiasm for genocide. He knew what was happening and approved. When faced with defeat, he chose murder and suicide over accountability. This final act of violence, killing his own children, embodied the moral bankruptcy that had characterized his entire career. Goebbels' talent for propaganda, his devotion to Hitler, his role in the Holocaust, his promotion of total war, and his final murders make him one of history's most comprehensively evil figures. He combined intelligence with fanaticism, ability with moral bankruptcy, sophistication with brutality. He proved that education and cultural refinement provide no protection against ideological extremism and that talented people can serve the most. Barbaric causes, the burned corpse in the Reich Chancellery. Garden, photographed by Soviet troops as evidence and trophy, was all that remained of a man who had lived by words and died in silence. The master of the big lie had told his final lies to his own children before murdering them. The propagandist who had shaped millions of minds ended his life by extinguishing 6 young consciousnesses that had barely begun to form. Joseph Goebbels' death was fitting, self-inflicted, murderous, cowardly, and ultimately meaningless. The words that had defined his life could not save him, his children, or the regime he had served so absolutely. Only the images remained, not the propaganda images he had crafted, but the photographs of his burned corpse, evidence of Nazism's utter defeat and the personal damnation earned by its most skilled liar.